All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, everybody. Is my camera off a little bit? I don't know. Am I in the middle? I don't know. Maybe I'll move over a little bit. But hello, everybody. Happy weekend to you. Happy Friday to most of you, and happy Saturday morning to some of you. So, hope you're enjoying your weekend and the beginning of it. Here in the United States, it's Memorial Day weekend. So some of you have 3 or 4 day weekends. So congratulations. But we'll be here. I'll be here Saturday and Sunday night as well as per usual. So I'm excited to see what messages come through Spirit this evening. And before we get into everything, let's do our little ritual. I got a little extra surprise here that we will do. But let's start off with a big deep breath in if you'd like to join me. And we'll hold it for as long as we feel comfortable and slow exhale out. So we'll start there. So if you want to join me, let's breathe in. Here we go. Beautiful. That helps us get out of the future, out of the past, out of the chaos of the world. Come back to right here, right now, in this moment. Um, I'm going to bring the singing bowl in a moment, but whenever I get this synchronistic thing and Spirit wanted me to share this with everyone, we have this deck that we're using for fortune cookies for donation readings called the Celestial Insights. When I'm shuffling to prepare for the readings, a card sometimes pops out as a message, and I loved it. It was the first one up. It was healing. So it's a beautiful one that says, "You are in the process of healing. Give yourself the time and space you need. Have you been neglecting your emotional or physical health? Prioritize self-care and allow yourself to recover fully." It's that last line, allow yourself to recover fully. So I loved that. And I was like, "Oh, that's really cool. I love that one." And then when I was, the other deck that we're using, if your donation's $5 or more, they add up to $5, you get one of these soul coaching ones. And what card came flying out? Well, we got healing. I think someone's trying to tell us something, right? So, a beautiful card there as well, and all these beautiful pinks with that giant pink crystal. And this one says, "Healing is occurring. You're a natural healer. You're on the mend, and or a situation is being resolved. Have faith that it's happening. And your soul wants you to know that healing is natural. Everything in nature has the intrinsic ability to restore itself. You're a part of the world, so you also have this innate ability. Often, healing needs to occur on the inner planes before it can manifest on the outside. To assist this process, focus on what's great and let go of what isn't working or what's wrong. Hold a vision of the solution that you desire. Be patient and trust that recovery is occurring in its own time and way. Nature is one of the greatest healers, so spend time with the trees, soak up the rays of the sun, and dance in the rain." And then a powerful affirmation they have here is, "Phenomenal healing energy flows through every cell in my body. Phenomenal healing energy flows through every cell in my body." So I feel like that is good for all of us. We're moving into a Virgo moon this evening, which is all about the next couple of days with Virgo moon is about it's the journey of our health and journey of our body. So I feel like this weekend is a bit of a healing energy. So that's what I want to emanate and have come through the singing bowl. That's why I wanted to read those first. So if you are in a position where you could use the healing physically, emotionally, mentally, energetically. Um, Allow this energy to flow into that area of your life and repeat that affirmation, right? Phenomenal healing energy flows through every cell in my body. So as we hit this, you can let this just go through all of your mind and all of your stories, all of your heart and all your emotions throughout your physical body and your energetic body. Then let it fill us up and flow out to the world as well. So as we do this, we'll hit it 3 times and we can just let that energy flow, baby. All right. And of course, we can always focus on gratitude to help us raise our vibration in every moment. What are we grateful for right here, right now? And that helps explode our beautiful high vibration energy as well. All right. So let's begin. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you guys so much for joining me and doing that. So beautiful. And I just love this energy. So thank you guys again so much for always joining me. Can always tell that the energy is so much more powerful as we join in together. So hello, hello, everyone. Great energies going on. And as I said, I'm excited to see what we learn and what comes through in our wonderful session this evening. So thanks for being here, all my Zen friends. If you are new to my channel or new to these readings, I'm your bruddaZEN. We are here to spill the tea. So welcome. We've got a great group of Zen friends with huge hearts, great senses of humor. I always say, thank God, because we like to have a good time and we love joy and laughter and play, and we try to keep it high vibration here. So welcome. We got plenty of room for always more Zen friends. So thank you so much for joining. If you want to know how the whole process works, all that information is down in the description area, and donations do get first priority. You can make a donation via the super chat at the bottom or in the description area. We do talk about the Venmo, the Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. So those are all available if those are convenient for you to use. And I don't have any set donation amounts at this time. So whatever you are able to give from your heart, I do honor. And we do prioritize those. I do get to free readings every session. And I do post a pinned comment after the end of every session listing all the readings that were completed with timestamps. We're very fancy here. So all I have to do is at the end of the session is when I post it. So sometimes it's 3 hours, 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours. Wednesdays was 7.5 hours. But if you pop back in and you go, "Hey, brother Z, did you get to mine?" I'll answer you, in between readings, and I'll grab your timestamp and throw it out there if I've done it, for you. But at the end, there's a pinned comment that you can always expand. Just click on that little timestamp, takes you right to your reading. It's very, very, easy breezy, short and easy, so I like that. I think that's the big shenanigans that I wanna talk about. I guess it's not really shenanigans, but, I also have a podcast that comes out usually every 2 weeks, sometimes every 3 weeks, like this last one. But Z was, a bit distracted, but we're back on track right now. This one came out yesterday, and we're, in phase 1 out of 4 of, expanding our, spiritual gifts, focusing in on empathic, but also talking about other spiritual gifts. So if you wanna check that one out, or if you wanna catch up on any of, my, uh past ones, past sessions. Whoa, where did I go? The playlist is down in the description area of the video, or if you get to my main channel page ever, the playlist is at the top. So if you want to do that, we got a lot of energy going on this week. We had Mercury move into Gemini, Mars moved into Taurus, Venus moved into Cancer, the Sun moved into Gemini. So happy birthday, all you Gemini Sun babies! And I kept on saying we have a blue moon, a full moon, a blue moon in Sagittarius, and for some reason I thought it was this Sunday. But we got one more whole week left in the month. Why are we rushing ahead, Bretta? Because we had one on the first, a full moon, and we have one on the 31st. That's why it's a blue moon, 2 full moons in the same month. So we still have another week before that full moon in Sagittarius, but that's still some of you I know already impacted by it. I know I can get impacted 2 weeks before a moon, so a lot of fun stuff. All right. Well, let us do some shout outs here. We'll make sure that we've got my list all updated here, and then we'll get into the reading. So let us dive in here. We do have Lauren of Light. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. I do have your Cash App that came through, so thank you for that. And let's see, that was timestamp here. Yep, so we'll get you on the list here for donations. And if you add anything else, I'll add that on there. We got Ruby Grimm in the house too. Hey, Ruby, good to see you. And we do have your 2 donations here, so thank you for those. Get you on the little it's not a little list, it's a fast-growing list, so thank you guys so much. And then we have Kat Marie. Hey, Kat Marie, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on that list here too. Let me grab that here. Boom, boom. All right. Hello, hello. We got Celestial Nebula. Hey, good to see you. And Kat Marie. Hey, Brada, what's going on? I like that. And then we got Crystal Ray. Hey, Crystal, good to see you. Thank you. I got your 2 donations here too. Let me grab those. Boom, boom. All right. Whoops, don't do that. I meant to do this. There we go. And then I think I've got everyone else on that list. There we got Livier Vagara in the house. Hey, Livier. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for your question. We'll put that on the free list here. And I think I might have everyone else. Let me just verify here as I do some shout outs and move my way up the list here. We do have Chelsea in the house. Hey, Chelsea, congratulations. You got the job offer. Boop, boop. We knew it was coming, but yeah, we'll find out. We'll find out here. Is it going to be your long-term relationship or is it a stepping stone for you, right? Business wise. So congratulations though. That's good news. Got some money coming in. And then we have Wilder Wandering. Hello, good to see you. Got your donation. You're on the donation list here too. I'll give an update before I start on what the order of donations are here coming in. And then we got Maria P. Hey, Maria. Thank you. I got your 2 donations via Z PayPal, and I got you on the, free list as well. So we got you. And we also have 3 donations from Sudeshna. So you're probably asleep right now, but when I see you, if you watch this, hello, good to see you. And you'll be up first for the donations. And then we have another Maria, Maria M9P3E28. We got you on the free list. Good to see you from earlier. We got Shanae. Hey, Shanae. Long time no see. Good to see you. I got you on the free list here. Of course, we got Butterfly. Hey, Butterfly. Thanks for all your fun comments today on the postings and everything else. You're a hoot. That's what they used to say, and, I have a lot of relatives back from Wisconsin, but they would say it with a Wisconsin accent, "You're a hoot." So, you're a hoot, and thank you so much. I got you on the free list here. Thank you, of course, for all the comments that you put in the chat as well. I appreciate that. And then let's see, make sure I didn't miss anyone. We got Ashish Balkaran from earlier. Hello, hello. We got you on the free list, and Miniheel as well. So hello, hello. And then way earlier today, Swaroop, Bobby. So we got you on the free list as well. So we got you. We got you. So we are good. All right, let's see here, Lauren. Let me make sure I got all of your stuff here. Okay, and then your Jake, not his friend Jake. Okay, I gotcha. We'll make sure that's on there. Oh, very good. Your reading resonated. You're very welcome. I don't see another reading request from you yet, right? Just make sure. Sometimes YouTube kind of steals them away. So I don't see anything else yet, but I'm so glad the last one resonated. Always good to hear. Hey, Olivier. All right. And then Ruby, thank you so much for your additional donation. We'll get that on here. Okay, very good. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you too. Can you stick you on the freebie list? Absolutely, Ruby. We can do that. Whoops. Maybe. See if I'm capable. There we go. Okay. Yeah, we did. So you're on the free list as well. So I think that is it. Tonight we're going to be using this Wonderland tarot. It's another fun little tarot deck. I like switching them up every day or every couple days. I have enough. I mean, we've got this one, this little nook, and then these 3, and then this one up here. I haven't organized them all, but those are all full of tarot decks. I know. The rest of them, almost all of these, and the ones up top and the ones down over here. There's a couple that have other stuff in it, but most of them are all oracle decks. Yes. Sometimes bruddaZEN might need an intervention, but I'm trying not to purchase a whole lot of any others. I'm trying to use everything that we have and trying to go through them all so everyone can see them too. All right. So let us get into it. So for donations, we start off with 3 from Sudeshna, 2 for Maria P, and then Wilder Wandering, and then Chelsea, and then 2 for Crystal, and then Kat Marie, and then 2 for Ruby, and then to Lauren of the light, and then back to Ruby is where we're at right now. So let me give all these a love and a like, because I do have all of these on the list. So thank you guys so much. I'm so grateful. You're just blowing me away with your generosity and all your love, and I so appreciate it. Because the price of groceries is up, so I appreciate all the lovely donations you guys have been giving. Because bruddaZEN, well, he doesn't really need to eat. I got my little Buddha belly that's getting smaller and smaller, but I still need to eat a little bit, right? All right. So we will dive in. Again, if your donation is $5 or more, or all your donations add up to $5 or more, you do get one of these soul coaching oracle tonight for your little fortune cookie. And then every donation does get a celestial insights tonight for your fortune cookie. A little extra message from spirit. So that's what we're going to do. Let's do a quick cheers and dive in. So cheers, everybody. So grateful to have you guys here on this path together. We're searching for answers from spirit, and I'm so grateful for you. And thanks for all the thumbs up too. It does help spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami, helping my channel and the messages of spirit get in front of other people. And we know the world can use all the help it can get right now. So cheers. Much love to you guys. So tonight's coffee, it's like a little ritual now. It's a, what did they call it? Black and white cookie, which is chocolate and vanilla. And then I have a zero sugar Twix creamer in there. So it's like a giant liquid cookie. It tastes good. So, all right. So, my friends, let's dive in, see what we got going on from spirit this eve. So, up first, we do have Sudeshna 2141. There we go. So, this will be up for the first one. Cheers. All right. Yummy. All right. Sudeshna, thank you for your multiple donations. I appreciate that. And you want to know, will your next manager be a male or a female? And then is it Swamali? We're just going to say SJ or someone else. I don't want to murder anyone's name here. So let's find out here first. Can you tell us, based on current energies, is it going to be a male or female? Why is there two here? Oh, feel like it hasn't been. It can go of course, it can go two ways. I feel like right now, because with the two of wands, it can be like it's between two people, but I do feel like it's divine masculine energy with the magician, because the magician card is divine masculine. So I do feel like it's between two, feels like it's between two males that's coming in there. And then you wanted to know if it was S or J or someone else. Let's see here. S, J, or the bottom one? Okay, or someone else. Let's see what we got here. The energy right now around S. Ooh, ding, 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 ding. Wheel of fortune. That's a very positive energy coming in. What about J? We got the moon energy here. I don't feel like so much for Jay here. The moon, it feels like there's something else they have planned for them, because there's something hidden around them. So I don't feel like it's them. I feel like there's other plans. And then is there someone else? No, we got the Eight of Cups, which is walking away from emotions that don't serve. So it feels like it's leaning, if, I think is Swamali. Is that a male? I'm so sorry. I'm so bad at, names from India. But I think if that is, then that could be one of the people that it's zeroed in on. But so it feel like it's kind of leaning toward Somali right now. But I feel like there is a chance with that Two of Wands, because that's the possibilities, that there's another individual. Well, they said Eight of Cups, leaving behind. It doesn't feel like it's someone else though, but I feel like it's leaning towards Swamali, and they might be considering Jay, but I feel like someone has other plans for them, or they have other plans, like they're leaving. So they feel like it's between the two right now. And they might be like, "Pshoo," and they're like, "Oh, I guess that decides for us. We're gonna do that." Or someone else higher up has something that they want them to go do, um, kind of energy coming into. So, excuse me, hiccup. Let's take a look here and see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Nope. Oh, okay. That one's for your next one. This one's for this one. Oh, yeah, balance. Got a little balancing energy going on here. And it says, balance is key to a harmonious life. Have you been feeling out of sync? Adjust how you spend your time and energy to ensure you maintain a healthy equilibrium. Yeah, and that's something, I mean, we wanna know, and it's always fun to kind of, see what we can find out. In the long run, we know that everything that unfolds is for us. So, the more we can balance our energy and, you know, get out of our head and balance, with our heart, the more of a gentle adventure that we have, right? So, that's for the first one there. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. Thank you again, and we'll dive into your next one here. We got 26. Whoops, did I? 26 even. So here's for number 2. And you want to know, will the new manager at your office ask or force you to visit the office for maximum days mandatory? Will I be able to handle everything and anything else? All right, let's take a look here. So, are they going to ask you or force you? We'll see the energy around both of those, that you have to go into the office for maximum days. Will you be able to handle everything based on your current energies? And then anything else they want you to know about this new little, we'll call it an adventure. Okay. So what else do we have here? So, are they going to ask you to go into the office? We got the Page of Pentacles. I do feel like they're going to talk to you about, let's say, are they going to force you? And I got the Six of Pentacles, so no forcing. I feel like they wanna work things out, with the Six of Pentacles is like the scales a little bit. So I feel like they don't wanna force anyone, but I do feel like they wanna talk to you about the advantages of coming into the office, certain amount of times or for certain meetings or different things like that. I feel like they're gonna kinda just say, you know, you don't have to, but, if you do, I would like to possibly see you on this and this. How does that work? Because I feel like there's some important meetings that they would like you there, but, it's not required. Um, and I feel like you can kind of, if they're talking about it, you can talk about what would work best for you and say, can I just, instead of like every week, can I do it every other week? And they're like, "Yeah, that works for me," I feel like that's kind of the thing that will happen there. Will you be able to handle everything based on current energies? Yeah, you got the Ace of Wands. You definitely have the possibilities to do it. The Two of Pentacles, here's that balancing energy coming in again, which is you can balance things. So you have the ability to do that. I do feel here that they're saying that there's gonna be it's going balancing is gonna be a challenge in the beginning because, it's a whole new things and things are gonna feel so new, and you're not just gonna be flowing, you have to, like, research something, and then going forward, you don't have to research it anymore because 'cause you're like, "Okay, I got that. Okay, but this, now I have to research it. Okay, now I got it." But so it's gonna be a little clunky in the beginning, like anything new, right? But then you pick it up fast, and I feel like you balance things fast. It's gonna be just in the beginning, it's gonna be a little bit, probably you're gonna just be working a lot, um, and, well, at least it'll keep you out of trouble. Where there's a will, there's a way, though, right? And then anything else around this, you do have the Queen of Pentacles, yeah. So you can flourish at this and do well at this. I think we talked about that before, that you have the ability to really do well with leading people and the technical side. Just with this Queen of Wands, you have this too, which is be careful of where you're investing your energy, and the Six of Wands too. Got this victory and flow, so I feel like they're just saying that you have all these capabilities, you're able to do all these things, and, there is this, I don't feel like you're going to enjoy it there because I feel like you enjoy doing the leadership and you enjoy the technical, but it's the communication and the interaction, and it's the expectations and lack of support and validation of the job that you're doing, and I feel like you're kinda like, "Am I doing a good job or not?" Because I don't not getting any feedback, and you're not getting any praise or any, you know, extra compensation or whatever. They're just like, you know, "Here you go, enjoy," and you're just like, "What?" So, I feel like that's what else they want you to know is, like, you're gonna learn a lot and rock it, but, I feel like you'll use the skill somewhere else, really, quite honestly. Your fortune cookie, yeah, intense feelings coming in. What is that? Is an anchor? Oh, it's an anchor in a ship. Your emotions are stronger than usual right now. Are you experiencing a wave of emotional intensity? Yeah. Allow yourself to feel and express these emotions because releasing them will bring you peace. So I like that. So don't hold all this in, let it out, right? Allow yourself to feel, don't push, push, push. Just, if you need to go on a rooftop and scream or in a pillow or go for a long walk, just to let me release some of this energy. Make sure you're taking time to do that. Right. So that's number two. And then number three, you have 3145. So thank you again for your multiple donations. And for this one, you went on the upcoming week for love, career, health, and guidance. All right, so let's take a look here. For the upcoming week for love, career, health. All right, health is 2, and then guidance is 3. All right, let's see what we got going on here. For the week, you've got the 4 of Pentacles. 4 of Pentacles, there's a focus here on being aware of how you're defining your worth, right? And that's what we're taught to, define our worth by the external world, right? By relationships, situations like job, right, and education, all that, and our things, our body, our bank accounts, our possessions. Kind of the almost the three areas that we're looking at are the three buckets, right? But when you define yourself by any of those, you feel unstable because all those things are when we connect our worth to them. And they all point us back, to inward and upward, where we find the solid foundation, the anchoring of our worth. And so I feel like they're wanting you to know this for the next week that, as that's why we fear stuff in those buckets of the outside world, because we feel they mean something about us, but they don't. But we're taught that they are, so we believe it until we realize, no, it don't, right? So, I feel like that's important. And so first off, we were talking about love, right? Yep. Wow, you got the Page of Cups. So, Page of Cups, that's the chalice. I feel like right now, this next week is an energy of focusing in and raising your own self-love. It's part of that self-worth. The more you go inward and upward, you realize, how lovable you are, that you're priceless, and, you don't have to, define yourself by the outside world, unless you want pain and suffering. And, we wouldn't stop that, right? So if you wanna do that, then it can, you know but I feel like, for love, it's about raising your love vibration right now and focusing on your self-love, because as you expand your self-love, then you can give and receive love more to the outside world, to the humans that you choose to as well. So I feel like next week is more inward and upward for self-love. For career, is the next one? Yep, career. You got the 6 of Swords. Yep, so I feel like you're gonna be leaving behind some old ways of thinking, seeing things from a different perspective next week, and in doing that, it allows you to move from choppy waters to calmer waters. I feel like with this combo of the 4 pentacles on the bottom, when you realize this job doesn't define me, it's a stepping stone. I'm learning from this, and who cares what they think of me? I know we are taught that, especially, like, if we used our teachers to define our worth when we were younger, when we get older out of school, then we start looking for our bosses to define our worth. We kinda do that, especially if we're not getting a lot of input from parents. Sometimes we'll have these surrogate parents, teachers, bosses, etc. And I feel like that's kind of the mindset that you're letting go is like, no, they don't define me. They don't know what's going on. They don't know me. They don't even pay attention to a lot of what I'm doing. They don't recognize what I'm doing. So, you know, um, it's turning into you and that I define my worth at work and in love and everything else too. So I feel like that's kind of what's popping in here for you for career. And then for health, you do get the Knight of Swords and the King of Cups. Feel like you either get some information around your health next week with this Knight of Swords, because that's movement of either communication or seeing different ways. And the King of Cups is the balance between the head and the heart. So I feel like they're encouraging you here, because when we are stressing out, we talk about this a lot with your body. When we do your body health, check in with it. It's girl, you're stressing out. And when you're stressing out, your body is not working at its highest capacity. Digestive system is shutting down. You're getting flooded with a lot of adrenaline and a lot of different chemicals that don't do well. So it's about, use like this week, they're encouraging you to find ways to help calm your body. It's if it's through drinking a special type of tea to calm down, or is it breathing exercises, or is it getting out and having a daily walk of some sort just to get your body flowing, to get so I feel like that's important for you next week. And then your overall guidance for the week, you do have the 4 of Wands. Yeah. The more you choose joy, yeah, you move to the 5 of Wands, which changes your energy. So, we can focus on the lower vibration, but we draw more of that in. This is a reminder that if you want to, if you catch yourself in a low vibration, you can choose to move to a high vibration through gratitude or focus on unconditional love or joy, laughter, play, doing something that's not serious, right? So I like that little switching up here. And you have the 7 of Cups, which normally this is like emotional confusion, a lot of different emotions, but I feel like this is you hanging out with your friends. So I feel like it's important next week to do something fun with a fun group of people because I feel like you need that. And I don't feel like you've been doing enough of that, is what they're coming through here. So it's time to let your hair down, go dancing, whatever it is you like to do and enjoy that makes your heart sing with your friends. It's time to go do something with that next week. All right. Let's switch your last fortune cookie is here. Thank you again for your multiple donations. Nope, none of those. That one. All right. Oh, they do want to give you 2, so we will give you 2. The first one is the heart. I like it. Beautiful, beautiful. And it says, your heart knows the truth. Are you overthinking a situation? Trust the wisdom of your heart. It will lead you to the most authentic decision. So, of course, they got to bring in, we're talking about the heart leading you before, right? And then you have a yes energy, which says the answer to your question is yes. Have you been hesitant about a decision? The universe is giving you a clear sign to move forward. Trust this path. So I like it. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Like I said, thank you again for all of your multiple donations there. All right, so let's do it. Just I think maybe 1 or 2 shout outs here. We got Jamie G in the house. Hey, Jamie, good to see you. Get you on the free list here. All right, yeah, we'll take a look at that here for you. It looks like you retracted the others, so we'll stick with that there. Find out what is going on with your feeling down there. All right, so hang in there. We'll get there tonight sometime. All right. So up next, we do have 2 from Maria P. Oh, I have them over here. So Maria, we got 39.55 is for your first timestamp. So thank you for your donations via Z PayPal. And you wanted to know Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. All right. And then what's coming for you guys next week. A message from Wally to you, and then will your relationship continue based on current energies? Does he currently want to continue? And then work for you next week. All right. So his current thoughts and feelings towards you, yeah, he sees you as this beautiful empress. So there's that sensuality. There's a ton of emotion there, creation, mothering energy, but positive, abundant. So their current way of looking at things is looking really good. So maybe they're not communicating it, but I feel like they definitely have thoughts and feelings of this creation. What's coming up for you guys next week? Queen of Wands. The Queen of Wands comes up a lot for you when we ask questions like this because there's so much of whatever you're focusing in on is what unfolds. So I feel like they're going, well, there's a couple opportunities for you this weekend of if you choose gratitude and the higher vibration of, unconditional love and joy and laughter and play and look at what you have some great things that unfold next week. If you go into the expectations and feeling down about what's not happening and they're not doing this and this isn't, that lack energy, then it kind of pushes things away. So I feel like it's very important this weekend what you energy you're putting out because that's what's going to be bringing it in next week. So I feel like they're like it could go so many ways. There's so many different paths. They're like, we don't know because it's so determined over these next 2 days. Um, like this weekend, Saturday and Sunday, what brings it in for you guys next week. So be aware your energy is what draws your relationship, your experience of the relationship to you. And then a message from Wally to you. We have the 10 of cups. Yeah, it's this is joy, joy, overflowing joy. It's relationship energy. I want a relationship with you. I want a relationship with you. I have joy and I feel like, there's I've been down, I've been stressed, I've been pulled in so many different directions and I haven't been myself because I'm drained and I just don't have the energy that to express the things I want to express. So, it's like I'm sorry, please know it's not you. It's I'm freaking tired. So, I feel like that's his message to you. Will your relationship continue? Yeah, you have the 8 of Cups, which the 8 of Cups is walking away from relationships and emotions that don't serve. And I feel like the relationship will continue if we let old emotions go, if we let other interests and other relationships with other tempting people go, then yeah, it will. Because I feel like that's one of the big things with them is, we'll look at does he want to continue? Because I feel like he's not sure what you're wanting, and I do feel like he picks up on that you have other interests. He can tell when you kind of pull back your heart and when you're like, "What are they thinking of me? What are they doing? Hmm, what are my other options?" 'Cause it's like, "Oh, you may not want me?" Kind of energy. Um Yeah, and we do here, does he want to continue? We got the 10 of wands. We do have the 5 of swords, which is conflict, energy. And I feel like this is yeah, he does, but, you know, big butts, right? We like big butts. I thought it was funny when we said that yesterday, one of the things. But we like big butts, though. But there's, where are we investing our energy? You know, how can we learn to communicate differently instead of arguing and fighting? We got to find a way to reroute our energies and kind of look at that differently. So, but I feel like he's like, yeah, I want to continue, but some things we need to work on because we keep on, this energy gets invested in what's not happening. and then we have arguments, and then you break up with me. And then, but when we're focusing on gratitude and that, we're so good. But when what happens is that, so this is the stuff that breaks, that is standing in our way of flowing forward and, going to new levels. They're kind of want to work on those things. And then work for you next week, you have the Ace of Wands. So it does feel like there's some sort of action that comes in next week, because that is a movement card. It's a great possibilities card, but I'm getting an energy of there's something that gets there's movement on those areas where you felt it's been stagnant. So I feel like you get some information, and it feels like things are not stuck. It feels like things are flowing. So I feel like that's what they have for that one. Let's see what your fortune cookie is for this. Whoa. I'm glad I didn't lose that deck all over the place. um, so they've given me both ears. This one, you've got go, let go, love. It says, letting go of past love opens the door to new possibilities. That's like that. I feel like the Eight of Cups, letting go of old loves, not Wally, but old loves, old emotions too. Are you holding on to an old relationship? Release it, and you'll find peace and the potential for new love as well. So you can take that however you want. But I feel like it's a lot of it is letting go of the old emotions, old relationships, old connections, and um, and I feel like that's the kind of energy that's coming in for that one there. All right, so let's see what we've got here for number 2. Let me just do a quick shout out here. We got Cat Marie. Hey, let's see, Cat Marie. We are up here. You want a general? Okay, so you said so for your general. Just want to know if you guys have any advice on. Uh, is that East to do about intensifying feelings constantly on what to do. Oh, I get you. Okay, yeah. Let me add that clarification in there, and there we go. So I got you updated. All right. And then, Maria, 4753 is for number 2. So here is for number 2. Boom, boom. And we wanna know what happened at work today since you weren't there. Drama? I love it. Cheers, cheers. All right. So let's see here. Was there any drama at work? Well, first of all, what happened at work? Was there anything? Boom, boom. Was there drama? What about Dr. Laura? What about Dr. Bob? I feel like it's on there. Dr. Bob. What's coming for work for you and promotion? Thank you. Anything you need to know for work? And then those ladies, are they still making drama? Are they still making drama for me? Um, and if so, why? All right. So what we got here. So what happened at work since you weren't there today? They got the 6 of Cups, the 5 of Cups. Yeah, I kind of feel I feel like there was some drama. We'll look at that specific drama next, but you got the 5 of Cups, which is lower vibrational emotions. 6 of Cups is a kind of an energy of childish energy. I just feel like there was some childishness going on. People reverting into their fears, so they're acting, you know, as we say, when our inner child feels unsafe or out of control or uncomfortable, we do stupid things because we go out of our intelligent minds, out of our compassionate minds, out of our loving minds, and we act like 2-year-olds, right? So I feel like there, let's see what the drama was. Was there drama here? We got the 3 of Wands, we got the 2 of Cups. So I do feel here, the 3 of Wands is a change of direction on something that they did. I feel like there was a drama that was starting up between 2 people with this 2 of Cups. Um, so there was something going on specific between 2 people, and people started taking sides, kinda like, you know, this group of people like this person, this group of people like this person, and there was like a but I feel like it got, uh, derailed, it got moved into a different thing. I feel like someone stepped in and said, "Alright, come to my office," or something like that, and they brought it. Let's get this solved. Boom, boom. Alright, good. Psht. So I feel like that, is what happened. Let's see here, Dr. Laura, does she have anything to do with this? Ace of Pentacles? So, I feel like, they what is this about a new well, they brought in a new possibility, a new opportunity. It just feels like whatever these 2 people were arguing over or, getting up in arms about, that Dr. Laura gave them something else to focus on. Like, "You guys need to drop that. I need you guys to do this." I feel like they're reminding me when I worked at a dog kennel for a summer once, and the owner taught me that, if the dogs are getting riled up, all you have to do is have this little empty, the little plastic milk carton, the jugs, right? You just put some pebbles in there, just a few, and you shake it and throw it up, and all the dogs were like, "Whoop," and then they're distracted. And then they went on to other things. I feel like that's what she kinda did was, "Alright, we need to drop that, but I need you guys to work on this right now." They're like, "Oh, okay." She kept them all busy. Give them something to do. And then what about Dr. Bob? Dr. Bob, yeah, he got the Justice card. I feel like he kinda stayed out of it, quite honestly. This is like they were looking at things from a different perspective, you know? He wanted clarity on what happened, but he didn't wanna get involved, in that, so, I like that. Let's see what else. What's coming for work for you in your promo? We got the 8 of Swords. 8 of Swords here. I do feel like there's a little bit of this is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore, those that make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And so I feel like there's a little bit of that that goes in with, like that the episode of The Easier Path when it talks about our energy is what draws or repels opportunities away from us, and then there's also a belief of our inner child, whether they open the gates and or not to let things in or not, if it feels we deserve it, and there's something here with this 8 of Swords that they're bringing up, saying that there's opportunities for it to come in, but it does feel like your own thoughts, and there's something below the surface that's keeping you from going forward. So, the more you look into that and I highly recommend that episode 14, Abundance Where It Be, I feel like is important for you. Anything you need to know about work? You got the 9 of Cups and the Hierophant, Well, really just the same old message you've been getting. You have this emotional dream come true. The Hierophant is your higher self trying to show you and see things from a different perspective, and that there is something more out there for you. It's a change of job to go in pursuit of something that matches your heart. And I feel like that's what you need to know. I just feel like they're like, you already know this. That's just a reminder, that this is where the change happens, and then are those ladies um creating drama? Yeah, we got this beautiful magician energy that's coming in here. So there is some magic that's happening there, but um you know what they're telling me here is that they can't make drama for you. They can create their own drama, but whether it's dramatic for you or not is totally up to you, right? If they do this and, like, "Oh, did she," like you were saying earlier this week, right? "Is she following the rules? Is she taking time off when she shouldn't be?" Shouldn't she be written up? Duh, 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 duh," and we're like, I can either get involved in that and go, "They're trying to get me fired, they hate me, and I'm gonna have drama." I can react and go into drama, because drama is villains, victims, and heroes, right? Drama. Or I can stay out in the audience and just watch their drama and go, "Isn't that interesting? This isn't about me. This is about what's going on with them individually," right? So I like that because you go, "Why? Why are they creating this stuff?" Well, the 10 of swords is expectations, expectations, expectations. And temperance card is, I feel like it's usually a patience card, but I feel like this is an impatience card because they are like, they want things to be their way and they want it right now. But, why people act up, because people don't create drama. And I like this beautiful message about that people are not dramatic. I know kind of feel like they are, right? Like we do feel like people can be dramatic, but everyone is always perfectly expressing the emotions they have within them. Now, we don't know what's going on inside of them, so their actions were like, "That doesn't match up. Why are they acting that way?" Well, they're perfectly expressing whatever's going on inside of them, right? So, when I have expectations and they feel like they're behind and things are not unfolding and they're, less than, then they're gonna point at people that they think in their minds are higher than them, and people will either destroy, try to bring people down to where they feel they're at, or they'll boast themselves up to try to be where they feel other people are at, or both, right? But the thing is usually with us humans, our perception is that we're low and they're up. So when they try to boast themselves more, like, "Oh, look at them trying to even make us feel worse about ourselves," or if they're destroying us, then they're, trying to get us, "Oh, you're pushing me further down," because that's how we see it. But from their viewpoint, it's reversed. They think we're up here and they're down there. So when we're doing things like we're trying to boast ourselves up or try to destroy people, they're in that same mindset. So that's why drama happens. But that's what's going on inside of them, right? So hopefully that helps, Maria. It's not about you. It's about what's going on with them, right? What what rises within you about their actions or non-actions, their words or their silence, that's for you. That's your trigger. That's what your insecurities, your fears are. Why they're doing whatever they're doing, that's all about what's going on inside of them, right? And then you have your fortune cookie is hope. Ta-da! And it says, "Hope is like a light in the darkness. Have you been feeling discouraged? Remember that difficult times are temporary. Hold on to hope, and it will lead you towards brighter days." Oh, I like that. All right, so that's what they have for number 2 for you, Maria. We'll circle back around eventually for your free reading as well. All right, let me do a couple shout outs here and we'll get back into the readings here. We got Pink or Angel. Hey, good to see you. Greetings. We'll get you on the free list here. All right. Hey, Butterfly. Hello, hello. um, so Jamie, I only have one free question per session. So this does Ann at work have a crush on you? You can make a donation if you want to dive deep into that, or we can do that another night, or we can replace your current question with that one. So I'll let you decide and let me know what you want to do there. But just one, it's like a potluck. Everyone can only go through the line once for free. All right. Then we got Michelle Smith in the house. Hey, Michelle, good to see you. I did get your donation via the Cash app. So thank you for that. And we'll get that on the list here. And I'll let everyone know what the list looks like here in a momentito. All right. I think I got everyone else. Yeah. All right. Perfect. So Up next, we'll have Wilder Wandering, and then Chelsea, and then Crystal times 2, then Cat Marie, and then 2 for Ruby, and then 1 for Lauren, and then back to Ruby, and then Michelle. You'll be up after that. So good to see you. Hello, hello. All right. Let me take a sip here. Not drinking. So cheers, cheers, everybody. Oh, thank you so much. You're so sweet, Camry. Thank you. So grateful that we're all on this journey together. Who knows what other shenanigans we're doing at our other expressions on other planets? I'm sure we are. All right. So, Wilder Wandering, we're at 1 hour and 54 seconds. Oops, there we go. So, here's your timestamp. So, advice for Josh and You's connection. All right. Let's see. What does Spirit have here for you? What advice? Okay, we got that. And then that one. I do want this one and this one and that one and that one. All right. So let me just get these scooched. Bottom of the deck, we do have the King of Swords. And, we've got this, even you got the Knight of Swords underneath that. Wow. And the Three of Swords, all the swords energy underneath here. Three of Swords is expectations equal disappointment. So just on the bottom of the deck, all of this mental energy with the Master of thinking, because the King of Swords rules over the sword suit with the Queen, but also um they all get all the kings get a second portion of swords behind, which makes them two-part swords, the master of that mind and the storyteller. And so this Knight of Swords underneath that is about movement and a change of mindset and the because expectations equal disappointment. So the more we have all these expectations that we all given growing up, right? Supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be about who they're supposed to be, what they're supposed to bring into the relationship, how a relationship is supposed to start and flow and end up, and what it's supposed to bring me, and what I'm supposed to bring into the relationship to bring them, and who am I supposed to be in the relationship? I mean, it's exhausting, right? And that's exactly what happens. It sucks the life out of things because when we are given so many expectations about what love is supposed to look like or a relationship, and we're down here, we feel like we're in the negative. We're like, I'm behind. And we were trying to rush to get up to 0. And we're like, it's exhausting. And there's so many expectations that we hardly ever get up to 0. That's why relationships or things we have so many expectations around kind of poop out, you know, and but the more that we can let go of mindsets and let go of these expectations, focus on gratitude for what is happening, not what's not happening, then we grow the relationship. So gratitude grows, expectations shrink something, right? And so I feel like that's the important energy below the surface, just to know about relationships and connections with people, even our own dreams and our jobs and everything else. Applies to any area of our life, but I feel like that's important to know. Your first card is the Justice card. So does she have, well, they don't show it on here, but she usually has the Ace of Swords. And the Justice card, is Libra energy, which rules over the house of partnerships, relationships. And she has the scales of justice, which in the beginning, like I said, we're given a ton of expectations, right? So that side of the scale is piled with all these expectations. We don't have a whole lot of like input or um higher thoughts around relationships given to us growing up, where mainly humans are yelling at us with all their opinions. And so we don't hear the gentle whispers of spirit going, if you have gratitude about a relationship, things would be all different, right? So it's like, oh, but this is all about us purposely looking at things from a higher perspective, from a place of unconditional love and joy and laughter and gratitude, right? Not being so serious, but celebrating things, then then we start questioning the small T truths rooted in fear, all those opinions, and then we can even take some of those, transform it into higher wisdom, and so we balance things out, and then that's what helps with relationships that come in, right? Yeah, isn't that great? And it's amazing. Can you imagine? Because none of us like to hear what we're doing wrong, right? "Oh, you're not doing this. Oh, you're nagging me. Oh, you're not doing this, and you should do this. You're not doing that right." That doesn't help a relationship grow. That doesn't encourage me to do more. It doesn't encourage me to change. Encourages me to head in the other direction, right? But if someone, if every day I was like, "Hey, Wilder, you know what I love about you?" "What?" "I love how you do this." And you're like, "Really? Wow. Is that gonna make you wanna do more of that?" "You are damn right you do." And other things. You're like, "Ooh, they like that. I'm gonna do some other things because I love getting this positive, gratitude from them. I wanna do this." And that's the same thing. Every human, it's just part of our nature. If someone says, "I love how you do this," we're gonna overdo it, and we're gonna do more of that, plus add more stuff. But if someone's nitpicking and going, "You're not emptying the dishwasher right," am I gonna go empty the dishwasher? Hell no. You can go do it yourself. That's funny, right? Anyway, so those are examples. You also have, yeah, look at this, the 9 of swords, the 8 of wands. Yeah. So our fears, all of our expectations is what triggers things. And we talked about that a little earlier tonight. Yeah, you get the 9 of wands. It's also what blocks things. Both it's the 9, not the 8. I don't know why I thought it was the 8. Kind of looks like the 8 of wands, but there's this expectations and fears create blocks and, keeps us from moving forward. Releasing expectations and, like we said, focusing on gratitude actually allows us, to have this, uh, flow instead of blocks, right? And there is something progressing here. You got 1 card, 2 cards, and then 3 cards, so this is growing, with the relationship energy here. And you got the 6 of pentacles, which in this case, I don't feel like this is the codependency energy. I feel like this is about equal balance. King of Pentacles. Yeah, so there is this abundance. This is again gratitude, right? Gratitude and equal balance with each other, and the Two of Swords with it, which is the power of the story, all the swords energy. So, great advice also from Spirit regarding relationships is every moment what anyone does, so the love of our life or whoever we're dating at the time, whichever applies, or both, but whatever they're doing or not doing, saying or not saying, has no meaning. It's meaningless, anything anyone does in the outside world, until it gets in here, and then we create the story about what that means. And then we have an emotional soundtrack that activates that we've attached to when this belief comes up, this is the song that plays, Rob Zombie's "Let the Body Hit the Floor," "This angers me," so that's the soundtrack of the emotions, and here that comes, right? Um, or it's a sad song, and then we go into our sad Z, energy. Or it's a joyful song because when they do that, that means this, and I have a joyful song. But then we have our actions and our energy we put forward, but it's all us choosing. And it starts with the story that we put to things. Oh, they're doing that because they don't love me. How's that gonna go? Or they're doing that because they do love me. There it goes, right? So whatever story we choose each moment is either of lower vibration of fear or higher vibration of joy, gratitude, unconditional love. So it's a beautiful, little thing here, right? Is it body hits the floor. Yeah, it's not Rob Zombie, is it? So sorry. Thought it was Rob Zombie. One of my exes, they used to listen to Rob Zombie, and that I wasn't a big, hardcore fan myself, but, whenever we were driving in separate cars and it came on, I would on the radio, I knew they were listening to the same radio station. I would turn it up and roll down the window and, and he'd start doing it too. How dare you? I know. That's good, it's a great song. Um, so I feel like that's important there, and then you have these 5 cards underneath, so let's see what these are about here. Yeah. So another, important, advice on the connection with the 8 of Cups is, you know, fill up our emotional bank as much as we can so we have a lot to give to someone else, to give to them. And that means letting go of relationships that don't serve us. And if we're giving 70, 80, 90% into some other people's relationships and they're only giving consistently 10, 20, 30 back, we're like, I need to reserve this emotion so I have it to give. And even, look at our suppressed and repressed emotions of anger and sadness from when we were 7 years old or younger, where we weren't able to express those because no one likes an angry child or a crying child usually, unless you have a really enlightened parent. It's very, very, unlikely, because parents, we all of us tend to become enlightened later in life, not when we're raising children. So we keep passing everything down, right? But they want a happy child, and so those sadness, that anger, we allow our inner child to feel them and, flow so that we don't have that charged emotional energy taking our emotional energy or the energy we're using to keep it down so we don't yell at everybody and cry at the drop of a hat, right? It's like we got to keep it under control. But as we release all those, we get all this emotional energy back, and that does help with the relationship too. Yeah, we got the 6 of Wands. I feel like focus on the victories. Again, focus on what we love and uplift each other with that. Yeah, the Queen of Pentacles, making sure Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, to nurture yourself, um, and realize no one can treat me and, any, let's see, how are they saying that? No one can treat me the way that I need to be treated the most effectively than myself, because I know myself the most, so I give myself what makes me feel happy and overflowing, and then that's a kinda letting go of the expectations, like, "You're supposed to make me happy." No one can make us happy. Happiness happens, it's an inside job. Once I'm happy, then whatever they do is above and beyond. When I'm expecting them to make me happy, that's the expectation, they fail because they can't, and we can't make them happy, so if they're not happy, we think it's our fault, and if we're not happy, we think it's their fault, but there's no fault, it's just awareness, "Oh, I'm the one that has to make me happy." They're the ones that may have to make themselves happy, and then we can have happy times together, um, but it's not dependent on their actions or non-actions, words or silence. My happiness is here. And the Empress, so you got the Queen of Pentacles and the Empress. Both of these are really reinforcing that energy because both of those are like Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing myself, following in my heart, doing what I love. And the High Priestess, making sure you are taking time for yourself to focus in on your emotions and yourself. Because what's wonderful is one of the biggest, bestest things we can do for any relationship is to raise our self-love. Because every relationship of the outside world is a reflection of our self-love. And we can't love someone more than we love ourselves, nor receive love from someone more than we love ourselves. So, the best thing for any relationship is to find my self-love, my self-worth, raise my love vibration, and realizing that the other person isn't my life, but I can share my life with them. So, I like that. So that was a lot, I know. Good thing you can, um, do that again, right? Yeah. Why is it hard to accept? Yeah, why is that hard to accept? Yeah, you got purpose here. I like this for your fortune cookie. It says, "Your purpose is guiding you forward. Have you been feeling lost? Refocus on what truly matters to you, and pursue the things that bring meaning and fulfillment." So I like that. And I know it is hard to accept in the beginning, and I get it, because when we're brought up that, um, we made mom mad or sad, and we made dad mad or sad, we're kinda taught that we're responsible for other people's emotions, and thus everyone else is responsible for our emotions, and so as we're going through life, we do feel out of control through it all. We're just like, I'm trying my best to make everyone happy, but they're choosing not to be happy. And why? I'm doing everything I can. Why are they acting that way? I don't know. Because we're not in control of their emotional choices. We can make it easier or harder for people to choose higher or lower vibration choices, but we can't choose for them. You can give someone the world, they can still choose the sadsies or the anger. And we're like, what did I do? What else could I have done? That's because and then we fell out of control. But then we're like, "Why isn't anyone making me happy?" It's because they can't either. So, the hard part I felt for me was when I had to take responsibility for all of my choices that I made throughout my life, right? Because it's like, oh, you know? But it's almost like in that same breath when I was able to release my responsibility to everyone else in the world that I can't. And then I could come back to me. Byron Katie, it's amazing if you ever have a chance to check her out. It's Byron is her first name and Katie, Katie. She's got a great YouTube channel. She also has a website called thework.com. Great reflective energies. But one of the, I mean, she has such big beliefs. I totally went off topic now. What was it? What was I talking about? Oh, yeah, the, when we're in other people's business, we feel out of control because I can't control that. When I come back to my business, then I feel comfortable and that again, right? Yeah, yeah, we think we can save someone else, but how can we save someone else if we aren't able to save ourselves first, right? It's like it's like someone drowning, or, an airplane when the little things comes down, we gotta save ourselves first, um, then we can save other people, and we really can't save other people because when we swim out to them, they just drag us under and we drown with them, but we can stay on shore and throw them lifesavers, those little life donuts, those little donut, you know, flotation devices. We can throw them out to them, but it's up to them to grab onto it. We still can't make them grab onto it, you know? So I like that. Can't pour from an empty cup. I love it. You're very welcome. All right. So that is yours there, Wilder. I know we went deep in that, so it must be for more than just us. All right, let me see here. Where did we leave off here? We were up here. Oh, yeah, Cat Mary. You're probably Tasmanian devil in another reality. Hey, maybe we're a tribe of Tasmanian devils. Hey, Tim, good to see you. Oh, you're so welcome. Thank you for that. I like that. Seeking new resources and will add your podcast resources. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And hello, where are your manners? All right. Okay, we got that. We got that. That's good there. We got blueberry. Hey, you're so funny. I love your little hand waving. So we got you. We'll get you onto the free reading list here. Yeah, be interesting to reflect on that, Cat Marie. I know that. we think we have more control over other people's business, but something that I learned as a manager for decades over other people is people don't do anything they don't wanna do, and the idea that this misconception that I had over that I had control over people was quickly diminished as I supervised people, 1,000, but maybe 1,000 people, at least, and over time, over those years, and, um, you realize nobody does anything they don't wanna do, and if we try to get someone to do something that they're wanting to do, we're like, "Oh, look, success." And they're like, but if they didn't wanna do it, they wouldn't have done it. So, it's interesting. Us humans, I swear. Alright, so we'll dive back in here. Thank you guys for your patience. I'll focus back on reading. Alright, good stuff, Maynard. Alright, so Chelsea, you're up, 121.09. So Chelsea, here's your timestamp. Thank you again for your donation. And again, congratulations on getting the job offer. Woot woot. And so you're not sure you're going to love it. You sort of want to make the most of it. Yeah, absolutely. At least it's money coming in, right? So let's see here. Are you correct? And are you going to end up doing something else you love? See what we can find out here for you here. And that one and those two. All right. See what we have here. It's interesting here because on the bottom of the deck we do have the Four of Wands, which is a joy and a celebration energy. And we talk about following our heart, and because there's something about this, if I could be happy about anything, I can choose to love anything, I could celebrate anything. And I know when I was like a supervisor and different things, what was making it unjoyful for me was my own beliefs around what things should be and how it should unfold and all of this. There's something about returning to your joy will bring you a lot of clarity through this too, that you can have joy. Okay, so they're saying there's a difference between loving something, but what do you mean by loving something? Is it joy? I have joy while I'm doing something? Because we can choose joy and be joyful for no reason and enjoy anything we do. Um, so I feel like they're kind of bringing in a really deep, deep, deep kind of clarity question around what is it that would tell you that you love something and that you don't love something, right? So I feel like there's something in that. That's the underlying energy way below the surface. But let's see here. Your first card is, are you right? Is this something, are you going to really love it or not? And you got the Five of Swords. There is that conflict between your head and your heart. So that's where we usually talk about that your mind wants to do something, but your heart wants to express the love in your heart in a different way. So I do feel like that's a yes for you there, that your mind is going, yeah, yeah, I think this will be good. And your heart's like, excuse me, no, I don't want to do that. So let's see what else they have here for you here. Yeah, you got the Three of Cups, the Page of Cups. Oh my God, yeah. So here's joy, another joy card, and then the Page of Cups is another happy card. That there's something else there that is easier for you to choose joy and love and higher vibration, something that makes your heart feel like it's being heard and that it's not being restricted and can express itself. Like I don't have to dim my emotions. I can let them fill up and overflow. So I do feel like there is something there. There's something about your north node I feel would help you know what it is that you're being drawn toward. Because in astrology, Our south node is kind of what we come into life with from our past lives. It's what we feel comfortable when in the beginning, it's like our safety net, our, like I said, our comfort zone. But the north node is our intention of what we would like to move toward and experience. It's like we're here, but I want to grow and experience this too. Um, and of course, it's on the opposite side of the astrological chart, so it's the thing that can kind of go back and forth like this conflict. So I feel like that's something to know there. You have the 5 of Wands, the 3 of Swords. Yeah, which again, I feel like this is reaffirming here for you because this is the stepping stone energy eventually. It does feel disappointing eventually. It's not going to live up to the expectations of the mind either. And I feel like that's when things change, right? Because when our heart wants to go this way and our mind is like, no, 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 we need to do this, that's when we battle, and while we're battling, we kinda struggle, but we stay in a position. But when our heart's going, "I'm gonna go this way," and the mind finally goes, "Yeah, I'm not liking this either. Let's go." That's when they join hands and take off in a direction. So, I feel like eventually your mind will be like, "Yeah, this isn't for me either." Yeah, you have the King of Pentacles. So here's this abundance energy, gratitude energy. You have the 10 of Cups, overflowing emotional joy energy, and the Knight of Cups. Yeah, pursuit of your heart, right? The joy, the joy. And I like this because when your head runs away with your heart to go, in this new thing, the wonderful thing is that if we just followed our heart, we end up, what, selling corn dogs to Eskimos or something, because I love corn dogs and I love Eskimos and I wanna go to Alaska, so I'm gonna do that. Let's go. The heart wants to do it, and the mind's like, "Oh, hell. I wonder how long it's gonna be before we eat all the corn dogs because 'cause we're starving to death," right? When the mind joins with the heart, it supports the dream of the heart, and it makes it able to happen and be sustained as well. So, I like that, but I definitely feel you have some clarity that will come in for you. You do have the Hanged Man here, um, which usually they're upside down, which is funny. They're right side up in this deck, which is the 12th house of Pisces, Neptune energy, the dream. And I feel like that is what you're getting in tune with. You're kind of, and I get it with all your Capricorn stellium. I think you're the one with the Capricorn stellium, right? You can get into your head a bit. And so I feel like your heart will be heard, and I feel like you're wanting to hear from them. So I feel like they're going to kind of share that piece with you. And it's a beautiful discovery energy. I feel like that's coming in. So I like that, Chelsea. That's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here, too. Yeah, don't feel guilty, which says guilt can hold you back. Are you carrying the weight of past decisions? Forgive yourself and move forward. Only then can you truly grow. Yeah. So if you feel like, oh, I'm letting myself down by choosing to do this thing, no, like you said, I feel like you can let the old decisions, anything, like you're on the perfect path and unfolding this beautiful journey to know who you are. So there's no wrong. There's just different choices with different outcomes, different experiences. And here's one, right? So I like that. Right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. And then we have two coming up for Crystal Ray. So, Crystal, your first timestamp is 12922. There we go. Boom, boom, boom. There's that timestamp there. So thank you for that donation. And Corey's thoughts on you. Let's take a look here. So what is Corey thinking on you right now? So we got this and this. Got these three, these two. And I do want that one. All right. So this countdown is here. The bottom of the deck, you do have the devil. I love the artistry on these. And the devil card is Capricorn, Saturn energy. So underneath the surface, they're really in their head. It's a big thinking energy, but it's also an energy of like shaking up the rattling of the cage, challenging long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets, expectations, those kind of things. So it's a good rattling because we all need that because we don't know we're in a cage till the cage rattles. And then we start dismantling the cage to set our heart free. So I like that. Let's see what else we have here. Yep, the Empress. Yep. So they do see you as this. Excuse me. There's sensuality. There's a ton of emotions underneath the surface, but the sensuality is center creation. I was going to say creating, and so I said creation, but it's creation. It's creating something, and that mother energy. So I just feel like there's a lot of it's a positive harvest type of card. So very positive. And we got the judgment card, which is their higher self kind of feeling this pull towards you, this kind of energy that's there. Did we talk about past life connections with them over the last night or the night before? I just feel like there's something deeper there too. It's like they're feeling this pull towards you. And then you got 3, 2, 1 here. So let's see what this countdown is. So the 3 that are here, you got the 7 of wands. So they do think that you are someone that is true to your authentic self, that you are, you don't dim your light, you don't ask permission to shine. You're like, this is who I am. And I like that. We have the Queen of Cups, which I feel like there's like they feel a lot of emotion from you. This 3 of Wands energy that's here is I feel like they've got a little bit of past insecurity where, people have changed their minds and they get all hot and bothered for them and jump in and he gave his heart before and then they're like, "Well, I kind of want to go over here." And they're like, "What?" So I feel like they're afraid that you're going to before they express all that emotion they're feeling below the surface with that Empress card. I feel they want to make sure that, things are, you know, solid before they share those because they've been burned before. So I feel like that's where they're at. In these two cards that are coming up here, yeah, I got the Five of Cups and the Justice, which makes sense. They want to kind of have this energy, that comes in here, um, with balancing out relationship energy, clarity, again, around the relationship, and this sorrow energy, the past bad breakup energy. I feel like they're trying to balance it out because I feel like they're going, well, that's not you. And I don't want to put that on you. So I'm putting you on a separate scale, but they're like, but people do that. And even though you haven't showed me any signs that you would do that, I didn't think the other people would do it either. And so they're like, I'm trying to go in with my eyes wide open and pay attention and gain clarity as we go. So I feel like they're taking it step by step here. And they do have the Five of Pentacles. Yeah, there's a lot of this. I feel like, you know, they the Five of Pentacles is the fear of being abandoned, being left behind, being left out in the cold. So I don't feel like it's, this is like, you're going to do this, but I feel like they're really spending a lot of time with this thinking to really look at things because I need to know and I'm watching to see if there's any signs that you would do that. And and there's really nothing that you can do besides be consistent. Be consistent in how you're showing up, and regardless of what they do or don't do, you be consistent. Because if they pull back or they, freak out or, they have an insecurity that pops up, if you step back, they go, "Oh, there you go." You know? And no pressure or anything, you get to be who you are, but if you're wondering, "Well, what can I do to help them with that?" That's what you can do, but please also don't feel like you have to, "Oh, I have to adapt to be everything for them," you get to react, you get to have your emotions, you get to shine bright, you get to be yourself too. But if you're wondering, "Well, how can I make it easier for them?" Well, I can do that. That's reasonable. But if you ever feel like, "Well, I need to step back," then you do what you wanna do too. I like that. You have permission. You didn't need permission, by the way. Yeah, and time. "As sands through the hourglass, so are the days of your life." Um, Time is your greatest ally for growth and healing. Have you been rushing through life? Trust in the timing of things. Patience will bring the results you seek. Yeah. So I like that. Be patient with this unfolding as it unfolds. All right. So that is what they have for your first one there. Take a look here. What did you say, Kat Marie? We talked about past life connections about 2 days ago as well. Yeah. Isn't that great? There's so many. I went for my birthday, my mama sent me a Cracker Barrel, gift card, and so I took my host to breakfast, and when our over breakfast conversation at the Cracker Barrel, I was talking about past lives and how, it's amazing looking around at all the people in the restaurant. We most likely have past lives or current lives with all these people, with all these billions of expressions of our soul is happening all at the same time in different dimensions and different universes and frequencies. And it's like we probably have had pa- or are having, lives with all these people. That's a Cracker Barrel conversation, right? All right, back on track. So, Crystal, for number two, 137.15. So, thank you again for your dual donation. There we go. And for this one, you want to know Corey's mother's thoughts on you. All right. Your mother. Your future mother in law. You want to know what she's thinking of you? Cheers, cheers. All right. So we got those, we got that, we got that. Oh, that one too. All right. All right. Let's see what mother's thinking of now. All right, we got the Five of Swords. So they kind of are going back and forth. They're a little conflicted between their head and their heart, right? So we'll see what this is about, which is normal, I think, for any mother, regarding anyone that's seeing their child. They have their heart thinking one thing and their very critical mind going, are you good enough for my son? So let's see what we have here. Yeah, we got the 10 of Wands. So she's like, wow, that's a lot of passion, a lot of action. Um, I feel like they're like, that's happening fast or that there's a lot of energy around this. And she's like, all right, well, let's take it slow. Let's not rush, because I feel like she's sensing from her son, the excitement and this energetic draw. And they're like, because she doesn't want her son to get hurt. Like he got hurt before, it's mama bear wanting to protect and like take it slow, kind of energy. We got the Wheel of Fortune and the Lovers. So yeah, I feel like this is their heart going, ooh, I like this for him. Lovers card with that, it's one of the most abundant cards in the deck with the Wheel of Fortune. So it's very much, they think it's a positive thing from the heart. I just feel like that the mind, let's see if we have the mind's energy here. Yeah, this feels like the mind. The mind still feels like this is good with the 6 of Wands. It's a victory energy, a mutual passion, but the 7 of Pentacles is The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit. That's the patience. That's the slow your roll, mister. Let's take it slow. Let's not rush into anything. But I feel like it feels positive around this. I feel like they just want their son to be happy, kind of energy. Yeah, we got the King of Swords, along with the Fool card. So, the Fool card is like this, how would we say that? It's with this King of Swords, King of Swords, the master of the story and clarity, and, um, and I kind of feel like this is her energy going, I'm thinking about this too much. I need to just realize they're grown adults and I need to stop trying to get involved. Because I feel like they start bringing up things and then they start feeling the pressure of this is I need to make sure this, I need to make sure that, I need to da da da. And they're just like, no, I don't. I just need to let him enjoy the adventure because he's an adult. And I feel like that's what, they're trying to bring in here is this I I have my thoughts, I have my feelings, and I feel like they're positive. Excuse me, but I also feel like she wants to mind her own business because I feel like he never listens to her anyway. And so I feel like she gets to that point of going, you know what? You do you do what you want. I feel like she feels, she trusts you, she knows who you are. So I don't feel like she's um overly concerned with that. So so that is what they have for you there. Nothing I feel like to be concerned of. And you're like, yeah, mind your own business. Yo, bat. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah. Ooh, telepathy. She's reading your mind. Your intuition is connecting you with others. Have you experienced moments of deep understanding with someone? Pay attention to these subtle connections. They could hold the answers you need. So I do feel like you have that with him, don't you? Did you guys kind of have that little spark where you're like, whoa, this past life connection energy? So I feel like you're picking up what you need. But I like that. So that's what they have for you, Crystal. Hopefully that helps. Thank you again for your donations. Very grateful. All right. Hey, Chelsea, pop back on. Oh, you're very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. I'm excited for you to see what this is, too. And Ruby, thank you for your additional donation. We'll get you added onto the list here. So we're bouncing around. What is this about? Who sent the peacock? Oh, all right. All right. So Kat Marie, we are to you. I know, finally, right? 143.25. Thank you for all your participation in the chat too. I love it. And so for your general read, you want to know if your guides have any advice on what to do about your intensifying feelings every day, just a pit in your stomach constantly. All right, let's take a look here. So what can we know about the pit? It's like that TV show. Okay, and these, none of those, and this one. All right. All right, let's take a look here. So the bottom of the deck, oh yeah. Oh my God, yeah. Oh my God. You're like, what? What? Well, you'll see. Because you got the Hierophant on the bottom of the deck, which is Major Arcana number 5, the Master of Change, the Master of Stepping Stones, um, bringing in beautiful awareness, allowing you to see things from different perspectives, right? But they're the I guess I should call it like the card the, um, of growth, you know, I've mentioned before, it's like Humble the Poet, I have a reading one of his books, and he says, there is no comfort in the growth zone, and there's no growth in the comfort zone. So this is the master of the growth zone. So it feels uncomfortable energy. And I was the reason I went, what? Oh my God, because underneath them you have the five of cups, and underneath that, the five of pentacles. So there's a lot of this bubbling up of things, I feel like, underneath the surface. And I feel like this is about your empowerment, because this feeling in your gut, this like, "Oh, what's this intensifying uneasy feeling?" I feel like that's your solar plexus chakra. I just feel like it's your solar plexus that's activating your sacral, that's activating your root chakra as well. It's like boom, boom, boom kind of energy that's there. We'll find out more here. That's the bottom of the deck because I was wondering, you got 5 cards, so I feel like this is gonna be telling us a lot about these 5 energy here. And then it's 3 cards, 2 cards, 1 card. I go, "Where's the number 4?" But they're like, "No, no, no. This is separate. This is telling you what is all this uneasiness, this energy of anticipating a change." It's almost like they're showing me going up on a roller coaster, tick, 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 when it's going for that first little, "Here we go." It's that kind of energy. It just kind of feels like, "Oh god, here we go. What's coming?" It's kind of this anticipation of terror in a way, but not in a bad way. It's like, or excitement. It's a mixture of excitement and fear of what's coming next kind of energy. This change is that's happening. So let's see what this is about. You have the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah, this new opportunity that's opening up. This is also about your self-worth. So this is that here's that yellow solar plexus chakra. So this is like a kind of a confirmation for me here. You got the High Priestess, which is an energy of, stepping back, connecting with spirit, looking behind the veil, but I feel like they're really focusing in on diving deep into the emotions, and, with the Hierophant and the High Priestess, they both look at things from a higher perspective. So I do feel like there's this coming in here. Yeah, and you got the Four of Pentacles too. This is about self-worth along with that, I'm putting it with the Ace of Pentacles with that solar plexus. You've got the Nine of Wands, something that you've been feeling has been holding you back. So I feel like there's a block in your solar plexus chakra, and I feel like you're conflicted inside, with something, and we'll find out kind of what this is because it's an old story that you've told yourself about your worth, and one's from your mind that created it because of some past experiences, but the original emotion that created all of these thoughts and beliefs that were designed to protect you, the bottom emotion is what they're with that High Priestess, is what they're kind of pointing you to. So I feel like there's something that the pressure is building for this release, for something to be, put forward, right? Yeah. I feel like this new opportunity is not like, so much of a like something happening in the outside world. I feel like this is an internal opportunity to it's like something that is bringing up so much pressure that they're telling me it's like a burp. You have this, "Hey, how your stomach is like, oh, I have so much pressure," and then burp or at the other end too, right? But this is burping. And it's like this release that comes that, so I feel like it's an emotion, that has to do with your solar plexus that wants to be released. So let's see what this 3, 2, 1 is here. See if we can get some clarity here. Yeah, the Page of Swords. So the offer to see something from a higher perspective, so clarity. You do have the Eight of Wands. Is it the 8? Yeah, the Eight of Wands. And I do feel like there are this is a lot of energy and a lot of a movement of energy that's being flooded into your solar plexus to help you transform and, release this block, but, that's like it's do you ever, like, have a garden hose and you've the spigot is on, but the little sprayer's not, and the tightening and the tightening and the tightening of the hose? I feel like that's kind of this energy. It's like it just feels like things are building up, here. And yeah, and we have the 9 of cups. So there is something here about living the true dream kind of energy and not feeling like you're something about your don't feel like you're allowed to live your dreams. And it's something that's below the surface. I mean, here you're like, I do deserve to live my dreams, but there's something that's going on lower, like, no, you don't, and it can be our inner child. If you haven't checked out my um, podcast, is it number 14, Abundance, Where It Be? It talks about that inner child. And I feel like it just feels like things are bubbling up, and it's like we need to have a breakthrough so that all this abundance and all this flow can happen. But I feel like there's some resistance, something here in the solar plexus. Yeah, we have, you've got here the judgment card. Here's your higher self again, calling you and pulling you to something that is like your emotional dream come true, your calling. And the 3 of swords is the mindset, the fear of failure, the fear of disappointment. And, what if I fail at that? And that can hold us back, to doing that, right? Oh, oh, I love it. Thank you so much. Yeah, and so there is that, the inner child release energy, because there's something that there's a fear, in this it our when our heart, like, our inner emotional child has an emotion, if it's of pain, our mind creates all these structures to try to keep it from experiencing that again. If it's a pleasurable emotion, then it our mind creates a bunch of, structure to try to have that happen again as much as possible. We try to run from pain and we try to run toward pleasure, and there's something about a painful experience of wanting to do something and it not working out, where there was punishment or ridicule or embarrassment, and I don't wanna experience that again, so it's like the mind created something to protect you from experiencing it, but now it's keeping you, blocked, and you're like, "But I wanna go through it now." "No, no, no, we can't." "No, no, I do." "No, no, no, we can't," you know? So I feel like there's that fear of that pain, coming in here. Yeah, there is something below the surface. I feel like it's gonna be revealed, with that, High Priestess card and then the Moon card too. There is something below the surface with that is ready to come to the surface to be transformed. And it's not, you know, I looking at shadow work is like, "Oh, it's work." This is release, it's freedom, freedom work. I just wanna call it instead of shadow work, it's freedom work. Well, I like that. I gotta write that down. Thank you, Spirit. We love these little things here. So I'm gonna put freedom work instead of shadow work. Have it right under my little thing about big butts, BUTS. We have big butts. Our human does love big butts because it's like, "Well, I wanna do this and do this, but I don't know if I can." So I feel like this is where the buildup is, and I feel like there is something, that's bubbling there. Um, I mentioned this in my podcast too, but I highly recommend, um, the book by Michael Brown called The Presence Process. It's an amazing, amazing book, right? Yeah. Well, Well, this isn't about a shoe dropping, this is that I don't wanna face that because it's a scary memory, but that was when you were a child, and if you go in as an adult to your emotional inner child and take their hand and allow your little, 7-year-old and younger emotional inner child to come sit on your lap and you can comfort it. You can go, because that feeling is, "I wanna release this. Can you take this from me?" And you're like, "We'll work on this together. Let's allow you to release it. Let's face that memory. Let's face that pain and, see what, you know, comes forward." But it's our journey, it's our adventure. I know. Why can't they just do it? Or why can't they just tell me? Because we had that all before in past lifetimes where things just could be fixed. We would just ask them, they would do it, and we're like, "Well, that was fun. It feels better," but then we got bored with how easy life was. We wanted more of a challenging life. It's like, like sometimes if you're a vampire for 1,000 years, we would get bored and we would want conflict and challenge and drama to experience. Well, imagine being in existence for millennium, right? For so long, we're eternal beings. We've been around for a very long time. We're like, let's have adventures. So it's always doing that. Well, let's see, maybe they'll give you some where well, since your donation's $5 or more, you did get a soul coaching, so let's see what else they'll tell you here. I know, right? But it makes sense because they were like, Spirit was like, "If you were" it's like, because I always wanted to be a vampire growing up. I'm like, "Oh, to be a vampire." And they're like, "If you're a vampire for 100 years, you'd be like you'd kinda want quiet and kind of but after, 500 years, we'd be like, "God, I'm bored with all this stuff." And then, 10,000 years, we're just like, you see in these vampire movies, they're just like, "Please just kill me. Get me out of here. I'm tired of living." Yeah, you get it. Um, oh, wow. So what did I say before? Freedom work, right? You got freedom. Can't make it up. Can't make it up. What number is that? Oh, 23. Break free, express yourself, and let your spirit fly. Flaunt your stuff, dance, laugh, explore, and go beyond predictable behavior. Be daring. Fling your arms to the heavens and joy. They just showed me, like on the roller coaster, hands up, here we go. Whoa. Your soul wants you to know you aren't here to be ordinary, but to step beyond limitations and self imposed boundaries. Don't allow yourself to be trapped by convention or the expectations of others. You have the ability to choose your life on your terms. Replace the phrase "I should" with "I could, but I choose not to at this time." Perhaps you aren't always free to create the exact circumstances of your life, but you're certainly able to decide what meaning to give to those situations. Select meanings that empower you, for this is the time to break free. Confirmation, right? Your affirmation, boundless freedom surges through me. Boundless freedom surges through me. So that's like the opening up of your solar plexus chakra. So I love that. And it is the year of the fire horse. You got fire and the horse. So I feel like this is the year of releasing some things. But yeah, a great book that helped me with some of the charged emotions that I didn't realize were still under there after doing freedom work for decades. It was an amazing book, that just helped me understand the charged emotions that were still down there and how I could work with my inner children to move those and open up those conduits. So Hopefully that helps, Cat Marie, a little bit. Can also, I'm sure you might have your own ways of opening up and balancing your, solar plexus chakra. But, they've got videos of, releasing music and different frequencies on YouTube and different places. For me, because it's yellow, it's eating yellow, things that are yellow, wearing yellow, surrounding yourself with yellow things helps that movement of that energy too. But so that's what they have. So hopefully that helps, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation and all your participation. Oh, my sorry French accent. All right. So hang in there, my dear. All right. And then let's see, we had Guerrera means war came in. Hey, Guerrera, good to see you. We'll get you added to the donation list. So thank you so much for that. And I don't think anyone else came in here. No, I don't think so. Let me check my emails too. 1, 2, and 3. All right. So where we're at, we have Ruby up next times 2, and then Lauren of Light, and then back to Ruby, and then to Michelle, and then to Ruby, and then to Guerra is where we're at. So let's dive in here. Let me take another sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Happy Friday. Oh, I love that. That sounds fun. Binaural beats, isochronic tones, and singing bowls. Boom. All right. So, Ruby for number 1, we got 20143. Did I do that right? Nope, I hit the wrong button. There we go. So, here is your correct one. So, boom, boom. Yeah, I'm sure I will be here. Guaranteed. All right. So, we'll see you in an hour. Have fun. All right. So, Ruby, for your first one here, you want to know, can you trust your kid's doctor to not lie? Oh, that they won't lie and back your ex. Okay, let's take a look here. So let's see here. Based on the current energies, is this doc trustworthy? Okay, put those there. All right, what do we got here? All right, bottom of the deck, you do have the Ace of Cups, which is a happy, happy, positive energy. I like that as a beginning here. Let's see what else we have here. We got the 9 of Pentacles, which is it is an abundance energy here. Um, it's self-sufficiency, and it is like a dream come true in the physical world energy. So I feel like this is good. You have the Hierophant and the Ace of Swords, which um, this the Hierophant is about, it's like I'm getting a teacher energy, and the Ace of Swords is clarity. And I feel like they know that if that they can't lie is really what I feel here. If they back the ex, they're like that the reports and all that kind of stuff, there's all this, you know, um, proof and all of this that if that there would be an expert that would be able to be called in to say, no, this is wrong, kind of energy. I feel like they know that there's checks and balances in place is what I feel like from them, and they're like, but I feel like they're an honorable person. I kind of feel like they're a teacher kind of energy, um, and so I don't I feel like you can here. What else do we have here? Yeah, you got the World card of victory energy. They'll help end a cycle, you know. So I feel like their testimony or you know, their uh yeah, their testimony or their information that they're providing, that it helps solve the situation. It's a victory and it moves forward, right? Oh, yeah, that would make sense about that. Bring some clarity how you can do this and, but I feel like, wanting to bring it to, let's solve the issue, not yeah, I like it. What a energy coming from a doctor. Let's not put a Band-Aid on a wound. You know, let's get to the source of the issue. Let's get to the root, not just deal with the symptoms. Let's get to the root of the issue, kind of thing. I like that. Yeah, the Fool card. You have the World card and then the Fool card, and a new beginning, a new opening, um, full of possibilities. We do have the Judgment card, energy coming in here, which this is the calling card, and so I feel like she really does honor her calling, and she honors the oath. I was gonna say the Hippocratic oath. Is it the Hippocratic? Not hypocrite, hypocritic, but Hippocratic? I don't know. Whatever that oath, she really honors that I'm here to help people. I'm not here to, you know, take sides and do this and that, I'm here to truly help everyone that I can. So I love that. Yep, the 2 of Wands. I like this. Yeah, harm none. Hey, Sarah, good to see you. Yes, that's perfect. And the 6 of Swords. Yeah, bring some clarity, help things move from choppy waters to calmer waters. But I like it. She's not on anyone's side with the 2 of Wands. She's on both your sides. She's ultimately on your kid's side. What's best for them, but what's best for everybody kind of energy. Oh, yeah, 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 especially if she's a mother, she gets it, but I really do feel like she honors that, and she's on both sides, and neither side, but on all sides. So, I like that. But like Sarah said, "Harm none." I'm not here to harm anyone, I'm here to help everyone. So, I feel like you can with that. Let's see what the fortune cookie brings in here too. Okay, that one's for your second one here. This one is, oh, admiration. Ah, it's a good card to get. So you are worthy of admiration and respect. Have you been downplaying your value? Accept compliments and be proud of your achievements. You deserve recognition. I like that. And you deserve help. You have a great host of beings that are helping you. And so the more you have, I feel like if we can try to move from fear of what could or couldn't happen and what you need and what, and move into gratitude, kind of hand it over to the creator in the universe in a way and go, creator, you know what's best for all of us. I'm going to hand it over to you. I'm grateful that you always, everything unfolds perfectly for us and that, um, my life is in great hands and I'm not going to try to control it and I'm not going to fear things because I make it more difficult for creator to help me if I'm meddling in it and fearing and trying to do things instead. It's what can I control? I can control my stories, my thoughts, right? My emotions, my energy and my actions and no one else's. So I'm going to hand it to you, right? Right. Yeah. Yeah. And beautiful. I love that. So that's for number 1. So I like that. Sounds positive. And then for number 2, we're at 209 even. Boom, boom, boom. So there's your timestamp for number 2. Oops, Guerrera, I didn't give that 11 a like. Boom, boom. All right. So for number 2, you'd like a reading about your spiritual gifts and your purpose here. All right, let's see what we got here. Yeah, you're in good hands, right? That's what they keep saying. You're in good hands. You're in good hands. All right. So, what is this about your spiritual gifts and your purpose here? I just had a my new episode of my podcast came out, which is about learning the language of emotion. We're going through the last two episodes before that were all about our empathic gifts, our spiritual gifts. So if you haven't checked that out, I really would, because they were just bringing back all this information they provided in this most recent episode. But we're starting four phases about recognizing why we have gifts and how to expand them. So if you're interested, you can check that. Check it. The bottom of the deck here, you do have the Eight of Cups. So the Eight of Cups, I feel here, and this is a spiritual gift that you have. It's helping other people with their emotional release. So you have a natural gift with your astrological birth chart and your intentions of coming in this lifetime is to help people. It's almost like being you could be a counselor, a psychologist, that would be very supported. You can do emotional release therapies. They have different processes, and actually, one of my friends that I lived with before here, she had gone through emotional release training and beautiful processing, emotional processing, I think is what it was called, but it was about emotional release. But I feel like that's a gift you have to help people, and I feel like you've had to do a lot of it, and that's why you're an expert in it, or that you can really relate to people with all the different emotions that you had to experience and feel growing up, and the things that you released and transformed so that you didn't kill yourself or someone else, right? So I feel like this is a beautiful I feel like that's one of the big spiritual gifts they wanna talk about here. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, 4 of Cups, so bringing in emotional balance. Queen of Wands, yeah, and 5 of Wands too. So energetic, I feel like it's more energetic than mind or, like, counseling, but it's energy work that helps bring people balance with their emotions. And, the Queen of Wands, she's very connected with spirit, has great empathic abilities too, with having cups behind the scenes as all queens in the minor arcana do. And the 5 of Wands is a transformational energy where you take lower vibrational energy and help them transmute it to higher vibrational energy. And so you do it through it feels like through energy work and more of a spiritual approach than a psychological or, that unless that interests you. You could always marry the 2 together if that is something that you wanna do, but I feel like the big impact that you have, the gift has to do with this allowing this emotional flow of energy, and you help guide someone through things. You can't do the work for them, but you can help guide them through transforming it, and the energy that you surround someone with and flood through them helps them. It's almost like Roto-Rooter. You're gonna be a plumber, an emotional plumber, and I like this kind of energy that's coming in here. Um, you have the Magician, again, here is learning. I feel like part of your learning that comes in with this, because the Magician, magical, but one of the things they learn is about the 4 elements, because they have the 4 elements on the table in front of them, which is the mind and the air energy, of course, the cups and the emotional energy. They've got the wand and the movement of energy, and then the physical world too. So I feel like you can expand to all the 4 elements. I feel like the primary would be the emotion, but you learn about helping the mind get to the emotions, and you help, of course, energetically moving things. But there's something too about recognize, and I feel like this would be like step 2 that you go into later, is becoming like a medical intuitive where it's kinda like, Louise Hay, I got her book right here. It's I feel like sorry, as I'm talking away from the microphone. I feel like it's a lot of what she did. If you're probably aware of her already, but I feel like it's because she identified when there's something physical going on, she intuitively knew what the emotional root to it was. So, I feel like that's kinda something that it expands into, that you're able to do that. Oh, I love that. Actually spot on with your interest in studies. You studied psychology first and then got more into spiritual and tying them together. Well, there you go. So, confirmation for you. I love it. You just gotta love spirit. They just love helping us so much. Um, yep, and then yeah, it makes sense here. Here's this, your chiropractor. Oh, I love that. You have the 5 of Cups, which again, transformation of emotion from lower to higher, and the 7 of Swords, and this is where they're bringing in the mind thing, which is great. You studied psychology, which realizing their thoughts, their beliefs, their mindsets that cheat them out of things, and, helping people really look at the mental construct that was created to protect them because of the emotional pain they had, that the construct they've created, and how that impacts them both mentally, emotionally, physically, and even energetically. So some great emotional release, which can bring physical release, which can bring mental release. Um, and of course, it's releasing all those different energies that with energetic blocks. But I love a chiropractor, they kind of do it physically, right? So I love that. And I feel like that's an oversimplification of it all, but I feel like they gave you the high level to understand and go, okay, yeah, this is confirmation, right? I love this. Your fortune cookie for this one is trust, observe. And it says your intuition is quietly guiding you, but sometimes you need to pay more attention to the small changes around you. Reflect on recent moments of confusion. By observing the little details, you'll sharpen your intuition over time. So here's that sharpening your intuition, your awareness. I feel like that one's zeroing in on the medical and being a medical intuitive, but more so it's being a medical intuitive to help them get to the emotional source kind of energy. So I like this for you. All right, so that's for number 2. We will circle back for your other 2 here in a moment. We're just gonna kind of bounce back and forth. Here we got Lauren of Light up next, and then Ruby, back to you, and then Michelle Smith, and then Ruby, back to you, and then Guerrera is where we're at. I think that's all I have right now. Until Crystal comes back in an hour. All right. So thank you again, Ruby, so much for all your multiple donations. I'm so grateful. All right, so I'll do a cheers, cheers, and we'll dive back in here. Yum, yum. All right. So we've got Lauren of the Light. Hey, Lauren. Good to see you. Thank you again for your donation via the Cash app. And we will dive in here. Hello. How are you today? Are you enjoying all this lovely energy flow? All right, so let's see here. So you want to know why Spirit sent Jake's high school friend in? What's that about? What do they want you to see? Why is he so nice? Oh, you're annoyed. Yeah, I kind of sensed that. A little bit perturbed. I feel this. I can picture you since I've seen pictures of you. This little the little, pursed lips. Yeah, this little, "Mm." Yeah, he's being stupid. Alright, so let's look at your first one here. So why did Spirit send Jake's high school friend in? Alright, let's see what's at the root of this here. Okay, got that, and that too. Alright, so the why. So what's it about? Okay, I feel like that's all that. So what do they want you to see? What's best for you to see? They don't have any wants. That's what's great about being in the spirit world is they have everything. They're like, "Eh." But for you, what is best for you to know is this. Why is he so nice? The Jake's friend, why is Jake's friend so nice, right? Not why Jake is so nice. You mean, all right. So the bottom of the deck, of course, we got the King of Swords, Mr. Jake in his head. Jake's high school pyramid. He's on your work project. Oh, how fun. Yeah, so there is this what is this, you know, there's a lot of clarity around stories and power of the story kind of energy. Oh, yeah. Well, there you go. There's stories, right? The master storyteller underneath the surface here, right? Oh, nice, nice, nice. All right. Let's see what we got here. So, why? Is why did Spirit bring Jake's high school friend in and what's this about, right? Oh, of course it's for you here. I mean, you got the 9 of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune that's here. So, there is this, I mean, it is, of course, it's always for you. It's weird, I know. It's always for you. But I feel like here, there's with this 9 of Pentacles, that's kind of like the hermit journey. And it's about you being able to pocket yourself away and separate yourself from everything and going, how is this for me? Right. Oh, oh, wow. So his name is Jake too? So is that what it said here? So I don't wanna go out, yeah, yeah. Oh, he asked you out on a date. Oh, okay. Well, this makes sense with this 9 of Pentacles of being alone, and this is for me being alone. I like that because 'cause you're saying, like, "I'm not ready to go out on dates." Yeah, the 5 of Swords, here's that inner conflict energy. What's this other thing here too? Yeah, the Tower. Yeah. So I feel here, you know, so the purpose of them coming in and what's this about? Anytime we have this conflict energy, um, they sent you company. Yeah. There's this the tower card is of course someone being removed out of our life on purpose, for a purpose to make space for something that's aligned more in alignment with me and to open up things. And I feel like it feels like this was designed to rattle spirit wanted, and this is for you again, the Wheel of Fortune, right? For you to go, I'm working out between my head and my heart about, yeah, my head is like, yeah, it's best for us to be, to trust that maybe this other thing is over to open up space, but then the heart is going, I'm not ready. and they're like I feel like it's kind of like a step for towards independence, and not that you have to move on from Jake number 1, Jake the 1st. We have to call him Jake the 1st and Jake the 2nd, right? Oh, I know, yeah, Jake 1. Yeah. But I feel like this is kind of this allowing you yeah, no more Jakes. What's your middle name? I'm gonna start calling you by your middle name. But, I feel like it's to help you get into this space of, "I'm okay," that I'm independent, I'm self-sufficient, that if Jake 1 does get moved out of my life, I would be fine, and I deserve to be treated well, I deserve all this, and I kind of feel like it's to help kinda work out the battle that's going on inside you between your head and your heart, and just to go, "Okay, I can see this," and it kinda in a way, it kinda settles you down a little bit because you're realizing one of your anxiety fears is, "I would be alone, and I could never find anyone, and, I'm not gonna ever feel like anyone like I do for Jake 1," and you're like, "But here, it's so amazing that it's Jake 2." You're like, "Well, wait a minute. If I could take this niceties and how he communicates and he's sweet, tries to take care of me, if I could be that on Jake 1, you know?" But I feel like it's helping you understand, not understand, but, be aware that I deserve this, right? Yeah, you could find someone, but there's this it's like, but your heart this is where the struggle is. Your mind knows, but your heart is like, "Well, I don't want to," and but the heart is I feel like they're put in there for your heart to go, well, maybe we would be okay," kind of energy. "Yeah, I won't be alone, you're a prize." So, I feel like your heart is the one that's, um wanting to understand and because I feel like your mind knows, but your heart's the one that's being stubborn. That's the one pouting, "No." So I like that. Let's see what else comes in here. Um, what does spirit want you to see? Knight of Swords, Eight of Swords. Yeah. So they want you to see the old mindsets that used to make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. To be able to see things differently, and I feel like they're also here this is like a they're wanting you to see how much you have released, how far you've come in letting go a lot of those old mindsets, and I feel like it's like it's what they're showing me ahead is they've given you a complex math problem and go, "Here, what do you think of this?" And you're like, "Whoa, wait a minute. Okay, let me break this down." And then you're like, "Okay." As you had this and all of this, is this a test from Jake or is this, do they know each other and they're trying to tell me this or this or this or what's this about and da da da. Da. I feel like you're through this, you're learning to put that noise out here and observe it rather than get consumed by it. So that's part of what's unfolding here as well. Underneath that, yeah, you got the Nine of Swords and the Hermit card as well. Excuse me. So, we got this hermit being, like the 9 of Pentacles, it's you're facing the fear of being alone, like we were just talking about. And, so this is part of what they want you to see is how you've let go of your fear of being alone and I feel like your heart is the one that's the fearful one. Your mind, with its sense goes, "Oh no, I mean, look at who you are. You would have no problem finding multiple, suitors, right?" But the heart is the one that goes, "I don't know, will it? Will we?" And I feel like that's a lot what's coming in is this little energy, right? Yeah. Well, anger is fear, right? So I feel like, um, that's the heart having a temper tantrum, right? It's like, "No, I want what I want." And the mind's going, They're there, you're gonna be fine. No, I want that one." And you're like, you know, "It's alright, you're gonna be fine." "No," so I feel like that's the pouty one, right? The angry one that's there. So let's see here. Why is Jake number 2 so nice? Yep, I feel like here, you know, you're seeing the difference between expectations being fulfilled and then what brings you magic. And I feel like, what a great example of, you know, you're like, this person is so nice, they communicate, he's sweet, he wants to take care of me, da 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 da. That's what my expectations are. And if that like kind of showing you if you got your expectations met, well, shouldn't be that be the one that you're attracted to? But the magician card is your attraction energy. So I feel like part of why they're so nice is they're meeting this, list of things that you want from a relationship, but you're realizing that's not enough. And so I feel like part of why they're so nice and why spirit wanted to bring them in is to show you that even with them giving you what you're wanting, that's not that's not the oomph behind it all, right? And it can be. I mean, it's great awareness. I feel like you're yeah. So I feel like there's this, you know what is the attraction? I feel like that's the why is to help you, bring it you're so funny. Bring it to, yeah, what is it? They wanna give me all this and they won't. So, it's the withholding of something that's attractive. So why is that attractive to me? Yeah, yeah, right. On fire. Um, so I feel like that's what there's you also have 2 cards under here. Yeah. You have the Queen of Wands, there's the fire. So you do like the fire, the passion. The 7 of Cups is you like all the emotion. Um, and so you like conflict beneath the surface for some reason. So I feel like that here is they're bringing this forward for you to show you that, um to help you clearly see, the things, right? Yeah, the why. Like, why is that? So they're wanting you to bring it up for you so that you could venture into that. Um, there's something about what is this about? I mean, it definitely goes back to childhood, of course. 7 years old and younger, but there's something about why do you like conflict? Did you grow up around a lot of conflict? Because I feel like it's like your 7-year-old and younger saw relationships of love that were complicated and a lot of fighting? Ah, okay. So your emotional inner child sees conflict and drama kind of energy as, "Oh, that's what love is." Oh, yeah. So I feel like, there is that like you said, the trauma, the fun stuff. So, yeah, I feel like that's you it's the our emotional inner child doesn't have, our mind, right? Um, Yet, so the emotional inner child doesn't have clarity or explanation, just experience, and they're like, "Oh," all this yelling, all this conflict, all this stuff, that's what love is, and so there's this kind of belief the emotional inner child has learned, you know, your little girl inside of you that, "Oh, conflicting relationships mean you love one another." And so that's why an anxious person gets with an avoidant, because here's that it's never peaceful, it's always running and chasing, and so that feels comfortable, that feels normal for the emotional inner child, right? Even though it's not healthy, it just sees it as that's what it is, right? Interesting. So your fortune cookie for this little one, yeah, uh, I can understand that for sure. You got the openness moment, which says, "This is a time of openness and new possibilities. Are you ready to embrace them? Stay open to new experiences, and you might find unexpected opportunities." Whoa, no. I feel like it's more freedom kind of energy, coming in there. So yeah. So let's take a look here. So, hey, Prathy, good to see you. I'll get you on the free list here as well. We'll go into your number 2 question here, Lauren. Yeah, you're like, "No." Maybe? No. I feel like it's an opportunity to see things more clearly and to kind of go, I feel like this is bringing clarity because you're like have an opportunity for like, wow, this is like the full package in a way. Um, it's like, but why am I attracted to the 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 one that is not wanting me, and I'm not attracted to the one that does? Yeah. Yeah. And the why, that's the good thing to but I feel like you ask them and they're telling you, "This is why." And you get to do with it what you want. There's no expectations from spirit, so I like that. Alright, let's go on for your number 2 here. We got 23658. We'll get into more of the skinny here. Here is your second timestamp. So, what is your Jake's thoughts, feelings, and actions today, tomorrow, and over the next 3 weeks? All right. So, thoughts, feelings, and actions. So, thoughts, feelings, and actions for today. For tomorrow, we got thoughts, feelings, actions. Boom, boom, boom. And then over the next 3 weeks, thoughts, feelings, actions. All right, let's start there. So for today, the thoughts, chariot energy. So there is a little bit of, I feel like this is more, the thinking is they're going back and forth, trying to decide, trying to understand um, what they want to choose, what I want to choose. I need to choose what I want to choose. Their mind, going back and forth between choices. So, and it just feels like I'm hearing like in the chariot, but it's on a bus. The wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round, round and round. I'm hearing that song. Their feelings, yeah, they got the Hierophant. So, you know, it's like again, that's an energy of change, the master of change. But, it's like their feelings and their heart, I feel like overrode by their brain right now with this energy coming in here, right? Yeah. And they're trying to see things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, trying to understand again, what they're wanting, but very conflicted emotions. Their actions today, well, feel like they will get a little romantic. They will express some emotions here. Probably more like at 11:59 PM, right? But I feel like, they'll decide and they'll do a little bit of romantic gesture today. But I feel like it's like in the wee hours, kind of energy. For tomorrow, based on current energy, what are his thoughts? Yeah, again, the 10 of Wands. a lot of this, "What do I wanna do? Where do I wanna go?" Is it a burden or is it a blessing? Is it a burden or is it a blessing? Burden, blessing, again, this back and forth energy coming in with that 10 of wands, a lot of energy, though I feel like it's even turned up tomorrow. Um, it just feels like extreme amount of energy being involved in that, right? Um, I don't know if the Knight of Cups, it is a movement energy, but the energy I kinda got was more texting or a call, a phone call kind of energy. Oh, you're leaving tomorrow. So, well, that makes sense that he's kinda like, "Action, action." What are his feelings tomorrow? Yeah, I mean, he has that Queen of Pentacles. This is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy, but he does see you, the sensuality, the abundance, the fullness, and all that. The heart does. There's emotion there. Um, but I understand why this 10 of Wands has so much energy because if you're leaving tomorrow and his actions, we got the 2 of Pentacles. 2 of Pentacles is just feels balanced energy, like, yeah, masculine, right? Which is his norm. I mean, not surprised, right? And I can get you the frustration. You're like, I'm going and this is what you're gonna play games and toy and do all this. But I feel like that makes sense with knowing that you're leaving tomorrow with that Knight of Cups. It's like, I need to do a romantic gesture of some sort. But tomorrow feels like a need to balance. And I feel like they're taking, what they need for them as they always do to balance themselves out. Because that Queen of Pentacles really comes through as Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing themselves. So, let's see here over the next 3 weeks. We got what are their thoughts based on current energy? Yep. I feel like with the 6 of Wands here, um, and the Wheel of Fortune, I feel like this is for me, for me, for me. The Wheel of Fortune is the tune of "For Me." That's why you're so feisty, right? You better watch out. Maybe you should go for a run or a walk or a swim. Rah, 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 rah. But yeah, this feels like they're focusing in on themselves, which is what they've been doing. So I feel like their thoughts are what's best for me, what's best for me. The 6 of Wands is it's a victory energy. What's the best thing for me kind of energy is where their brain is at, where their emotions are over the next 3 weeks. You got the Page of Pentacles. What's the next opportunity? What's the next opportunity coming in here? It's like their heart is seeking another opportunity. Boom. Oh, yeah, right. But let's see what their actions are here. Yeah, like you said, Queen of Wands. Seeking the passion, seeking the passion, seeking the passion. But, I don't know. I feel like a lot of their actions are based on your actions, uh, over these next 3 weeks, right? Um, there's this, because they're bringing in the when you step towards them, then they pull away, and when you pull away or you just stop acting, um then they come towards you. But every time you reach toward them or respond when they do reach out, it's like, you know what, you know they're bringing back one of the questions I asked you before is how long can you go without you reaching out to them or responding to them? And it can be a game you can play with yourself, not a game that you're playing with them, but for your own is like, how can I'm just gonna stop and say, because when we say, "I'm not you gotta figure it out, I'm not gonna talk to you anymore," stamp that on your forehead. And then they're like, "Oh, okay," and then that makes them go, "Oh, it's safe, I can move towards you now because 'cause you're not trying to, uh, grab a hold of me, so I feel safe to come forward," right? And and then, but then he steps forward, and then we reach out and go, "Oh, well, hey," and then like, "Yeah, yeah, yeah," and then they pull back, so it's like, can we allow them to move forward and then not be, drawn into drawn toward them, or can we not we can be drawn toward them, but not act on it, can we how can I hold myself back, because I feel like that's gonna, you know kinda energy there, so let's see here. Um, we'll ask these other ones here too. So, whoops. What do you need to know? Okay. What's he going to do when you go to Virginia tomorrow? Excuse me. What happens for you in Virginia? What surprises are in store for you in May? Oops. And June. So May and June. And is Jake wearing a mask today? Is he coming over? And then you asked, when are you going to see him again? So I'll add that in that here. He's kind. All right. So, well, we can't make anyone fall in love. You're just lovable. You can't help who falls in love with you. You can't control anyone to love you or not because people can't love you if they don't love themselves. And yeah, so, everyone's ability to love us is limited to their self-love. So, you know, kind of comes in there. All right. So what do we have here? The first one is, oh, what do you need to know? So you got the Page of Swords, clarity. Let's see. Seven of Pentacles with patience, and the Knight of Swords. Yeah. The quest of seeking, um, and I feel like this is I feel like we were talking about it already, where it's what do I need to understand about me being patient and going, you know what? Um, I'm tired of the back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and I get tired and then I leave, but then I go back and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, and then I leave, but then I go back and forth and back and forth. It's how can I what do I need to understand about how I can just back away and stay backed away, kind of energy. So I'm so into you. I was like, "Don't say that, I'll run." That sounds like an avoidant. So I feel like that. What's he gonna do when you go to Virginia tomorrow? Yep, he looks at it as an opportunity just to be himself, you know? Um, so, there is this, um, when you go away, he's like, "Oh, I can feel safe, I can be me." So that's what happens when you go to VA tomorrow is like, "Oh, okay, I'm safe again," right? Because that's his avoidant. When you're not in town in his face, then he can, "All right, I can relax and calm down a little bit," right? Because I feel like it's that whenever you're there, after a while, he's like, "I can't take this," kind of energy. What happens let's see, let me just erase these as I do these, that'll help me. What happens for you in Virginia? Yep, I feel like there's a lot of shaking and rattling with the devil card, a lot of, around relationship energy here, the 10 of Pentacles, and I feel like you're really seeing some of this long-held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. I do feel like you get a little bit into the understanding of why you feel about relationships that you do, because I feel like all this stuff, I feel like it'll sink in and settle in, and it'll give you some time away from being so close and that he's away, that it gives you that space and that peace to be able to properly reflect without being drawn, to him there, right? Yeah. Yeah. You need to for many reasons, for sures, for shizzles. So, and I feel that, and and then also there's a dual message of the devil card being work and money. So, there is this, um, you get to do the work and get paid and, feel that abundance. And so you're like, okay, I need to pour myself into my work and, build that up, right? Yeah. I know, right? I'm so proud of you. It is great progress. You're like, "Okay, okay." What surprises are in store for you for May and June? May, you have here you got the Queen of Swords. You got this nice balance between head and heart. That's a nice surprise. You have the Justice card too, the balance energy coming in, and the Sun card, you know? I feel like there is this, the sun is a big, bright, shining light on you. And I feel like you just have this balance that comes in. Because when you're away and you're not there, so there's this, you know, realization of seeing relationships and your head and your heart just coming into this, balanced energy. So I like that. That's funny. um, and then for June, yeah, 10 of Cups. So June, nice surprise, nice joyful energy. It's relationship energy too. Um, so I feel like it's a nice surprise of relationship energy. Uh, but you know, I just feel like you're you're learning what you're needing to learn, because I do feel like you get balance there, and then um whenever you get balanced, you get bored, and then you take action and you go visit them, or he comes visit you or whatever, and then here it goes all again, right? So it's like, here it goes, kind of energy. um so is your Jake wearing a mask today? The World card, this is an ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. So I do feel like, again, he has this energy of, this is an ending tomorrow, you're going away, and then I get to start my freedom over again, where I don't feel like I'm being restricted and someone's trying to cage me. I feel I can relax a little bit. So I feel like that's the mask he's wearing, because he doesn't want to seem so relieved that you're going away, but it does his, energy. It lets him, it lets him at least feel that safety that he longs to feel. But for him, connection is non-safety. For you, connection is safety. That's the, you know, you're a bird, he's a fish. the bird can only go in the water for a certain amount of time before it drowns. The fish only can be of like a flying fish for a little bit before it would run out of air. So you can only go into each other's world for a little bit out of a time, right? So, you know, I feel like that's the kind of thing that's happening. One of you needs to mutate into, you know, a a an air breathing fish or a water breathing bird. And is that possible? Right. But I feel like, that's always this thing. If a bird falls in love with a fish, where do they live? Where do they meet? Is he coming over tonight? Six of Pentacles. Yeah, what a great energy of the codependency awareness of the overgiver, right? That, the avoidant, I feel like he's fighting against it. Um, would you see it's not him that is sick? He let me think that it's his parents. Oh my god. Yeah. So the fear of death, you know, that makes sense, right? And maybe he is well, that's good that, he's not allowed. I like that. So when will you see him again? You got December 13th to December 21st. You got the 10 of wands, though. This is all that energy. Based on the energy of tonight, he's, like, months away, but, you know, that's the thing that just goes back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, that when you push, he goes the opposite direction. When you pull back, he comes towards you. Then you push, and then he goes further away. You step back, he goes forward. It's like a dance. Cha cha cha, cha cha cha, cha cha cha, cha cha cha, right? I'm sick of this dance. Got to break his leg. I'm breathing fire. All right, let's see what your fortune cookie is. This one's the soul coaching one. So let's take a look here. Yep, simplicity. It's not as complex as we think it is. It's very simple, right? But there's something within you that keeps you wanting to chase him, and then yeah, yeah. Or like Misery when she hobbles him, he can't get away. That'll teach you, you can't avoid me now, because what we said, you tie him to a chair, but you deserve to have someone wanna be with you, not an avoidant. Anyway, Simplicity says, "Do what matters and release the rest to find peace, grace, and stillness. Clear internal and external clutter." It is a drug. Your soul wants you to know one of the fastest ways to align with the tranquil vibration of the Creator is through simplicity. A busy life and the accumulation of more than you need creates static. Can be difficult to hear the voice of spirit when there's mental chaos in your life. Yeah, you definitely need to get away to Virginia. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You deserve it. Create time to rest and rejuvenate. Clear the clutter in your home, the files in your computer, and the drawers at work. Even a small amount of this cleansing can make an immense difference. Create a feeling of simplicity and know the grace of the divine. Your affirmation is deep, profound serenity is expanding in my life. Deep, profound serenity is expanding in my life. Yeah, you do need to not be in the same town as him. And that's right. That's the choice that you made to go to be that close. And you got to experience what a wonderful adventure of the circus. And now you get to, you know, step into something else. Oh my God, right? So it's a good thing. I think it's a good mirror for you to really see, like, wow, this is what I want. And this is what someone would do. Um, and, I mean, everything that you're wanting, right? And it's like, "Whoa," but you're like, it's important for you to look into why is that so attractive, you're attracted to chaos, which we already identified it because you're used to relationships of chaos when you were 7 years old and younger. So chaos feels comfortable to you, and happiness and joy is scary for you. So, yeah, because you deserve to just have that, but, that's the thing. So, I feel like that's the thing to look at is the drive, the obsession you have with them is that's the chaos. You're attracted to it. Yeah, you're exhausted from it, but you're attracted to it. Because if you were truly done with it, you would release them and go, "I am done with chaos." And here we go, right? So I know, Lauren. So hang in there, my dear. Yeah, yeah. But feel if you get to the root of it, um, because you're drawing in, yeah, chaos is fun. See, that's the thing, right? Oh, it's Betty Joe. Okay. I thought that was Lauren. Chaos is fun, but, not peaceful. Yeah. So I feel like is time for hermiting to reflect on and getting to the root of it, right? Yeah, Chelsea. You chaos, lovers. Alright, let me see here. I had some other people come in. Let me, take a look here. This thing was up here. Oh, there it is. So, Artist Tarot, hello, hello. You'd like a free reading? Do you want just a general reading? Or did you have a specific question? Let me know. I'll assume it's a general unless I hear from you. Let's see. I think I got Prathy, so I got that far. And then we have Jessica. Hey, Jessica, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. Get you on the donation list here. And oh, artist, you are a Libra Sun. And Betty Joe. Oh, there you go. I see you, Betty Joe. Does Philip. All right, gotcha. I'll get you on the free list there too, Betty. Good to see you. You guys are so funny. And if there's no chaos, it's fun to create it. Oh, you should go visit Chelsea in San Diego, Lauren. You guys might get arrested though, so maybe not. Yeah, you did get the job offer today. Yay. Oh, you'll go to Mexico? Ah, very cool. Alright. Um, okay, very good artist. We'll get you I'll add that in there. Yeah. The last time I went to Mexico, I got sick and, I was one day away from ending up in the hospital. Mexico, no. I'm a hermit. It's like you guys don't even know me. I'm like, No, no, don't take me from my cellar." Oh, I like that. Hey, June, good to see you. We'll get you on the list here too. Um, so whoops, that wasn't good. Let me try that again. Oh, come on. Undo, undo. There we go. All right, thank June, I see 2 for you. I'm going to take a quick break. I just need to run to the little gentleman's facility here for a moment, and then we'll come back. Where we're at on donations, up next, we have Ruby, and then Michelle Smith, and then Becca, and then to Jessica, and then 2 for June so far. And, yeah, you're coming. No, don't make me go. Alright, so I'll be right back, and we will, we'll dive in here for, more readings, and I do have the free list we'll get to eventually here at some point. We're only 3 hours in, you know? So, I shall be and then for anyone else, new coming in, I do post a pinned comment at the end of each session listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you're like waiting for my reading, just know that if you need to go do things and go roam and have fun, and do whatever, please feel free to do that. And you can come back and if I'm still alive, if you ask, if I completed, I'll give you your, um, timestamp or if you come back after, you can check that there, so all right. So, I'll be right back. No, I'm not going. Fix my pillow there. You're so bad. Yeah. That's what I was saying, Chelsea. We need to find out his middle name, and then he can go by his middle name. All right. So let me just make sure we got everything updated here. Good to see you, June. All right. So we'll put your first question there, June. And I'll add the others as we get there. All right. So we will continue here. We will do here. All right. Did you mean to put his land what? Oh. Did you want that to be on there? You're so funny. All right. So let's see. So Ruby, let me focus here. You guys are too entertaining. All right. So let me dive in here. All right. So Ruby, thank you again for your multiple donations. So you wanna know, who are your spirit guides and who is wanting to help? All right. Of course, we've got millions of spirit guides. I mean, if you could see all the spirit guides of, you know, um, how we're surrounded by a multitude of beings that support us. We have the ones that are closer, that are more involved in this specific lifetime. Um, but so we'll see what spirit guide wants you to be aware that's like really, really active in your life right now, and that's very significant. Yeah, there are millions. Whenever I connect with my spirit guides, it's like I'm in the middle of a stadium, but it's a huge stadium that I can't see the end of how many beings of unconditional love and light. Because really, every single one of us as souls can be in a billion different places all at once. So of course, we're all going to be actively engaged, or at least supporting and being around every single one of us. So we're a giant sea of drops, and so we all care about one another. So it makes sense that we would all. But then there's a lot of them are just giving loving support, but the ones that are really actively engaged are our four elemental spirit guides. And then we have loved ones we've known in this lifetime. They have special seats, that are around us. And then there's individuals, that come um, in and out, that for different periods of time, that bring in a special energy, a special interaction with us too, like power animals, spirit animals too, and different things like that too. So, yeah, they never get annoyed. Um, so let's take a look here, Ruby, and see what spirit guide wants you know, be to speak right now for you. And I feel like it is someone that's, right here in for this time of your life right now. So let's take a look here and see what we have here. So you do have the seven of swords on the bottom, the three of swords on the bottom, which a lot of this is someone that's helping you through here with betrayal and heartbreak. And so I do feel like it's um I'm seeing here, I'm tapping in, I'm asking them, are you someone that you used to know here? Like, no, they're not one of your elemental spirit guides. So they're they're saying my expertise is transforming the feelings of heartbreak into, and they bring like soothing energy. They're it's funny because they're so funny on the other side anyway, but they're like saying, I'm Cupid, I'm the uncupid, because they're doing me the old 7 Up, the Uncola. He was this, African American guy. He's the one, that bald one. I think he was in one of the James Bond movies, the old ones, and he did the 7 Up. It was the Uncola, and he's going, "I'm the Uncupid," because he goes, "I go around helping clean up Cupid's messes." And, they joke because it's not messes, it's all meant for us, it's all growth, but they're specifically helping transform heartache and, betrayal energies. But they're, so like I said, they're not like one of your elemental, and they come in specifically for that, and then they move on or step back, So I feel like they're in to help you transform some of that energy. And I feel like this builds into your previous reading, because they're saying, yeah, because of the emotional release, I will always be available to you to help others through their emotional release of the heartbreak and betrayal energy, because it's a popular one. It's a popular ride here, in there. So, um, Yep, you have the 3 of Cups and the King of Cups, so, yeah, this confirms it, 3 of Cups is third-party energy. King of Cups is about balancing the head and the heart. So, third-party situations, of course, is what leads to this feeling of heartbreak but they definitely help bring that balance in and the awareness around what stories at the root of it, what fear, what belief is at the root of heartbreak, the feeling of heartbreak. Of course, our hearts can never be truly broken, but it sure feels like it, and that's fear pricking our heart. And I feel like that's, what what they're bringing in and, um, bringing a lot of truth around that and the movement, the how to apply the healing salve to the heart. You got the 8 of Wands and the Ace of Wands, yeah. So, here's that energy that they're talking about here, in your previous reading, that energetic process, they will help you develop that, and I feel like that's why they're here in your life at this time, is to, help you with this next transition. So it's so perfect that, this is what you were asking about, and they're like, "Yeah, here, let me introduce myself." And I like that, that they're here to help you step into your power and your energy so that you can help other people, but they're gonna be bringing you they have been bringing you messages, but they're gonna bring you tons of messages as well. 8 of Wands is, a lot of spiritual, energies. Um, yep, and we got the World card along with the 2 of Swords and the 2 of Wands. Yep, so they are helping bring in these I was it's not really lessons as much as it is helping you see the power of story and the power of where we invest our energy. And I feel like they're gonna be really explaining a lot of how the human heart works and how when we're focusing on fear being cheated on, how we draw it toward us. When we focus on expectations, how it sucks the life out of relationships and how gratitude grows it. But the power of where we're placing our energy and the story we're putting, because sometimes we'll put a power, the power of transforming the story, I feel like is what they're going to be teaching you of, when we believe that, oh, their actions means I'm not worthy being faithful to, but then there's this, oh, realizing their actions were about them, and what I was popping up with in me was about for me, and the regaining the ending of our old cycle and this beginning of stepping into our power energy. So I feel like they're gonna be helping you with that too, just really getting a yeah, I feel like you have a foundation in that, but I feel like they're saying to bring a lot of clarity and organization of a process that, you're the one creating it, and because you're gonna base it on your life experience, and you're able to help people with that. So I like that. Yeah, and then the 2 of Pentacles. So you got all these 2s, the power of choice, power of actions, power of our energy, and, of course, the 2 of Cups would be the power of, emotional choice too, which is ultimately what it all comes down to. So I like this one. I was like, "What's your name?" And they're like, you can call me what you want. That's personal. You can come up with your own nickname. That's not I don't have the same name with anyone. Right now, I'm the uncupid, but we get to develop our own your own nickname for him," he says, or they say, because 'cause they're not a he or a she. They've got the divine masculine, they got the divine feminine. They're like, "I'm everything." So I'm like, "All right." Let's see here. I feel like, we're gonna give you, for this one, we'll give you the soul coaching one, since you've now hit over $5 or more for your donation, so you'll get one of these soul coaching for this one. And you have communication. Yeah, I love it. Here's like you talking to them. Hey, tiger. I know, right? Ooh, I like it. Card number 11, too. So communicate from your heart. Speak your truth without hesitation. Be willing to stand before the crowd and share from your center. Ooh, this isn't the time to be shy and hesitant, but to heal through communication. You're a natural teacher. That's what they're saying. So I feel like this spirit guide, they want you to know discretion is the better part of valor. However, sometimes it may be fear rather than discretion that keeps you from reaching out. Communication restores trust and allows you to clarify your ideas, position, and feelings. It can be healing when you share what has been withheld. Now is the time to take a risk and have the courage to speak with forthright clarity. Share any unspoken darkness that lays heavy in the heart. Even if you're afraid, declare your truth for all to hear without fear of being rejected or misunderstood. When you do this, transformation and healing can occur. Wow, exactly everything we talked about, right? Your affirmation is I communicate from my heart and love surrounds and protects me. I communicate from my heart and love surrounds and protects me. Wow. Boom, boom. Isn't that beautiful card? So beautiful. All right. I love that for you, Ruby. So that's number 3. We'll circle back for number 4 here in a momentito. Let me just get caught up here real quick on the chat and I will continue on here. So I think I got here. Yes, we got that one. You guys crack me up. Okay, so here's number 2. June, I'll get that on that one there. Yeah, what the heck is going on? Spill the tea, please. Let me add that on there. You crack me up too. You got all of you guys crack me up. My goodness. And then 3, FYI, you're holding it for clarification. I got you. Thank you for that. All right. So perfect. Let me take a sip here and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers. All right. Let's turn that down. So where we're at, we have Michelle up next, and then back to Ruby, and then Guerrera means war, and then Jessica, and then 3 for June is where we're at. All right. All right. So Michelle, you're up here. 322:46. Here is your timestamp. So thank you again for your donation. I greatly appreciate that via the CashApp. So you're an introvert. We hear you, right? Introverts unite by ourselves, separately. So you're invited to a cookout tomorrow. Out of your comfort zone, I know, right? Bleh, bleh, bleh. As they say, introverts, the best plans are cancel plans. So let's take a look here. If you go, what kind of energy would you experience? Because spirits, there's no shoulds with them. They're like, there's just different choices with different experiences and different outcomes. So they'll tell you the energy if you go and then the energy if you don't go. So if you don't go, what kind of energy would you experience for tomorrow? Let's see, I do want this one and I do want this one here. That it? All right. Yeah, I like it. The bottom of the deck overall, you have the 10 of cups. Joy, joy, celebration, and gratitude. You know, the 10 of cups is a joyful gathering underneath it all, and I get it. If I if I need to go somewhere, I would really, 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 you know, I'm like, "All right, I can go. I can rally," but unless like it's like I asked Spirit, if there unless there's a reason why I need to be there, and all my friends and everyone knows, my family too, you know, my host will go, "No expectations. I wanna say that I asked you. My friends are inviting me over for Thanksgiving. Did you wanna go?" And I'm like, "Thank you for asking, but you know me." She's like, "I'll bring you back a plate," you know? So I like that. So, let's take a look here. If you go, what kind of experience would you have? Yeah, well, you're kinda being pulled to that with this judgment card here. I feel like there is this calling, this pull. I know. After I said all that, right? You have the Knight of Swords. I feel like you will have a great conversation there with someone. Even if it's you get into a corner and you're off by yourself with just one person and you're chatting with them, I feel like there is someone that you have a great, deep, awesome conversation with. And you're like, "Oh, wow, I love it. How refreshing." You do have the 6 of Wands and the Wheel of Fortune. I'm so sorry. I feel like you're gonna have fun going there, Michelle, because you have the Wheel of Fortune and the 6 of Wands, which is a 6 of Wands is a victory card. The Wheel of Fortune is this is for you, the tune of for you. So, yeah. Underneath that, you do have the King of Cups and the King of Wands. So, you still it's choice is still up to you, but there's a beautiful balance between your head and your heart, and I do feel like uh I feel like this King of Cups and the King of Wands are 2 different people. One is a wonderful individual that's very compatible, very much balanced between head and heart. The other is a fire sign, and so I feel like they're fun to be around, but I feel like you end up having a great conversation with whoever this King of Cups is, this person who's very balanced and it's very compatible. Yeah, that 10 of Cups is a relationship energy too, not to, scare you or to dangle it to tease you. It can be it doesn't have to be romantic though too, but I feel like you do meet someone there. Doesn't have to be a male energy, but they definitely have a strong, what's a balance between the head and heart? So, but it's a masculine type of a lot of divine masculine energy this person has, the King of Cups. So, just saying. If you don't go, yeah, well, you have the 10 of Pentacles. Here's another relationship energy. But abundance, the Empress, abundance, fullness, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, you still feel very full there. So I like it that they're like, you know, you have great relationships with yourself. It's some of the best conversations I ever have. Yeah. And I feel like even being alone, you have the Magician, you have the Lover's card here. I feel like they're saying here that if there's a relationship thing that you'll have another opportunity to meet them if you don't meet them at this cookout. Um, and you got the 4 of Swords. I love this, and the Ace of Swords. Yeah, you have a peaceful, restful mind, and you have clarity that comes in, and maybe some new communication that comes in um, as well if you don't go. But I feel like in the future. So I like this. It's really anything that is meant for us doesn't pass us by. So I do feel like there's a nice calmness about this. I feel like if you go, I feel like you're being drawn to go. Quite honestly, with that calling card. Because especially when they said, "Unless I" like I was saying, "Unless I get, like, this thing of, like, hey, um, you know, it's f I if there's a reason why I need to go and blah, 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 then I won't go, but this feels like they're saying, "Yeah, there's a reason for you to go." So, but you don't have to hang around with everyone. You can go pick out a corner and camp out by with just one person somewhere. You don't have to be a socialite. You have permission to be, an introvert around other people. So no pressure. And, you can put up your bubble of protection, right? I do talk about that in one of my podcasts. Let's see, which one was it? The empathic wait, the empath's heart song. So if you, I feel like you already know how to do all that, but if you want some more, you can check that out, if that'll help you. Right. I get you. I know. I mean, we went to the Cracker Barrel today, and that's loud and a lot of people around, and I did fine. But then I got home and I'm ready for a nap. I went for a walk and, you know, got some nice nature, so that's good. Your fortune cookie, let's see what they bring in here. Yeah, you got strength. You are powerful. You can do it. You can do it, Michelle. Card 46. Let's see what else they bring in here for you. There's a wellspring of power within you. Call upon it. Also, be willing to lend your strength to others. Yeah, I feel like someone can use your help there. Your soul wants you to know the greatest strength is silent and deep. It doesn't need a show of force, it just is. Inner power is found through contemplation, reflection, and meditation. Sometimes it comes from times of growth and change. Other times it springs from surviving and conquering painful situations. You can conquer this painful situation, Michelle. I know you can. Your affirmation is I have deep inner strength and glorious vitality. So you can do it. I can do it. You can be the queen of dragons. All right. So hopefully that helps, Michelle. Have a great time. So many blessings to you. All right. Let me just update a couple things here. We'll jump back in. And Ruby, you said you wish you could send thank you snacks and drinks. Oh, through YouTube with donations. And I did kind of read a lot of energy. I don't know how you do it for hours on it. Oh, yeah. It's got to be spirit. I tell you what. And it flies by so fast too. So thank you so much for that. Let's see. We got Lauren Smith in the house. Hey, Lauren Smith. Good to see you. We'll get you on the free list here. And Ruby, thank you so much for your additional donation. So we'll get you on that list here too. All right. And like, does she know about the crimes? Okay, very good. And we'll add that in there. Boom, boom. All right. I think I got everything on there. Oh, and we are to you here, Ruby. So for number 4 for you, Ruby, you got 33253. So here is those. Oh, let me give that a love and a like here. So I know I've got that on the list. Did I get everyone else? Oh, those were stickers. That's why. Oh, I didn't do Jessica's. Let me do a love and a like there. Just like to make sure that way I know I got them on my list here. All right. So Ruby, yeah, who sent the peacock and what was the message? I know I misquoted an artist, but there's a song, I want to see your peacock. That was playing in my head. I'm like, what? What is this? What kind of message is that? Let's see here. All right. So who sent it and what's the message here? All right. So who sent it here? Oh, it was a group. You have 4 cups here. And this is the bottom energy, but they're saying that there's a group of 4 on the other side that sent this to you. So it's going to be 4 people who are related on the other side. And so chatty little group that hang out together. So it's a little mini collective, but I feel like these are 4 people that you knew in this lifetime. So if you know 4 people that are all tied, it's them that were doing this, right? You had to move around them. Oh, I like that, right? So I feel like, I don't know why they're showing me well, I know why they're showing me Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory when they had the 4 grandparents that shared a bed, they slept like this with their feet like this, both the parents, the mother's parents and the father's parents were there. Yeah, like grandparents. So, but I'm showing him they are, and there's 4 and they're sharing that bed. So that's funny. So let's see what their message is. Why did they want that? Why was, did they put it in the middle of the road? Why were they trying to get your attention? So we have the 6 of Swords, and we have the Queen of Pentacles, which is abundance, and the Hierophant. So they definitely wanted to get your attention here. One thing here, I do feel like they kinda had you pause for a moment, which, they it's funny, they killed 2 peacocks with 1 stone. Like, they killed 2 birds with 1 stone. 1, they delayed you to make your, um to avoid something down the road. So, they put the peacock there to have you stop, and that pause changed something further on down the road, for your benefit with the Queen of Pentacles. But they also wanted to get your attention so that you would ask so that they could, bring this other message to you, but they that's funny, they said, "We killed 2 peacocks with 1 stone, or with 1 car." So, let's see what else we got here. So, what is the message here? Yeah, you have the Chariot, beautiful movement energy. Here's the car energy. I feel like that Chariot is with these other cards because 'cause they're telling me that that's the car. This is the safety and the action that they had. 2 stones with 1 bird? That's funny. Yeah, so so there you go. That's their way of acknowledging it too, but there's something about the car that it helped with the basically, it's kinda like it kept you from damaging the car further down the road or something happening, running into something or something running into you guys. So I like that. And then here is the other message here. So we've got the 9 of Wands and the King of Swords. Yeah, so definitely it's a strong message here of a change of story around something that's blocking you from something. So the King of Swords rules over the sword suit with the Queen, but gets a second portion of swords, which makes him the master storyteller. But they grant you the Ace of Swords to be able to see things from a different perspective that allow you to move past something. That brings in that 6 of Swords too in the beginning, because they're letting you go, helping you let go of an old way of thinking, presenting you a higher way of looking at something, a different story that allows you to move forward through whatever this you feel like is blocking you. Let's see what else we have here too. Yeah, so we have a death and a rebirth, an ending and a beginning energy, because it's time to put an end to an old story and to create a new one, and you get to create a new one. Yeah. You literally have the Full card and the Page of Pentacles. First card of the major arcana, which is this is a new opportunity free of expectations and supposed to be's and should be's and need to be's and have to be's, and a world of possibilities. So they're trying to get you out of your head, and so that they could bring in something that you wouldn't be aware of, like for a solution. And that's the whole thing with when we ask how are you going to do this? We start limiting the universe. When we ask when, we start limiting the universe because, um, we can only kind of project from our humanity what we've experienced and what we know of, but there's so much more unknown that they know about, and I feel like they're saying, if you kinda release it, release expectations, get out of your head and just go, "Alright, I'm ready for whatever you're gonna bring," then they'll bring this forward here for you. And yeah, and then the 3 of Pentacles, which is here's that it's a creative energy. There is this, being able to I used to say this in work. I that's what I do. I generate options, because that's what I would do at work. People would come to me and I'm like, "Hey, why don't we do this and this?" And they're like, "Oh wow, I never thought of that." I go, "That's what I do. I generate options." I feel like that's what they touch in my memory. That's what we do. We generate options that people don't can't think of because we're limited. And I feel like that's what they wanted, you know, it's like release the need, release the story that you have around something so we can help you create a new story around it. And I like that. Because the peacock is a specific reason. You know, if you're stubborn and you don't move, you're gonna get run over. Because not everyone is as patient as you guys are. So they're like, if the peacock is flexible, they're safer, right? Ah, okay. Yeah. So it's the, trust and let go of things outside of your control and um and then they can so when we change the story of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be, that's the lack energy. When we change the story of what am I grateful for, like I'm grateful that, no one has died. I'm grateful that, you know, um, there is assistance. I'm grateful that we do have rights. We do have a court system. We do have these things, you know, versus like in some countries, the mother has no, mothers or people don't have any rights, and the husband gets to do what they want, or ex-husband or whatever. It's like, you don't know, you have no say so, psh, psh, but the gratitude for the things that we do have, I feel like is kind of the change of the story they're kind of bringing in. So amazing. I love that. Let's see here. What does your fortune cookie say for this one? Oh, the other thing about the peacock. Thank you. They were like, because the peacock being in the road and being stubborn was something about being flexible and allowing. But there's something about there's there's hidden beauty that we don't see, because they'll suddenly when they do their, feathers and it's like, "Oh, wow," and they're like, there's a lot that isn't seen that we can reveal in a beautiful way, so I like that. Yeah, I like this. Value indication. So, your inner value is greater than you realize. Perhaps you've been questioning your worth lately. Focus on affirming your unique qualities daily, and you'll become more confident in your value. I like that. It's also kind of a gratitude kind of energy in a roundabout way too, right? But what I love that. I love it. So the four grandparents in the bed, that's funny. So it is ancestors, it is, those individuals. So I love that. Alrighty, and then I did get another donation in here from Maria P. So thank you, Maria. Let me add you onto the list here of donations. All right. All right, Ruby. So thank you for that donation. We do have your other one. We'll circle back around for that eventually too. And thank you so much. And I appreciate that. And yeah, if I could have snacks while I was chatting, but I mean, can you imagine me eating chips? Celery sticks. But I have coffee and water, so that's good. And I have plenty here for it to, eat up, so that's good. Yeah, that's right, ASMR tarot combo. And I could talk really slow and low so everyone could hear me. People to fall asleep. Alright. So we've got Guerrera means war up next. So Guerrera, good to see you. We got your timestamp at 3:44:49. Celery is your favorite. Yum, yum. All right, Guerrera. Good to see you. Hello again, lovely friend. I like it. So May 2026 has felt like molasses for you. What's a general snapshot of June looking like? You're feeling a tad down. Oh, you're allowed. You're allowed to feel down. We don't always have to be at high vibration. We come down here to experience low. So enjoy that. Whenever I'm feeling down, I watch sad movies and listen to sad music and cry. And, if I'm going to feel down, I'm going to make the best of it. It's almost like when I'm feeling down, I want to like slam dunk my downness so it bounces back up. But we love you. I'm sending you lots of love. Let's see here. What is June? What can we know about June here? And what about the downness? We're going to do a card here for the down. It looks like for June, you do have the Page of Swords. So you do have a lot of clarity that comes in for June. Also, the Fool card. So there is this freedom energy, a new adventure kind of energy. So I feel like they're saying, chin up, young person. It's going to be a new adventure in June. So I like that for you. Let's see what we got here. You do have the Five of Cups. Yeah, here's the sorrow, feeling low energy as you enter into June. But you do have the Eight of Cups, which is leaving behind emotions that don't serve you anymore. Also, relationships that don't serve you anymore. With a Six of Wands, a victory energy, and kind of a celebration, being lifted up. So I feel like you're lifted up at the beginning of June. The Eight of Cups, you know, if you're, kind of struggling with um, any kind of, relationships with people, I feel like they're telling me here with this Five of Cups and how you're feeling down, I feel like your emotional energy is drained. Like we have an emotional bank, and I feel like it's not, it can't go bankrupt, but it can be like where it starts declining emotional investments and things. And I feel like they're kind of bringing that in here. And they're saying that there's two sources, of course, whenever that suck emotional currency out of our emotional bank, which is relationships with people where you're giving consistently over giving in relationship or relationships, excuse me, where you're giving 70, 80, 90% of the emotional energy in, and they're only giving 10, 20, 30% back, right? And so in this, it's, being aware of, you might be one like, I don't know if I should or not. And you're like, just unplug and see if the relationship survives, sometimes, or back off to 50%. And if they don't make up the difference, it drifts away, and then you can just unplug it completely. And I know it sounds kind of morbid and dark, but it's like sometimes you have to unplug from a relationship and see, did the relationship become a vegetable where, if it lives and breathes on its own, then it lives. If it doesn't, then it's time for it to kind of go. And you get all that emotional energy back that fills up your emotional bank that allows you to invest that emotional energy into projects and things that require that emotional energy. Or if you're not in a relationship and wanting one, if you're low in emotional energy, your heart won't approve a relationship coming in because it's like, we ain't got the emotional funds. We're not going to approve it. Denied, so it keeps new love and other relationships away. So as we're like, well, I don't feel like I have good friends. I feel like I'm, you know, I'm giving to everyone else and I'm not getting anything back, you can back off, cut things out, make space, make emotional energy available for someone, friends that you're new ones that you're choosing that match your energy, that are equally giving and receiving. And then, of course, if you're looking for a romantic relationship, then it opens you up to be able to do that. Or if you are in a relationship, it allows you to pour more emotional relationship into that. But it allows you to fill up your self-love too. Let's see what else here for June. You got, yeah, the Queen of Cups and the Three of Pentacles. Yeah, you have the Queen of Cups. There's that chalice, your self-love there. This is doing something that you love in June. I feel like it's time for you, to allow yourself to be creative, to get out there in June, to do something. Allow your heart to be expressed, whether it's painting or pottery or flower arrangements or even gardening or creating a collage, building a little roller derby, whittling wood, whatever creative expression helps you get your heart expressed out. I feel like your heart has been kind of, like it says, it's your heart feels down, it's squashed because you haven't been able to be creative. Music, they're bringing in too, singing, music, whatever it is that helps you just feel like you're being creative and you're allowing something to flow. I feel like it's important. June is this coming in here, and I feel like you have an opportunity to express that. Yeah, and I feel like you have the 2 of Pentacles here, which means there's 2 opportunities that are out there. The Magician card, it depends on your energy, in June. You have this possibilities of this because the Magician is the manifester, but if you it's about focusing on gratitude for what you do have, then things flow in more joy, more celebration, things come in. If we're focusing on lack and, need and want and any fears, we draw that stuff in. So it's focusing on the gratitude opens up these 2 other possibilities. Excuse me. So I feel like that can be a little bit, let's see what your down card is. Is it a wands as well? No, oh no, it's a strength card. You are stronger than you know. Here's your higher self, this maiden, and this is your what do they call it? Dog days, the dog days of summer. But it's if you feel down, know that your higher self is there and you have so much strength inside of you. If you reach up to them, they will lift you up. But I feel like when we're down, it's kind of hard for us to, to have tons of gratitude and joy, but sometimes we can get to be too serious, right? And when we're being too serious, it's time to play. It's time to set a play date with your inner child and go do something fun. Go get you some ice cream if you like ice cream. Go s- go sit on a swing if that feels good, or go stick your feet in a pool or water, a stream, or do something fun that your inner child would be like, "Yeah, let's go do this." Go see a movie, or what's your favorite food, or it's like it's go do some fun stuff. Because I feel like part of what's feeling down here is I feel like I'm working, 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 and but I'm not taking time to celebrate me, and that's important to do. So, but June looks good here for you. Let's see. You also get a fortune cookie here from the Soul Coaching Oracle. So let's see what we got coming in here. You got purification, card number 41. Look, standing in water. There we go. Go jump in a lake. That's what they used to say, right? This is a positive thing. So cleanse your body and environment by doing space clearing and shifting your clutter. Release whatever doesn't serve or support you in your life. Let go of the old, discarded, and unused. Eat lightly and consume fresh water and food with strong life force. Your soul wants you to know that sometimes your auric field becomes so cluttered and dingy that you can't see the world around you clearly and you have trouble hearing the messages from the soul. When you take time to purify yourself and your environment, not only do you feel lighter and brighter, but you're also, excuse me, a clearer channel for the light. The brilliance that pours through you can heal and help many people. But first, the path has to be clear. Your affirmation is my energy field is being cleansed of all that I do not need. My energy field is being cleansed of all that I do not need. Ooh, I like that for you, Guerra. So hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. Hang in there. All right. So up next here, we do have Jessica. Jessica, here's your timestamp 3:55:29. So here is your timestamp. And you want to know, what is Adrian feeling for you here? Let's take a look here. What is Adrian feeling for you here? Put those. All right. What do they got going in here? Well, there are a lot of emotions below the surface with the moon here. A lot of unseen emotions, I would say unshared, unexpressed is a probably a good word, but it's unexpressed emotion because it's pushed below the surface with this moon energy. There's a lot of passion there too. Yeah, you get the Knight of Wands and the Ten of Wands. So there's a lot of passionate expression, but a lot of unexpressed emotion, which tells me right off the bat that they may not have a ton of self love because they don't know how to express love. So they've learned to express any emotions through passion, through action, through physical attraction and energetic attraction, but not from the heart. So, you know, if you're wanting emotion from them, we'll see here with these other cards. I don't know if they're at this time in their life capable of sharing that because they have to develop their self-love to be able to give love, because we can't give more love than we have for ourselves, nor receive more love than we have for ourselves. So if I love myself this much, doesn't matter how much love someone gives me, it's just drip dripping. No matter how much love I want to pour out, it's just drip drip, right? Let's see what else they're feeling here. Yeah, we got the Six of Pentacles, the Eight of Pentacles. So there is a little bit of kind of codependent energy there with the Six of Pentacles, but feels kind of balanced out. Pardon me. Let me take a quick sip here. Excuse me, I'll grab a lozenge or two. Got a little frog in my throat. There it goes. Something about but not being able to speak your truth or their truth kind of comes in with that too. They're holding back saying what they want to say. But there is this progression energy of with the 6 and the 8 of Pentacles about putting in the blood, the sweat, the tears. Let's see what unfolds. So I feel like they're kind of not having any specific intentions yet, but they're just kind of going with the flow and seeing what fruit arrives um, in its own timing. Yeah, we got the 2 of Pentacles and the Chariot. Chariot is the power of choice. And the Two of Pentacles is also about making a choice in the outside world. So I do feel like they might have like another interest in the outside world. Um, kind of like they see you here, and but then there's this other hand here, and I'm wondering here. Excuse me, it feels like, but I don't feel like it's a real person. And when I get that kind of energy, it's like they've got um this idea of who they want, in their head, which is like this ghost, and then real people. So in this case, really, it's like you, but then they're like, "Well, what if this ghost of a person lives out there somewhere? And what if it's not really settling, but it's, you know, this really, I was gonna call it a warped kind of conglomeration of a lot of different people, and generally, it's, like, unobtainable for one person because it's a combination of the best things of, like, 10 people or 50 people, and it's like, "What?" So I feel like there's that kind of energy there, and I feel like it's important to know because sometimes it's like, why are they kind of in this indecisive thing? It's because they've got that other thing on their mind. You also got the Hierophant and the King of Wands. So this really I don't feel like this is a long-term person for you. The Hierophant is the master of, uh, stepping stones, which is like someone that you learn through, but then later down the road, when you're learning stuff about yourself to release so that you don't take it into a relationship in the future, that's like your soul partner, the person you're with the rest of your life. And I'm so sorry. There we go. There we go. You ever have it like it just feels like it's stuck? But this King of Wands is the power of choice, energy. That's why I feel like it's up to you how much this you wanna get into or not, but you can learn a lot through it for yourself, and there's passion there. Well, obviously, that's a lot of what they are here, but, um, I feel like you do learn a lot through this, stepping stone. Yep, and I feel like you learn a lot about your self-worth too with them here, with the 4 of Pentacles and the Ace of Swords. Four of Pentacles is, we realize when we define our worth by people in the outside world that we feel unstable because all those people are unstable. Well, people, situations, and things. So our relationships with humans, situations that we get into, and things like our bodies and our money and possessions, kind of thing. And I feel like you're getting a lot of clarity through your interactions with them because they kind of are, unstable. They're there and they're not, and then they come and then they go, and they're not being able to give you what you're needing for yourself because you're the only one truly that can give you what you're looking for, your self-love. Then what people give you is above and beyond extra, and so I feel like you're learning a lot of that through this interaction with them, but I feel like there's emotion, but they can't express it, and so they express it through passion, but then again, there's kinda like on this unsurety of, "Look, am I gonna choose you? Because I feel like I wanna hold out for this ghost of a person," you know? So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Jessica. Enjoy it for what it is, but I feel like, they are just a stepping stone for you. I know, right? Does that resonate? You're like, "They're gone." Yeah, and here's your fortune cookie. You do get clarity. So clarity does come in here about what you want, what you don't want. But it says clear vision is leading you forward. Have you been feeling uncertain? Clarity is emerging. So take action with confidence and trust in your path. So I love that for you. Right, my dear. You're very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that very much. All right. So we had a few more donations come in. We've got Stormborn. Hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the list here. And we've got Jamie. Jamie G. So Jamie, thank you so much for your donation. And so did you want to take your do you want the super depressed one to be your, donation reading or the well, because does N at work have a crush on me? That'll be a we can answer that with 2 cards, for a free reading. So let me know what you wanna have for your donation. Oh, there you go. Marla Kim. Okay, so that is that. So I'll put that for your donation reading there. And then for your free reading, you actually asked 2 separate questions, and I only do 1 free reading per session, so, you can let me know which one you want to be the free one there as well. Alright. Hey, artist, welcome back. I am not anywhere near any free readings. So it'll be a while. Okay. I'll see which one spirit will draw in there. Um, right now for donations, I've got 3 for June coming up, and then we're, returning back to Ruby, and then Maria P, and then Stormborn, and then Jamie G. So that's where we'll be at here. We're just hit 4 hours. At about 5 hours, if I haven't started free readings by then, I will at 5 hours, I'll do, like, 30 minutes of free readings, and then I'll go back and finish donations, and then if I have energy and a voice, I will continue to finish out the free readings. And artists, just so you know, you're like, let's see, you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 12, 13. You're 14th in the free reading, so I probably wouldn't get to that in 30 minutes. Depends on spirit, of course. Sometimes they're fast, sometimes they get a little chatty, so I know you understand that because your name's Artist Tarot. All right. So let me take a big sip here and we'll dive back in. There we go. So June, hello, hello. Good to see you. Thank you for all of your multiple donations here. Let's give you your first timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, let me get these 11 I like, so I know I have those on my list. Okay. So June, yesterday was Kay's birthday. Hello. Cheers, cheers. So what really did Kay do for their birthday and how much was SS involved? All right. All right. So what really did Kay do for their birthday? Okay. Sorry, I'm crunching my throat lavender now. My little snack. All right. And then how much was SS involved? Okay. Interesting. On the bottom of the deck, we have the Four of Wands, which is a joyful gathering, but the Four of Pentacles at home. So just a little joyful gathering at home. We'll see here if there's other people involved. Okay, we'll start with these two. We got the Page of Pentacles and the Six of Cups. This, I don't know if there was family involved, because the Six of Cups is childlike energy, and the Page of Pentacles is, I don't know if this is like, well, it feels like it's a beneficial or like a abundant abundant situation or event. But the Six of Cups, it's child energy, but they don't have children, but they are a child, and that's why I feel like I don't know if the parents came in or they did something with the parents. Uh, let's see what else we can get on that here. What else is happening here? Yeah, well, we had the Knight of Cups. romance with the Queen of Swords, balance between head and heart kind of energy here. So it feels like, there was some, I wanna say romance, but movement of heart at least there. Interesting. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we have the Star card, which is like a it's a wish upon a star, dream come true. We got the Queen of Pentacles too, which is an abundant birthing. That could be mom's energy. Two of Pentacles, two individuals, and Ace of Wands. Of course, a little bit of action energy there. What is this? Let's see, was SS involved? Yeah, Ace of Cups. So I do feel like they were involved. Um, but it feels like here, maybe like a family get together at like his family, or mom was in town, or it feels like it's a small little gathering at their home, right? Um, so I feel like that's what happened. And I mean, they feel like, yay. It almost feels like a little kid that was surprised. Um, because I feel like it was like a kid's birthday party is what they showed me in my head when I saw that 6 of Cups in the beginning. So it's like, oh, okay. It was just that. And then, you know, um, very balanced head and heart, because I feel like it was well, it makes sense. This was my night and it was my birthday and I was special. I'm the birthday person, and so it was like everything was for me, and that's the way they like it, right? So, it looks good there. Did Kay like the gift SS gave? Last year they felt the gift they received was understated. Oh, yeah, right. Isn't it always? Well, like this dream come true energy, it feels like it is. I'll do a quick clarifier on that one. Yeah, 6 of Wands. I felt like this year, I feel like they were just glad they got anything at all. But it is a victory, it is an energy. It is an energy of being uplifted and shining, and shining bright. So I feel like they were like, yeah. Overall, I feel like they got kind of spoiled um by family especially, but I feel like it was something. I feel like even maybe SS, I'm feeling like SS was like a grandparent to a grandchild for Christmas. "Alright, give me a list of 5 things that you want, or 10 things." I think it's just 5 things, it feels like 10 is too much. She's like, "5 things, and then I'll surprise you. That way, if you don't like it, it's your own damn fault." Alright, let's see what the fortune cookie comes in with this one here. Yeah, so we got a little bit of a transformation energy. Says, "You are undergoing a profound transformation. Have recent changes made you uncertain? Embrace the shifts. They're guiding you toward personal and spiritual growth." I feel like this uncertainty, Kay is feeling very uncertain. That's why I feel like they were just happy they got anything, but they feel like effort was made, and they're like, I'm, uh, well, to say that I'm not gonna rock the boat would be a lie. It's, maybe I don't wanna sink the boat because 'cause I'm on one end of the canoe. If the boat sinks, I sink with it, so let me just not rock the boat. Let me not put any holes in the boat. I can still rock it, but I'll be careful so I don't pierce because it's a life raft. So I get it. That makes sense now. Alright. So that was for the first one. Dun, dun, dun. And we continue on here. So for number 2, we got 4, 14, 19. Let's see what we got coming in here. So thank you for your additional donation. Boop, boop. So today, SS and K canceled the K's birthday event. This event had been scheduled on the calendar for the past month. They canceled today's event late last night. So why was today's big celebration canceled? What the heck's going on? Spill the tea. I know, right? Ooh, bum, bum, bum. All right. So cheers, cheers. Let me take a sip of my blue water. I'm out of coffee right now. So, why was this canceled? What? What? And what is going on? All right. Interesting. Bottom of the deck, we do have the 10 of Pentacles. Family, family, um, family, wife, family, and abundance. I already got my presents. I feel it's interesting. We'll look at these other cards, but it has something to do because I do feel like family's in town, and they were like, "Well, you know, we can always reschedule, we can do something, and I'd rather spend time with my family than with people that really don't care about me." Whoa. Truth. Boom. And I already got my big presents, uh, from my family and from SS. So let's see. Let's see what else unfolded here. See what else we have here. And we got the Sun card and the Devil card here. A little bit of shaking and rattling going on. What is this? Because I feel like what is this? Sun is, it just feels like I feel abundant already. I feel abundant already here. Something about work coming in as well, but I feel like that's not, uh, I feel like that's just an extra excuse, but like there's something important tomorrow and, um, I didn't want to get together with a bunch of people, blah, 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 kind of thing. So, yeah, we'll see. Let's see what else we have here. That's kind of just weird. And we got the World card. Again, a victory, an ending of an old cycle, beginning of a new adventure, free of expectations. I do feel there is some, got the 7 of Cups, which, we've got I feel like this is the group of friends getting together, and the Knight of Wands. Oh, what is this? Like, I'm I'd rather go again, this is that I'd rather go spend time with my family than get in a fight about how everyone else feels about me kind of energy. 'Cause it does feel like there's this, oh, 'cause everyone would make it about you and not me. Everyone would make it about you and not me, and then that would piss me off, as it always does. So I feel like the underscore is that their family was there and they just were like, they're on my side. Everyone else is kind of against me. Most everyone's against me. And so I feel like that's why they switched it up here. And I do feel like it was sudden with the 8 of Wands. I do feel like there was something that did kind of fire it up. with this Knight of Wands and the Eight of Wands, because that's a lot of fire, a lot of movement of spicy energy. Um, and I feel like mom, I'm getting this that mom, uh, I feel like she purposely kind of manipulated it a little bit. She knows what buttons to push. And but the Queen of Swords, which is this balance between head and heart, I feel like SS was just like, if it keeps the peace, fine. Like I don't feel like SS fought for it or we're like, oh no, no, oh my God, we did this and da 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 da. I feel like they're used to canceling things by this point because it feels like we've canceled a lot of stuff because of what they wanted. And I feel like they didn't want to deal with it all either. So they're just like, that's fine. We'll cancel it, you know. But I do feel like family with this 10 of Pentacles, because usually that's the, two people and a child and a dog and an old person and all this. I feel like, um, they're like, oh, we're only going to be in town one more night. We just came in for, oh no, I feel like they're coming in for the Memorial Day weekend, maybe. Or maybe they were going off to something else and they're like, oh, we only have one more night and then we're going to head off to do that. But you have a good time at your party. Well, we'll just kinda hang out at your house or the hotel or whatever, and guilt trip. So it kind of felt like that. It didn't feel like there was the usual drama. It just felt kind of, you know, just manipulative by mom and guilt but then also I don't think it takes much, um like, they didn't have to twist Kay's arm too much. "No, no, no, we'll go and spend time with you." Yeah. We have spirit here for the one for here. The power of your spirit is always there, quietly supporting you. If you feel lost, take time to listen to your inner voice. Through meditation or simple outdoor activities, you can reconnect with your inner strength. That's funny. I do feel like when they were doing all that, I feel like SS spent a lot of time outside. Like, "Oh, I'm gonna go do this outside. I'm gonna go take care of the dogs." I don't think they have dogs, but I'm like, I feel like they're going out, "Oh, let me go do that. I'm gonna go do this out here." "No, no, you guys spend time. It's your this is your family, this is your I'll go do this. No, no, let me. Oh, we need more ice? Let me go. I'll go get more ice." Uh, and it's like, oh, those stores were out. I had to go all the way to that other store. They were all out of ice. Who knew from, Memorial Day weekend? I understand why they're out of ice. A lot of people getting it. So the lines were long too. It took me an extra long time as they're sitting in their car. No, I'm just kidding. They weren't crying, but they were like, yeah, more ice, right? Too funny. "Oh, wait, we don't have the ice cream you want? No, no, I'll go get it. Let me go get it. What anybody else want anything while I'm out? I'll go to as many stores as I need to find it." Too funny. Alright. So, here's okay, number 3. There you go. So let me add that in here. Alright, so number 3, 4, 23, 28 is for this one. Thank you again for your multiple donations there, June. I appreciate that. Boom, boom. You're welcome, Crystal. All right. So, Monday, there's a tentative get together in the afternoon with SSNK. Oh, okay. Is the Monday event really going to happen or will they cancel again? Oh, I get you. Okay. So they canceled, but they had a get together already. So that's good. So maybe that's why it was easy from the cancel. Oh, we're getting together with everyone on Monday anyway. So let's take a look here. Based on current energies, will it actually happen based on current energies, right? Let's see here. Got that, got that. Is this for their birthday? Because I'm like, hey, there might be more presents, more what did you say before? Understated, more understated presents from other people. Well, we do have the Ace of Wands on the bottom, which is an action energy. So I do feel like, based on current energy, it feels like it's going to happen. Let's see what else they want us to know based on current energies. Let me just, ah, crack, crack, crack. Um, we got the Four of Pentacles. I like that. Is the gathering at their house again? Got the Four of Pentacles, King of Cups, balance between head and heart. Seems very good things. Page of Wands, yeah. So do you feel like there's action here? Um, Balanced energy. So I do feel like there is this uh, is the gathering. I'm picking up some energy here of I'm oddly calm, and let's see what else they have here. I just feel like they're kind of calm. They have the Five of Cups, a little bit melancholy. Feel like their family, because their family were going to go do something, um, he's a little bummed they didn't invite him or them. But there's like this. I feel like they're a little bummed because they're like, oh, I miss my family, and they're gone. And so I feel like they're kind of in a stable, not a feisty mood, but a kind of a downer mood, a little bit. We have the Hierophant along with the Nine of Swords. Yeah, because I feel like it's gonna happen here, but this Hierophant and this Nine of Swords, I feel like it's such a difference between, like, when they're hanging out with their family and they have that kind of, you know, feeling that support to going into that feeling like I'm going into you know, I'm a I'm a wolf among sheep is how they look at it. Not in a that, you guys are stupid and follow a shepherd, anything like that, but that, you know, all the sheep look at me like I'm dangerous. And you're like, "You're a wolf." But I feel like they're like, "All right, we're back to, it being about everyone else, and it's not about me," kind of energy. And so I feel like it is gonna happen, but I feel like they're kind of bummed. At least, Kay is bummed, and, but I kind of feel like that's nice. Just because it's like if it's the difference between being so kind of aggressive and or pouty and poor me energy, right? It's like if we have a choice between the 2, we'll take the pouty, poor me, quieter to themselves, besides complaining about things, but at least they're not attacking, like, SS and other people or whatever. They're just kinda like, you know, over there drinking their poison, wallowing in the quagmire of their despair. Oh, boo 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 boo. You know, um, so interesting. But I feel like, yeah, I feel like it is going to happen, and that's kind of the energy around it. Um, and then because your donations added up to $5 or more for your last fortune cookie, you'll get the soul coaching. So let's see what else they want us to know here. Yeah, well, that's nice. Got a little playfulness going on there. And that's card 38. So let's see what we have. Allow your inner child to play today. Enjoy yourself and have fun. Embrace your innocence. Your soul wants you to know that playfulness is absolutely necessary for your health and well being. It's as important as the food you eat and the thoughts you think. If your responsibilities and hard work have made this a low priority for you, it's time to have some fun. Give yourself a break and nurture your spirit by doing something madcap or just plain silly. Listen to music and dance by yourself with glee. Make silly faces. Invite friends over for an afternoon tea party. Or go for a drive with no destination, just for the fun of it. I like it. Your affirmation is my joy is the greatest gift that I give to others. I like that. I kind of feel a little compassion towards the volcano. Kind of feel like they're reminding me of when when I was in how old was I? Well, I was in like my last couple years of high school, and the school we went to, there was the it was our church's school, and the pastor's son was there. A lot of people didn't like him because I mean, he was really good looking and really outgoing, and but the pastor's son, people were jealous of them because they thought, oh, they're like, oh, they get all the attention, they get all this, but people didn't know how the hell that they, went through, everyone accusing him of stuff and that the expectations and that he had to do stuff with his parents when everyone else was doing other things and kind of like befriended him in a way. Um, uh, I didn't like him in the beginning either because I was a young teenager. But it was like when I realized what everything they were going through, like they needed a friend, and so I was like, they're not so bad, and I got to know them more, and you know, but I feel like there's that kind of energy. This playfulness is like, not that you need to invite them over for a tea party, but I feel like this joy that you know, it's like giving them a little grace, giving them a little joy, because I do feel like they're down, and I feel like a nice, happy face towards them. I just feel like that energy toward them, and, of course, that's you don't have to do anything with that at all. Just, I feel like, they nudged me to share that. So, you don't have to poison their coffee or their tea, just let it be normal. You can stop the slow poisoning of them. You know? "Why do you always give me that chocolate strawberry and no one else?" "No reason, I just like you." Anyway, thank you again, June, for all of your donations, and much love to you. All right. So we'll circle back around here. We have Ruby coming up. Hey, Ruby. We got 433 even. Whoops. Or not. There we go. For your number 5. Thank you again so much for all of your donations here. You're very welcome, Jude. Thank you so much. You're so kind. All right, Ruby. So you want to know, does your ex's mom, yay, does your ex's mom know who he is and what he's done? Your ex's mom. So does mom know son who he is and what he's done? Like, oh, like does she know about his crimes and hatred and wrongdoings, the harm he causes? Does she care? Does she still feel justified in the role she's playing? All right. Cheers, cheers. Let's take a sip. Let's see what we've got going on here. So does she know about this crimes and hatred and wrongdoings? The harm that he's caused, right? Does she care? And does she still feel justified in the role that she's playing? Mhm. All right. All right. So the bottom of the deck, I got the Queen of Swords. Queen of Swords, you know, is an energy of like a great balance between head and heart and very compatible. But I'm getting this energy I don't normally get from here, which is um like I do no wrong, I'm perfect. Like I have to see myself as that because if I don't, then I feel like I'm, you know, a failure. I feel like I live in a black and white world. I'm either totally a success or totally a failure. So I blame everyone else. I'm perfect. Um, I'm right. Everyone else is wrong kind of energy that comes in with that, right? So, you know, we've got, you know, that kind of energy. Oh, she's been doing spell work on us. She doesn't practice ethically. Oh, okay. I get you. Hey, Stormborn. After Ruby, we got Maria P, and then you, and then Jamie G. Let's take a look here. Does she know about his crimes and hatred and wrongdoings? So we got the 10 of Wands and the Knight of Swords. So I feel like, you know, this is she know well, let me see, and you got the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, we got that codependent energy there. But the 10 of Wands, I feel like they know of their temper growing up. So I feel like she understands. She's an enabler, yeah, right? Yeah, yeah. So I get it. Yeah, that definitely is there. But I feel like the Knight of Swords is like she doesn't wanna know the truth, so she blinds herself to it. She knows he has a temper. Ten of Wands growing up, I feel like she knows because I feel like she's kind of part of the reason. Um, but she doesn't wanna see it. Um, so I feel like she knows, but she would never admit it. She knows, but she doesn't wanna know. And so she's in denial about it, right? Because I know it's there, but I don't wanna see it, you know, kind of energy. Um, the harm, does she know the harm that he's caused? No, 4 of Cups energy. Like, I feel like in the Knight of Cups and the 5 of Cups. So, I feel like and this is like the 5 of Cups is below the surface. I feel like, you know, she knows that he's harmed other people. I feel like he's harmed her, and but she's also harmed him. And the 4 of Cups is I'm trying to keep my emotions stable, so I focus on uh, you know, trying to what is this? I'm just trying to be loving toward my son. I'm just trying to be loving toward my son. Um, and I'm trying to keep my emotions, you know, stable, trying to keep the relationship between us stable. So I'm trying to show him love even though I know all this energy here, right? Yeah. 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 And that makes sense with all of that you said there with this. So I do feel like yeah, does she care? Sometimes, you know, the 2 of Wands, she goes back and forth, but the Knight of Wands, you know, there is this I would say like there's a lot of rage. One, she's afraid that if sh if I care, I'm gonna say something, and then I'm gonna spark, you know, them. But also, I feel like she's got an inner rage that if she if she turns on that switch, it's not good. So I feel like she chooses to, like, again, the denial and that, um in a way, I feel like she can't care. That's what they're saying. Okay. So that's kind of what they're saying, right? Is I can't care because if I care, it causes trouble. I have to not care for my own sake so I don't trigger, but because if I trigger, then they'll trigger, and that that's not definitely not good. You know, one little pit fire, another pit fire crazes a forest fire, and I know the destruction that can come from that. So I feel like a lot of that denial kind of energy. Yeah, yeah. Does she still feel justified in the role that she's playing here? 9 of Pentacles. It's an interesting energy for all that because the 9 of Pentacles is hermit energy. Um, but it's like a physical dream come true energy. And so I do feel like she feels like I'm creating security for myself, you know, with the role that she's playing. Um, and so this, like you said, she does spell work on us and she doesn't practice that. You're wondering if she even knows he's told so many lies, but I don't feel like she cares, and I feel like we've gotten to that through all these cards, right? That she can't care, um, and she can't admit fault, and she believes that she does everything perfect and ethically, no matter what anyone else says. You guys don't know what you're talking about. But, and it's good to know. I think we've talked about before that spell work doesn't work, at least on the people that are, unless we believe it, right? Like if someone hangs a dead chicken in front of the house and says, "I've cursed you," if I believe in curses and they're like, "You're gonna get sick," and then we're like, "Oh god, I'm gonna get sick, I'm gonna get sick, I'm gonna get sick." Then if I get sick, I think, "Oh, she's so powerful." But it's my energy, my power, because we only have power over our own lives. When I focus in on, that, then you know, I get all this, I draw it all in, and then it, uh, manifests itself in my life. But if someone does something and I'm like, "You silly little witch," I said witch, um, you know, I'm unimpacted by it. The thing though, whatever energy we're putting out into the world is what we draw back to us. So when she's doing spell work and if she's doing it like, um, you know, um, you know, putting out trying to negative things, she's drawing these things to herself. So it's really interesting. Yeah. Interesting, right? Well, let's see what else we got here. Because all of your donations add up to like $10. I'm going to give you another one of these soul coaching for this fortune cookie. See what else they want to add in here as well. So they have no power over you unless you give them power, and all the energy you put towards them and any angst or lower vibration you put towards her, you're just only hurting yourself, not anyone else. So it's like, yeah, why am I'm not going to give them a second thought. They have no power over me. I'm going to focus on gratitude for what I love and for the people I love. It's like Will Ferrell. He's a hilarious comedian. He has some haters, some people. He's not for everyone. But they asked him in an interview, what do you do about all these people that hate you? He said, nothing. I don't waste any of my energy on them. I use all of my energy to focus on the people I love. And I'm like, wow. Yep. Got wisdom. Beautiful owl here. Card number 52. the last card in the deck. Excuse me. So, the cup of wisdom is being presented to you. Listen to the coincidences, the signs, and synchronicities around you. Watch for messages from your angels and guides. Enlightenment is growing within you in mysterious ways beyond your awareness. Sit on the earth and allow her wisdom to fill you. And your soul wants you to know your wisdom has not only come from your joyous, carefree times, it it's also bloomed from your failures, your deflated dreams, and seemingly wrong turns in life. Cherish every experience, for all of it has deepened your wisdom, compassion, and understanding. Also, know that there's an innate wisdom within you, always. It's simply a matter of being still and turning within in order to access it. Sometimes you may be so focused on the future or what's outside of you that you forget that wisdom is available to you now. I love that. And your affirmation is all I truly need is within me. So I love that. Beautiful, beautiful. She was doing spell work on her husband to punish him, and they were nasty to me when he became disabled. My ex-life. Oh, what? Yeah, right. Yeah, I like that. So definitely, that shows, right? The what I'm doing this and then it's like, but yeah, and everything does unfold for us when we realize behind all of these characters that these human characters that we interact with in our lives, behind them is the actor behind the character, even behind, someone who an unethical witch, um, powerful, supernaturally, eternal spirit being made of unconditional love, playing a role, playing a part for our growth in our lifetime, being a mirror to show us what we want to see about ourselves to set ourselves free. So when we realize it's not, you know, and it's hard, we get really involved in the story. We sometimes we forget people are, um, oh, that's a character. That's right. This is just a movie. Oh, this is just a TV series. Because we can really learn to hate a villain in a movie. Then you see him in real life, and people that play villains, they get people that say stuff to them, and they're like, "That's not me. That was a character. I'm really not that bad." So so that's what they have for you, my dear. Thank you again for your multiple donations, and, so grateful. Hey, Jojo, good to see you. Woke up from your sleep. Sorry, was I talking too loud? You heard me all the way over there on the other side of the world, but good to see you. All right, so the last of the donations I have Maria P, and then Stormborn, and then Jamie G is where we're at right now. Are we done time? Okay. So we'll finish up these. So Maria P, we got you at 447. 52. Boom, boom, boom. So here is for that one. And I think this is it here, right? Yes. All right. Oh, you did see the video and you felt much better. Yes. Oh, good, good, good. So you and I want to know Wally's thoughts on your relationship. Okay. And then the drama that happened at work was about vacation days you took. Oh, was the drama at happened at work at vacation days? If not, what was it about? Okay. And does Wally feel that you miss him and love him? And then a message from Spirit. All right. So, Wally's thoughts on your relationship. Yeah, you got the Six of Wands. It's a beautiful victory energy. Um, so I feel overall it's a positive energy. He feels good about it. He's had worse. That's funny. Joke, 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 joke. But the Six of Wands is also mutual attraction and a lot of the fire energy, Wands energy. So I feel like there's a lot of passion and an equal passion between the both of you. And I feel like that's the big thing that he kind of focuses in on. And that's what he believes. It's like this, you are who I want and who I'm attracted to. And he hopes that it's the same, that he's also the one that you want. So I feel like that's what for that. The drama that happened at work, was it about your vacation days? And if not, we have the strength card here. I don't feel like um and I feel like that's a part of it, but I feel like someone, this strength card is Leo energy, is fire energy, is someone just, you know, everything. Well, what about that? What about this? And da da da. I feel like that was like a starting point of, oh, you know, why do they get to have off and da 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 da, and they kind of created a ruckus, and they became kind of leading a little bit of a, not a coup, but someone was just really fired up about a lot of things. And because I feel like they wanted off for Memorial Day weekend, and they weren't able to have off, and because of something else and whatever, and they're like, "Why does she get off? Did she take it off? Why do I have to be here if she doesn't have to be here?" And I feel like they started out, but it was all about them. That was just like a little, but then they just started blowing things up, and then just I feel like we talked about how she's got a lot of stuff going on at home, and she needed to feel seen, and she needed to feel important, and so she, went like that. But then someone else, I feel, was kinda speaking up and kinda defending you. It wasn't Dr. Laura. I feel like it's someone else that likes you there, and they were like, "Well, why are you picking on them? They did everything right and da da da." Well, man. I feel like they kind of got in a little bit of a, not yelling or fighting or, you know, fist fight, but they got in a little bit of a snippety, you know, maybe raised voices a little bit, but not yelling. And then that's when I feel like Dr. Laura happened to be walking by and said, what's happening here?" And everyone's like, "Psst, psst, psst," kind of energy. So that's interesting. Does Wally feel that you miss him and that you love him? All right. The Justice card. Sometimes, the Justice card is Libra energy. It rolls over the house of relationships, but the scales, I feel, go back and forth. And so, like now, I feel that they do. But then there's other times they feel that you don't. Well, obviously, when you're having an argument, and, when you get that little "ps, ps," energy with them, you know, then they're like, "Oh." That's why they hope that you feel the same about them, 'cause, you know, consistency-wise, I feel like you're, like, I was gonna say 80, they're correcting me, like 70. Like 70% of the time, you're pretty consistent on sharing that, but there's like 30% where your actions don't match up to that from his viewpoint, and that makes that's what brings his doubt and why he moves slower, sometimes as well, right? So I feel like that. And then a message from spirit, you have the 9 of wands. So the 9 of wands energy, you are on this journey of realizing your power more and more, because the 9 of wands is blocks and things that hold us back. Like the video you watched, I think you watched the one with the abundance where it be, when you realize that so much of our what comes into our life is what we're focusing on. When you realize it's not about what other people do or don't do that impacts our life, it's what we do, what energy we're focusing on. And so the more I'm focusing on gratitude, the more I draw things in, the more I focus in on expectations on what's not happening, what people are doing and not saying, or saying, and da 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 da. I draw in more of that stuff instead of what I'm really wanting. And so I feel like you're heading in this direction, realizing that all the blocks you're feeling in relationships and work and children and family and health and anything else, it starts here. And so when we look in here and we step into our power, then you're able to, you know, take that magic wand and you're able to purposely focus it where you want, and then you're able to slip through these blocks. But until we do, we're kind of living on autopilot on what, our old conditioning is, which is on fear and lack and need and want. And then we draw in that energy that matches that instead, right? So hopefully that makes sense. I'm sure it does. That's what they have for you. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Oh, you got Sacred Union. Says two powerful forces are uniting, whether in a relationship or within yourself. This union brings energy and growth. Embrace this connection. It will lead to deeper understanding and transformation. I feel like this is you and your higher self. You're realizing you're stepping into your power. So I like that. That sacred union with the big Maria. Oh, of course, they're not named Maria, but I like that for you. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That's what they have. So many blessings to you. All right, absolutely, Jojo. We'll get you on to the free reading list here. Get you on there. And Chelsea, thank you for your donation. I'll get you on the donation list here. Give that a love and a like so I know I have it on the list there. And we got Mimi in the house. Hey, Mimi, good to see you. Absolutely. We'll grab that here. Future readings. All right, I'll get you on the free reading here. All right. So, up next, we do have Stormborn. We got 45629. So, Stormborn, thank you so much for your donation. There you go. And you want to know, should you go for a new job ASAP or wait? All right, let's take a look here. With Spirit, there's really not like shoulds because they just look at everything as there's different choices with different experiences, different outcomes, etc. My phone here so I don't knock it all over the place. So what we'll do is we'll get you the energy on ASAP or wait and see what energy resonates with you there, right? I like it. All right. So let's see here. ASAP, thank you. Or wait, what kind of energy comes in with that? Do I want these two too? Yeah, I do want that one. All right. All right. Excuse me. I do feel here, you do have the Page of Swords on the bottom, which this is about you're gaining some new clarity around things here very soon. And so I feel like, we're going to bring you some clarity right now, some energy, but I do feel like you're going to, it's like over the next, I was going to say the next week until the end of May, which is next a week from this Sunday, I believe. There is you have some clarity, and I do feel like you have this, there is an ending and beginning energy around something that helps you make a decision. Well, you get clarity around that helps you make a decision with that significant ending or beginning that's there. So we got that there. So if you do choose a new job ASAP, yeah, right. So you have the King of Swords. So here's the power. This is the person out of them all that brings clarity for you here. And let's look at all these here first. So you got the Seven of Wands. There is somewhere where you can be, if you choose to leave as soon as possible, like you start looking for one now, you do find somewhere where you can be true to yourself. You can shine bright. You don't have to dim your light. Don't ask permission to shine. You don't have to defend yourself. And it does feel like like, the Full card is a new adventure, a new journey, free of expectations and full of possibilities. So, I do feel here, and it does feel like a calling here. The Judgment card is your higher self drawing you. So I feel like you'll be pulled somewhere. So I feel like start looking right away with this energy, but you don't have to make a decision right away because of this Temperance card, because you can make, you know, anything into a golden opportunity. Excuse me, but I feel like you're not in a rush, but you're able to, um, able to um, allow yourself to be pulled in a direction, and you'll feel that, and so that's why, where's the rush, where's the, it's like when you realize, you know what, I'm in no rush. I trust that the perfect thing is going to open up and I'm going to be pulled there. So I'm just going to start looking. Because when we're rushed, that means we're in fear, and that means we're going to draw in and push away opportunities. So if you feel rushed, return to gratitude. Gratitude for what you do have, gratitude for what you have had. Gratitude will bring you back into the moment. Rushing, it means we're in the fear of the future because we're trying to hurry up and get to the future. And it's like, come back to the moment in gratitude, and that can help, calm the rush kind of energy, right? And then if you wait, what kind of energy? Like if you wait, well, you do have the Hanged Man, you know? You still have transformation, you still learn a lot about yourself and transform. You learn a lot about what your dream come true is, what it is you want, what it is you don't want. That's true, right? The longer you stay there, the more you realize, "I don't want that, I don't want that, I don't want that." And you also, understand more of what you do want, right? You have the Wheel of Fortune, and this tells you whatever is meant for you never passes you by. Um, and will be a hospital or elsewhere, right? Um, so, um, you've got the Moon card and you got the Devil card. Devil card is the Capricorn Saturn energy. The Moon energy. I mean, I feel like if you wait and you're just like, I'm not going to do anything, I feel like you get a lot of hidden emotions that rise to the surface. You do realize a lot of, you realize a lot of your thoughts and beliefs and mindsets around things don't, um, that don't matter anymore. Just a lot of mental beliefs of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and must be. And you're just realizing what of this, does any of this really matter? But a lot of clarity I feel comes in. The longer you stay there, the more absolutely, like, "I don't like this," kind of stuff comes in here, right? Yeah, be more mad. Well, I feel like you like clarity, I don't feel like um I feel like it just helps you make a decision because 'cause you're just like, "Absolutely not, I don't want a job like this anymore." And I feel like you get a lot of strong reinforced clarity. The longer you stay, it just becomes very, very, very absolutely. You just add more absolutelys to it. I'll do a quick follow-up here for you. Hospital or somewhere else? Yep, hospital, Ace of Pentacles. Somewhere else, Ace of Wands, too. So, I feel like you have options there, but I feel like wherever you're being pulled, I feel like a hospital, there's an opportunity there, but this Ace of Wands feels like this pull somewhere else, um, I feel like is where you're being drawn to. I feel like you know, so something will open up. I feel like there's an opportunity for a hospital, but I just feel like it doesn't feel right for you, and you're like drawn in a different direction. So hopefully that helps. I feel like so basically, you know, um, calm down, gratitude, come to this moment that, you know, I'm divinely guided, divinely protected, and I know I'm not gonna stay here, I'm looking for somewhere else, but, I'm able to, um, take my time to find out where I'm going. 'Cause that's why you're scared, you're rushed in the unknown, but just know that when you find it, you're gonna feel like you're pulled to it. You're not running away from somewhere, because that's when you're scared. You're running away from something, just trying to get somewhere, that's fight or flight. Get out of fight or flight, breathe, come back to the gratitude. When you're in gratitude, then you're not in fear, and you can sit in the moment, and then you can look and see where you're drawn to, because 'cause you're not running from, you're being drawn to somewhere, and that changes your energy, right? Yeah, I like it. You got marriage card. No! Well, this is, it's like the job is like a marriage, right? Marriage is a blend of love, trust, and responsibility. I feel like they're saying replace marriage with career, right? A career is a blend of love, trust, and responsibility. Are you considering a deeper commitment? Ensure you're ready for the responsibilities and challenge that come with it. Isn't that a great? I like that. It is, right? So, you got this, you got this. So, hopefully that helps Stormborn. That's what they have for you right now. All right, let me catch up here. I think I got Mimi's. I got Mimi's on there. And then we got Zone. Hello, hello. All right, very good. I'll get you on the free list. The free list is quite long right now, so it's not going to be super quick that you're going to be getting your reading. So just know I'll eventually get to them. And if I run out of energy tonight, I will, I do a follow up, kind of. But we'll see where we're going here because I'm at 5 hours right now. Um, so we'll get to everyone. It'll just take a little bit of time here. And then we have Roma. Hello, hello. And Roma, you want a free reading? Do you want a general reading or do you have a specific question? Let me know that and I'll get you added to the list there. You're very welcome, Stormborn. Hang in there. Thank you again for your donation. All right. So, okay, very good, Roma. I got you. Get you on the free reading list here. See. Yeah, I've got about 20 free readings in the queue. I've got 2 donations to finish up here. So, I'm gonna finish up these 2, and then any other donations, if they come in, I'm gonna do 30 minutes of free readings, and if donations come in, I'll complete those, and then I'll return and finish up the free readings, as we are able to. All right. So, Jamie G, you are up 507-43. So, Jamie G, there is your timestamp. So, you said Marlo came over to your workspace and told you that a famous singer died today from cancer at 59. Then he said, "Don't be thinking about that. Don't be thinking about that for me." Why did he say that to you? Uh, does he have an illness? Okay. I don't understand. Don't be thinking about that. Like for me or about me? So let's take a look here. Crack, crack, crack. All right. So why did he say that to you? Let's take a look here. All right. What do we have here? All right. So under the surface here, well, we got the strength card here. So the strength card, that's an interesting energy to be on the bottom here. It's about being seen and standing out because it feels like the underlying energy is It's like they wanted a reason to talk with you and to interact with you, and it almost feels like he said it trying to was not trying to be cool, but he was, like, trying to ha ha ha, and, you know, he didn't know what to say about it, but he was like, "Oh, I can talk to you about this," and go, "Oh, did you hear so and so and da 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 da?" And then you're like, "Oh, yeah, well," and he didn't I feel like he felt uncomfortable, um, and, um, so I feel like there is this, you know, uneasiness, and so they just kinda shot from the hip, thinking they were gonna be funny, whatever, and missed the mark, right? Let's see here. Yeah. We got the 6 of Pentacles and the 10 of Cups, so there is that little bit of this little bit of relationship energy, that's coming in here, and, we've got here the 6 of Pentacles, this little bit of giving and receiving energy. That's coming in. Bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Wands here too, which is a little bit of attraction energy that's happening, there as well. And Queen of Pentacles energy, which again is that attraction energy. So I feel like they were just looking for an opportunity here. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, so we have the Nine of Wands, which is a little bit of a little block that they're trying to get through. And they've got some beliefs, the 7 of Swords, that um their own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that steal opportunities from them. And the 3 of Wands is they were trying to try a different way. I feel like they kind of I don't know if they're shy, but they have a belief, I have trouble talking to, like, women, right? Talking to, um, you know, to women, I feel like, and so they have this belief that blocks them, and that this was their attempt to try to talk and do whatever, and crash and burn, crash and burn. I don't feel like they have an illness here, with all this energy. I feel like they were, again, just trying to they didn't plan out their conversation, how to end it, and so they just kind of, like I said, "Oh, I'll just say this," and it's like, "Huh?" And there's like, "Oh god, oh god, oh god." So I kind of feel like that's where they were coming from, Jamie. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. All right. Infinite possibilities. Yeah. So that kind of makes sense that they were trying to do that. It says you are at the threshold of infinite possibilities. The universe is opening new paths for you. Break free from old limits and explore the unknown. The potential ahead is greater than you think. I feel like that's what, I feel like that's kind of more their energy than yours, and that they were trying to, "Hey, anything's possible." And then that conversation didn't go well. All right. So hopefully that helps, Jamie. Cheers, cheers to you. Excuse me. Hey, Salama. No, the questions aren't closed. So if you want a donation or a free reading, help yourself. All right. So we got Chelsea. Chelsea, Chelsea. Hello, hello. You know a little bit about that? You knew someone? In person had treatment not too long ago. Huh, interesting. All right, well, let's take a look here. So, Chelsea, Chelsea, you want to know, what does your dad think about your brother and you having some tension right now? You damn kids. No, just kidding. Your brother's girlfriend works at a hospital in a large city, and that's just oh, and we all love her. I like that. Hey, Nicola, good to see you. Hey, Cat Marie, welcome back. All right, let's take a look here. Oh, the singer. Oh, I get you. Oh, the singer that, okay, I get you. I go, you love her and you love the singer. Okay. So, so what does your dad have to say? What does he think about the tension that you guys have? He's showing me a long car trip. Don't make me pull this car over. I like it. So let's see what he wants you to know here. Of course, he doesn't take sides on the other side because he loves everyone the same unconditionally. On the bottom of the deck, you do have the Knight of Wands and the Eight of Wands too. You know, so he's the underlying energy. Of course, he's saying, um, you both have a temper. You both are fire. So he goes, what else is new? I like that too. So he goes, what else? What else? You know, eh, you're mirrors for one another. Uh, and that's his wiser self coming in now. Not his wise ass self, but his wise self. He goes, but wise ass coming in. Yeah, we got the 5 of swords. So here's the conflict and the tower card, that this will end, you know, that he knows. I mean, he sees the future. He knows that the conflict will end, but there's also this energy of, you know, you don't know how long both of you will be alive. What does it matter? It goes from their standpoint. We freak out about small, we sweat the small things and there are no large things. And from spirit's perspective and from our perspective, and so I feel like he's kind of saying that, there really is nothing, what's there to be tense about, and he goes, that's human. That's a human thing. But I feel like he's saying here, um, you never know when someone's can be suddenly be taken away. Not that he's like, you know, telling you guys one of you is gonna die real soon, but he's like, just keep in mind, that we don't live forever, kind of look at what's important and what's not. The 5 of Pentacles. You got the 5 of Swords, the 5 of Pentacles. Conflict, you grow through conflict. You'll grow through this. The root of the cause is the fear of abandonment, of not being enough, not having enough. Um, and so that's at the root of it there. And but there is, he's saying here with all these 5 so far is that that's how you grow. You grow through conflict, So you're growing. It's growing pains. You guys were pain in my groin for many years. But bunks. Yep, underneath the surface, you do have the devil card, which is the shaking and the rattling of, long held thoughts and beliefs and mindsets. And this is where that growth comes in. I like, instead of calling it the shadow work, we're calling it the freedom work. That, we have these wonderful mirrors that reflect back to us what we're ready to grow and release. And that's why we have tension. That's why we have conflict that comes in here. You also have the 7 of Wands. Yeah, here's that fire energy. You both, It's I am who I am. I'm not backing down. Well, I am who I am, and I'm not backing down either. So again, he's bringing that in that that's why you guys butt heads because you're so much alike in the ways that cause this. It's like, um, yeah, there's just no backing off. Let's see. Yeah, and then we do have the Hierophant. So here's the major arcana number 5. So, there definitely is this energy of growth and transformation that comes in. The King of Wands, is I like it. He's saying you can make this as easy as you want or as hard as you want. And there's no judgment, but that's up to you, boo. You get to choose. And I like this transformation because we learn a lot through our siblings, that they're the ones we learned growing up, but there's a lot of attachments, things that go way back. And so he's saying that this tension isn't new, it's just been echoing for years. And so this tension again isn't something new. It's a echo. If you go back, there's something that happened earlier in your life that this is a reflection of. Interesting, right? Investigation. Yeah. And again, you know, don't make me kill one of you to make you appreciate the other. You're like, do I have a say so on who gets to go first? He's funny. And you have the King of Swords, though. So all this is bringing clarity. But the Death card with the King of Swords is an energy of an old story is ready to end, so you can rewrite a new story. So whatever story you have about what they're doing, what they're not doing, what they're saying, what they shouldn't say, um, meaning your brother. Um, Rewrite that story. You have the power to rewrite that story if you want, and to understand what is it at the root that's really bothering you. Because it's not their action or whatever, it's the story that you put to what their action means that is the source of your tension with yourself. Because the tension isn't out here, tension happens in here. And so I feel like that's the thing that they want you to know about that. So, let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. What else from Pops? Oh, yeah. What were you saying? That everyone's a mirror? Reflection, which says, reflection brings deep insight. Have you been avoiding self reflection? Take time to sit with your thoughts and feelings. Your inner world holds the answers you seek. Boom, boom, boom. There's the wisdom of Papa-san. So that is what they have there for you. I know. All right. So Cat Marie. Let's see. I think I got. Did I get something? Oh, we didn't put one on there. Okay. So we'll get you up here, Cat Marie. Doop, boop. You are very welcome. I love his energy. I definitely understand uh, his influence on you. You're like the firestorm does not fall far from the firestorm tree. He thinks he was so calm. You're like, no, you weren't. All right. And then, hey, Vanilla Beatrice, good to see you. Sorry, I was in the middle of our readings, but thank you for posting your question. I'll get you on the free reading list here. He was a good man. Yeah. I feel like he was an Aries. Yeah, that makes sense. Fire. All right. So, Kat Marie, thank you so much for your donation. I had said at 5 I was going to step away, but I've been doing more reading. So I am going to step from donations for just 30 minutes. I'm going to complete 30 minutes of free readings and then I'll complete yours. So thank you for your patience in me getting there. And then for people with free readings, after I finish any donations, then I will try to finish up all the free readings. I do post a pinned comment after each session when it's completed, listing everyone's the name, with timestamps. So if you need to head out, because I do have, like, 21 free readings on the list right now that I haven't touched any yet. So it's gonna be a little bit, especially if it was a recent one that you did put out there. So, if you wanna hang out, of course, love hanging out, and thank you for all the thumbs up too, everyone. Tells me you enjoy free readings and your readings, and you're part of the love tsunami. It helps get my channel and, um, my other, podcast, everything out in front of more people so they can hear from spirit too. So thank you for being part of that love tsunami. So, all right, let me do a little quick cheers here. No, Vanilla Beatrice, maybe you might be behind in the video a little bit. You're on the free reading list, so, you're on it. All right. So, up first I'm gonna do 30 minutes of free readings right now, before I jump back to finish out donations. So we will do that. So, Swaroop, you're up 52604. Free readings do go faster. They're just 1 to 2 card readings. So, they're not as in-depth as donations. Well, why did it do that? Come on. There it goes. So you want a time frame for getting a new job. All right, let's pull a time card here for you. So based on your current energies, what are we looking for a new job? Oh, none of those. So what can we bring in here? This one here. All right. Well, right now you do have August 12th through August 22nd with the 7 of Wands. Now, when we get a Wands energy here, you know, this is based on energy, right? And so whatever you focus on is what you draw in. So if you're focusing in on, and I know I get it when we're not, maybe we don't have a job and we're really needing, a lot, uh, we can get into that, you know, energy of lack and need, want, and fear, but that actually works against us. It pushes things away instead of drawing them closer. Um, so, something we can do is focus on gratitude for jobs we have had, releasing it, try not to control it, give it to spirit and going, I trust you that you're going to bring me the perfect job in the perfect timing, the perfect way. And we focus on gratitude, doing everything we can to help, draw it toward us. I also have a video in my uh, podcast series called Abundance Where It Be. And it is episode 14. If you want to check that out, the link to the video is in the description of the video, or if you click on my main page at the very top, it's there too. So if you want to see that, talks about things you can do to help draw something to you and make sure we're not pushing it away. So hopefully that helps. But August for right now, but that can be drawn in sooner with that Wands energy. It's all about possibilities. So hopefully that helps Swaroop. That's what they got. So many blessings. And then we have Mini Heal 52834. So Mini Heal, here's your timestamp. And what do you need to know about your future spouse's personality? All right, what kind of little sneak peek can we get into? What can we know about them? None of those? All right, what else? All right. So you got the 9 of Pentacles and the Ace of Cups. And so definitely no one you know now with this Ace of Cups. And The 9 of Pentacles is they're a bit of a hermit. You know, they do have this sense of self-sufficiency and feel like financially, they're kind of financially independent in a way where they're not suffering, for finances. But, I do feel like they've got a lot of self-love with this Ace of Cups, so they're happy alone. They don't need someone, they don't wanna be alone, like, they want a relationship, but they're okay. They're not, like, madly seeking a relationship, um, because they are. That's one of the big things that's important for us to learn is, I have to be happy alone before I can be happy in a relationship, and I feel like they are, and I feel like that's a positive trait for them there, because 'cause they're not jealous and they're not insecure and, "You're my life," they're like, "You're a part of my life," but, um so they got that security, that's, kind of self-confident kind of energy. So, I like that for you, Minihil. That's a little sneak peek. That's what they have for you. So many blessings. And then Ashish, you're up 5:30:21. So Ashish, here is your timestamp, and you want to know, what do you need to understand or embrace to live your true path right now? All right, let's take a look here. What little tidbit of help here? All right, yeah. Um, that everything that unfolds in your life with this Wheel of Fortune is the tune of for you. The Page of Pentacles, is this looking at your worth in relationship to the outside world in a different way. And one of the big things they're bringing in is when you realize and you can sit in this security that the universe is kind, the universe, creator, whatever your higher power is, they believe in you and they support you, and that everything that unfolds is for your highest experience. Like, there's nothing that happens that's, "Oops, a mistake," and we're not on an out of control drama train that's about to leap off the tracks and explode because, "Oop, lost control." It's everything happens on purpose for a purpose, and it's always for us. There's always a gift in every moment, and we just have to, um, be able to slip into this different way of looking at things, because when we feel like life is happening to us, we're in drama, we're a victim, right? And we're pointing at a villain and expecting a hero to rescue us. When we realize, "Oh, life isn't happening to me, it's happening for me," there's a big power switch. And then that's what allows you to go, "Yeah," instead of looking at how bad life is, we can look at, um, the gift that's hidden in it sometimes. Sometimes it's really hidden. You have to really look hard, but we can find it. So I feel like that's what they have for you there, Ashish. So many blessings to you, right? And then Butterfly, you are up 5:32:30. Thank you again for all your hilarious comments and sense of humor and all your assistance. I'm so grateful. So happy Friday to you too. So you want to know what changes are taking shape internally, spiritually for you. All right, let's take a look here. What can we know here? Okay, got this and this. Got the eight. Well, there you go. We got the Eight of Pentacles and the Four of Pentacles. Eight of Pentacles for me is a big, of course, transformational energy. It's funny that you're a butterfly because one of the big things I talk about with Eight of Pentacles that comes with that energy is caterpillar in a cocoon transforming into a butterfly. So with this Four of Pentacles, this is one of the cards that really brings an energy of, realizing that when you define yourself by the three buckets of the outside world, you feel unstable, right? Which we're taught growing up that you're supposed to define your worth by relationships with humans, situations like jobs, education, social status, marital status, whatever situations we can get in, and things, our bodies, our bank accounts, our possessions. But all those things are unstable because people change, people walk away, people pass away. Unstable. Situations never stay the same. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen, energy. So it all points us back inward, and so I feel like one of the big changes, spiritual changes that's taking place is you're realizing that your worth is anchored in the eternal, unconditional love that you're priceless. And I feel like you've done a lot of your work. You've done a lot of your I call it freedom work now, as of today, instead of shadow work. We do our freedom work, and you're realizing all those beliefs that don't serve anymore that you're letting go. And you're like, oh yeah, that's not me. It's not a part of me. I'm letting that go. No, this doesn't define me. I'm letting that go. And the more you're doing that, the more free you're becoming. It's like the caterpillar when they're becoming caterpillar soup, and there's so much that we let go of, and the butterfly doesn't take, you know, the cocoon along with them. It doesn't wrap up the cocoon, throw it over their shoulder, and go, "I'm gonna carry this around with me." They leave behind that which doesn't serve anymore. That's not me. And um, I love that there was, it's what is there's a saying that says something along the lines of, "I'm not broken, I'm just burning away that which is no longer that is not me, that which is not me." And I feel like that's the kind of energy that they're wanting you to know here is that you are burning away that which is not you. And so I love that. So that's what they have for you right now, butterfly. So many blessings to you. Flutter, flutter. Oops, sorry for just my stomach growl. Roar. All right, then we got Shanae. Hey, Shanae, good to see you. Long time no see. Hope you're doing well. Here's your timestamp. And you want to know, you've been thinking about Kyle lately, past situation. Do you see him reaching out anytime soon? All right, let's see. So, based on current energies, what do we got going on here with the Kyle? Um, Not anytime soon. We got the Temperance card. Slow mo energy. With that Judgment card, we do have the 10 of Wands here too. It feels here now, I feel like you're picking up on their energy. Um, there's something that's connecting you here because this Judgment card's like a calling card. I feel like there's there's something more energetic that brought them into your peripherals, into your thinking, into your energetic field. So, um, so I do believe like they were thinking about you and you were picking up on that. You're like, ding, ding, ding. Wait. But I don't feel like they're going to reach out anytime soon with that Temperance card. But I think I do believe they were thinking about you. And that's what kind of drew that energy into your head there. I just feel like your energies are expanded right now and sensitive to that. And you're like, I almost feel like you set some sort of energetic alarm, like a what is it called? It's something like an alarm where it triggers, like a trigger. When they think about me, I want to know. Boop boop. They thought about me. So, but I don't feel like they're going to contact you soon with that Temperance card, and I don't feel like that they were just kind of thinking, but not like actively wanting to connect, but I do feel like they were reflecting on something that happened between the 2 of you, because something made them think about it, and they daydreamed about it for a minute, and then back to life. So, that's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Maria, M9P3E28. We got 53818. So, not to be mistaken for Maria P, who is up next after you. The Marias showed up together. So, when will you get a new job? All right, that's a popular question. Let's see what we got here based on current energies. Here you've got the Hierophant, and you got April 20th to May 20th. Oh, you missed it by 2 days. Well, the Hierophant energy, this is a card of change and huge change, huge transformation. Um, and I feel like I feel like you might have applied for something between April 20th and May 20th. There's gonna be some change coming up here. This 5 is really standing out, which is May, which is what we're in. What are they telling me here? Because I feel like there's gonna be a big switch. There's a big change that's coming within the field that you're trying to get a job in, but I feel like there's a big shakeup, and, by the end of May, that gives you a different perspective and makes you wanna change where you're applying and what you're doing. If you do that, then, I feel like you'll be able to get something sooner, but if I feel like if you keep going down, kind of trying for the types of jobs that you're trying for, I feel like next year, I mean, it's like there's nothing. I feel like there's this big change that's evolving, something going on here that it's just not, there's just not um, the need for a huge workforce in it. So I feel like it's time to kind of look at a different route. So hopefully that helps, Maria. Hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right. And then Maria Pay, you are up. 54024. So Maria, thank you for your donations earlier. There's your timestamp. So a general for love and for work for you. Okay, for love and work. So for love, you do have the 9 of swords. So you have to get a let go of the expectations card here. 9 of swords too. I'm getting a nightmare, nightmare and insomnia energy. But I feel like if you haven't had some pretty intense dreams, I feel like you will around love and relationship, but they're happening, they're intense not to punish you or because it's scary. It's to help you remember these dreams so that in your waking world you can kind of question what, um what you were feeling during the dream. So if it was, "Oh, you're being cheated on," or, you know, I don't know, whatever the fear is that comes up, that's the first one that came to my mind. It's one of our big all of our big fears. I know it's one of yours too. But they just kinda brought that up. It's like, "Oh my god, they were cheating on me," or "You were cheating on them," or, whatever it was that was coming up. It's to bring a fear up so you can free yourself from it. It's not a premonition, so don't worry. For work, you've got the, 4 of swords, and this is another one. Both of these kind of energies are around see things from a higher perspective and let kind of expectations go, both for love and for work, and, it's always a great reminder. You need it at least one time during your readings to which you get it several times usually, right? Let me let go of these expectations. I can rest my mind, and then I can move into this sense of gratitude and growth instead of fear and trying to control things that are outside my control and judging people and other situations and comparing. And that's just a downward spiral. So it's like stop and reverse it and head upward instead towards gratitude and excuse me, a little bit of play and, enjoyment. "Why are you being so serious?" I like this. "Why are you being so serious? When's the last time you just really enjoyed yourself and lightened up your world and not worried about so many things," right? So I feel like that's a little message there for you. Right? So many blessings, Maria. And then Libye Vergara, you are up 54314. So Olivier, here's your timestamp. And you want to know what's coming for you this coming week? All right, let's take a look here. This one here. All right. All right. Woo, woo, woo. Well, look at this. You have the World card coming in and the Wheel of Fortune. Both of these are victory cards, success cards. Both of them do have an energy of significant endings and new beginning energy that comes in here too. Something with the World card that's more free of expectations, more of possibilities and openness. So whatever this is that is changing, like the wheel of fate is changing, something is flipping here, but it is the tuna for you. So I do feel like there's something big that's ending that just kind of opens it up. It's allows a new start. And it feels like um you ever see like in the old German towns and different things like that where they've got these huge clocks where life-size people, like statues and stuff, come out and dance and twirl when it hits a certain time, and it's chick, 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 chick. That's what I feel, these giant cogwheels turning and things are happening. So, you may not see the immediate new start next week, but I do feel like you feel and witness this huge ending energy that opens up new beginnings. I feel like it's a lot about this movement and new job energy. um, I just feel like there's some important things that have to end so that you can feel more comfortable flowing forward and, you know, maybe leaving your daughter behind. It's like, okay, she's got all that. That's good. Mom, all this stuff is in order. Now I feel okay. I feel internally okay to move forward. So there's something along those lines. So hopefully that resonates for you, Olivier. That's what they have. So many blessings. All right. And then Ruby, you are up 54540. Thank you for all your donations earlier. Appreciate those. And then a general reading. Let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know right now? Do what that one? Nope, none of those. What else? Got the 10 of Swords and the 3 of Wands. I like this. Kind of we're talking about it a little bit already, right? But the 10 of Swords is that's all these expectations, the supposed to be's and the should be's and the need to be's and the have to be's and the must be's. And it's the 10 of Swords is like, I'm done. Stick a fork in me. I'm sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone's expectations. But I feel like the stronger energy is I'm tired of trying to control things outside of my control, expecting people to act a certain way and they're not. What are you gonna do about it? You can't force them. You know? Um, you can only do what you can do, and the 3 of Wands is with new information and new revelation around this, I'm gonna choose it to expend my energy in a different way. I'm going a different direction with this. I thought, "I'm gonna do this and this and that. I'm gonna make everyone, do what I think they should." That's every human below the surface. But when we bring it, out and we're like, "Oh, yeah, this is, um, a waste of my energy. It's going into a black hole. I can't choose other people's actions, their emotions, what energy they're investing. I can only control my own. So I'm gonna return back to me, and I'm taking a different route. I'm gonna take back a lot of my energy. Yeah, I'm gonna do what I can, like there's certain cases where there's abuse or things that are not safe for little children and different things. Of course, we're gonna, you know, do what we can, but the energy of they need to stop doing what I think they shouldn't be doing, not up to you, but you can remove, like you said, people from situations and say, well, you know, it's like the let them theory by Mel Robbins. Part of that is let me as well. I'm gonna let people be who they are. I can't change it anyway. It's a waste trying to change people because 'cause they're only gonna change if they want to for themselves, not for anyone else. They'll just pretend, "I'm changing," like people who, I'm quitting smoking," then they smoke behind the person's back. Well, I wanted you to think that I was changing. So we return that energy, we do the actions we can, and we focus in on our energy on us, and it's, more of a better return on an investment of our energy. So I feel like that's what they have for you, Ruby. I like it. So many blessings to you. Let's see, we started at 526, so 556. Okay, so we still got a little bit more time. So Jamie G, thank you for your donation earlier. Sorry, I just got scared by our black lab upstairs barked. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. It's this time every night. I wonder if there's a cat or raccoons. I'm not sure. So, Jamie, um, I feel here we might have if your previous reading was about and I think we kinda answered that already anyway, so I gonna do the one about you've been super depressed lately, and you're not sure why. So you wanna know, will things get better? You think I'm stressed, but not sure why. Okay, help. Alright. So let's see here from spirit. What can they of course, I'm not a licensed, psychologist, see the disclaimer down in the description area. Tarot's for fun and entertainment purposes, right? Um, I do feel here a lot of where this is coming from. You've got the 9 of Wands, which is you feel blocked. The King of Cups is an energy here of it's like a perfect compatible person and or situation. I feel like it's both actually. That both for love and for like career and like your dream kind of energy that you feel kinda blocked, and I feel like you feel like your wheels are spinning, you don't feel, like, recognized, you don't feel like anyone appreciates you, sees you for who you are, loves you for who you are, and I feel like, excuse me, a lot of the lowness that you're feeling is the emptiness that you're feeling because you're trying to fill yourself up from the outside world, which will always fall short. It's like your heart is a huge crater, like the size of a huge volcano. Sorry, my voice is trying to go away. Um, and when we hold something in front of us, that pebble looks really, really big, but then when we throw it into the giant volcano, we realize it makes the emptiness of the volcano feel even bigger sometimes. And so the King of Cups holds the Ace of Cups, which is your chalice, your self-love. And what's happening now is you're being pointed back inward to find your self-love because that's what you're looking for. Anything in the outside world falls short, but it all points us back inward and upward to where we find that which can fill up the chalice, which is the eternal unconditional love of the higher realms. When we allow that to flow in and we say, I am unconditionally loved. I am made of unconditional love. You get to fill up with this beautiful love of who you are and the love from above, and then you overflow. Then you feel full in everything in the outside world. You don't stop wanting it, you just stop needing it. And and then the world becomes above and beyond extra. So it transforms from something that feels less than to something that feels above and beyond extra. So, there is that transformation. I feel like that's where they're pointing you to is that it's like, I want so much, but nothing ever seems to fill me up and nothing ever lasts for long. It's like the outside world is a giant um, plate of Chinese food, American Chinese food. You eat it and you're hungry an hour later. Nothing's fulfilling. It doesn't last long. And I like this transformation that's happening for you here because, you know, you'll be like, it's fulfilling. And my podcast, The Easier Path, we talk a lot about things along these lines. So if you want a free resource, check out the link to my Easier Path podcast and see what resonates for you there. All right. So hang in there, my dear. You're not alone. We all go through all these bloop because when we life definitely hands that to us because it's pointing us inward, and that's the design of the outside world. So hang in there. Many blessings to you. All right, let's see here. Three of Itches. I think we have time for one more before we get back into. I just have one donation. Pinky or Angel 55344. So Pinky, here is your timestamp. And is your future life partner foreign? Will you live outside your original homeland after marriage? All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies in your life path, are they foreign? And are you going to live out of country of your origins, right? Um, are they foreign? Yeah. The Tower card is that they were removed. They not that they had to flee, but I do feel like they were removed out of their country suddenly and had to move, and leave where they were at. So it might be someone that had to flee, you know, a country that wasn't doing too well. But I feel like they did have to have a they were removed. And interesting. But I don't feel like it was them as an adult. I feel like it was them as a child. So I do feel like they've lived in your country for a while, but it's like their parents had to leave wherever they were at. So it could be, you know, a country that had war and, you know, bad situations in the last 15 years, 15 years or so. So, but I feel like they've been living there for like, you know, 15 years. That's why they're telling me that they've been living in your country for 15 years. Will you end up living outside? Um, I feel here you have a choice. We have the 2 of Wands. The Queen of Pentacles is abundance, and I do feel like you guys do have an opportunity with the 2 of Wands to do it, and I feel like they would like to live somewhere else, not back where they came from. You're like, "Oh god, no." I don't go back to a war-torn country or whatever. They don't either. So I do feel like they want to have an opportunity to live somewhere else too, and the Queen of Pentacles, I feel like, it'll be somewhere that you enjoy too with the Queen of Pentacles. You know, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, abundance, nurturing energy. So I feel like it'll be somewhere where you both will enjoy going. But I definitely feel like they do want to do that too. So that is what they have for you, Pink or Angel. So many blessings to you. All right. So we're at 5:56. We started at 5:26. So that is 30 minutes. So I'm going to step back and I just have one more donation right now, Cat Marie. So we'll finish that. If there's any others that come in while I'm doing their reading, I'll complete those. If not, I'll return back to finish out the free readings too, which we're down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. So I have 10 left. So we will do that. So cheers, cheers. I know, artistic tarot, you got you were 3 away. You're so close. All right. So, let me get in here. We got Cat Marie, 55719 is your thank you for your additional donation. So grateful. So we'll dive in here and see if D is lying to you and what's the energy between you and are there third parties? Whoa. You're up right now. I think the stream is just a couple seconds behind. Yeah. Right now. Is that good? Boom. All right. So thank you again for your donation, my friend. All right, let's take a look. So is D lying to you? Number 1, boom. All right. And then what are the energies between you two based on your current energies? Got that. Got that. Don't want those. Do want this one. I do want that one underneath that. And are there third parties? Well, obviously, you'd know if you have a third party. So we'll find out if they do. We're not going to bust you out. No, I know you don't. All right. Energy on the bottom of the deck, you do have the Empress energy. Beautiful energy. This is, of course, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I do feel like, this I my energy around the Empress, she rolls over all 4 queens, so she has the personality and the energy and everything of all 4 suits. She's an empress. She's a queen of queens kind of energy, and I feel like that's that kind of, uh, awareness that spirit wants you to know that's below the surface here is, you don't empresses don't end up with kings, they end up with emperors. Um, and I feel like that's an important energy just to know that we don't lower our energy to match someone else's. We don't ask, "Does my energy match theirs?" No, we ask, "Does their energy match mine?" I love that change of approach to that. So I like that. All right, let me just crack my shoulders here. I worked out yesterday and I've been sitting here for 6 hours now. Oh, did you guys hear that? Oh, freedom. Okay, snap. All right. So, is D lying to you? Son of a bitch. 7 of swords. Sorry if I cussed. Uh, but that's yes. 7 of swords is one of the few cards that's liar, deceit, thief kind of energy. And but I know we want the truth, right? I know. So, I do feel like they're hiding something. We'll find out what that is here, as well. I knew it. Oh, you like that? Uh, Celestial Nebula, did you hear the pop? Alright, what do we have here? Oh, yeah. Well, what's the energy between you is this one. We do have the 2 of cups. So they do feel like you're an important person in their life. So, you know, that's there. We do have the Queen of Cups and the Page of Cups. So there is a lot of emotion there. Um, and I do feel here with the Queen of Cups, there's a little bit of past life connection between you guys too. So I feel like there is some uh past, I mean, good stuff, different stuff. Um, maybe there was some betrayal, maybe you had some of this that was flipped in a past lifetime, which I always try to look at, because I'm like, yeah, I had people cheat on me in this lifetime, and I'm like, maybe I did it on them in a past lifetime. Chances are we've had a lot of lifetimes. We've murdered people. We've done a lot of stuff. What? Us? Yeah, we all have. We've all learned and had different experiences. So we've had all sorts of experiences. We're not angels in every lifetime, just this one, right? Alright, what else do we have here for the energy between you 2? Yeah, we've got the 7 of Wands. Underneath that, we have the 5 of Cups. Yeah, 7 of Wands is an energy of like, I'm gonna be me, I gotta be true to myself, I'm not dimming my light, I'm not, gonna ask permission to shine, and I think I said I don't need to defend who I am and what's going on. The 5 of Cups, they've got a lot of sorrow below the surface, and I feel like you both I feel like you've experienced it on in opposing ways, because I feel like they've had where, um, people people chose, like, they were cheated on, they were deceived, they were betrayed, and so what they do now, it's like they learned, and I feel like they learned this when they were younger, they needed to not care, and they needed to be selfish because that's how they survived. So they learned when they were younger, "No one's gonna look out for me except for me," everyone's gonna do everything they wanna do for them, I'm gonna do what I want for me, and I feel like that's where they have a struggle a little bit because I feel like they have a lot of emotion for you, but that also scares them because that's vulnerable, and that means weakness, and that means they will stab you in your weak point. Like, if you're, wearing armor, if you have a kink in your armor, that's when if they find out you have a kink in your armor, then they will stab you there. And I feel like that's what they realized, but they wanna love, they want to, have this emotion, but they've learned to protect themselves because of their pain. And, um and I feel like you have experienced a lot trusting people, and I feel like you've given a lot of people, like, immediate trust. Like, you trust everyone until they give you a reason not to in the past, but I feel like that has also taught you that some people don't deserve your immediate trust, which has made you untrusting of I feel like you used to give this much trust, like, now you get this much trust, and then if you prove yourself, I'll give you access to more. Um, and, so I feel like that's kind of the energy that's kinda between you guys. Well, you have these 2. This is also the energy between you guys. You got the 6 of Swords along with, the Ace of Cups and the 3 of Swords. Yeah. Yay, yay, yay. I tell you what. But this is everything happens for us, when we realize that everyone's a mirror showing us what we wanna see about ourselves, then I know that's when I found that out after being cheated on and betrayal and all that, you know, when spirit was like, "Well, what did you learn through all that?" You know? Um, and I was like, "Well, men are bastards." Sorry for cussing again. Men are bastards. They're like, "No, no, 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 no. You know, if they're a mirror for you and they were cheating on you," and I was like, "I didn't cheat on them." I got all defensive, and spirit's very calm and gentle, so they were like, "No, no, no, this isn't about that. We know you never cheated on anyone else. You've always been faithful." But if your self-worth comes from yourself and you were looking for your worth outside of you from them, and they're like, I go, "Are you saying that I was cheating on myself with them?" And they were like, "Yes." Let that sink in. And that was a big that I have it in some of my podcast. I talk about that aha. And I feel like this is kind of what this is about. The Six of Swords is realizing, seeing it from a different perspective, going, "What? Oh, wow. That this lying and deceit, how am I lying to myself? How am I deceiving myself? How am I cheating on myself?" And this is to show us our self-love, that heartbreak is our fear of not being good enough, and we feel, "Oh, they're doing something that means something about me." That is us defining ourselves out there, and we're cheating on ourselves. When we turn inward and upward and we go, "You're the source of my self-love," and they're like, "You got it, baby. I am." Then we're like, "Yeah." And that, sets us free. It's part of our freedom work, as I call it. Um, so I feel like this is the energy between you. It happens on purpose for a purpose, right? It's part of your growth. The Empress card going back to the bottom of the deck. This is about Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, kind of energy coming back to ourselves, realizing we are the creator of our life, kind of energy. Um, and I'll follow up on your other question here in a sec. Are there third parties? Yes. Knight of Wands is one of my cards that represents. A horny little chihuahua going around humping people's legs. I know it's not I'm trying to not making light of it, but you gotta laugh. You just gotta laugh, right? You just gotta go, what are these little chihuahuas thinking about, you know? It's like, I get it, you know? There he goes. And the chariot card uh, it is Cancer moon energy, but it is the chariot, it's the power of choice, and, um, I don't feel like necessarily they're like a that chihuahua going and doing a lot of legs. I feel like they're very selective on it, um, but again, this is the chariot represents 4 horses. They rule over all the 4 knights of the minor arcana, including the Knight of Wands. So, I do feel like there's a lot of action with them, and, you know, when we realize the reason why I have one of my podcasts is "Why Do People Cheat?" So, if you wanna dive into more deeply into that, you know, for anyone, please check out my podcast. It's free. The link is in the description area or from my main page. But, you know, they're trying to fill themselves up from the outside, and they've been taught they don't have a whole lot of self-love, so they're trying to fill themselves up with passion and action energy, and that's a lot of action with that chariot energy, and I feel like they feel so empty, and so they are like they're with someone and they feel empty. They think, "Oh, it must be that person," so then they add someone else in, and or over time, it's like they break up with this person, they go with someone else, still nuts. Then they're like, "Maybe it's because I need more than one person at a time." Then they have couple, and no, and they feel emptier, and then they get more desperate, you know, kind of energy that comes in. But I'm sorry, Cat Mia. But it's good to know, you know, if you need me to break out my voodoo doll, I will. I'm just kidding, I don't have voodoo dolls. But let's see here. Is he lying about who and where he is at tonight? Let's see here. Oh, we got the chariot card there again that I put in and came back out here. And the 5 of cups, that's a sorrow energy with that 5 of cups. Let me just ask for a little more clarity here. I feel like that's a yes, but I want to make sure here. We got the Queen of Cups and the Knight of Cups. So there is movement. The Knight of Cups serving the Queen of Cups. So I feel like that they're with someone, kind of energy here. But and the Queen of Cups is trusting your intuition too, which you kind of said earlier, right? You're like, I knew it. I felt something was off. You're like, yeah, something's not matching up here. Let's see what we got here too. Um, we'll pull from the soul searching here for your fortune cookie. See what we got. And that's a hard thing not to take it personally, I know. But it isn't, you know, it isn't, you know, a, it's not personal. You know, I realize that, through each of the, you know, the strays that I pick up because they were needy and I needed to be needed, and I'm like, "Well, yeah." It explains why they were needy. But let's see here. Your fortune cookie is, oh, passion. Did you guys ever see Love, American Style? It was like I shouldn't have been watching it when I was that young. I think my mom was watching it. My dad was at home a lot. So I think I remember watching it on TV. It was, interesting. But anyway, so it says, "Follow your bliss. Discover what you absolutely love to do or be, and then Like an arrow directed at its target, don't let anything stop you from fulfilling your passion. Exuberant emotions are coming to you, perhaps in the form of romance. Your soul wants to know if you're having difficulty discovering what you're passionate about, go back into your childhood and remember what gave you joy then. If you loved to dance as a child, sign up for a movement class. Better yet, put on music and boogie in the living room to your soul's delight. If you adored your crayons, then pull out those colors and splash their bright hues from one side of the page to the other. If you enjoyed observing the insects in your backyard, maybe sign up for a nature study course. Once you're clear on what you are passionate about, do what it takes to follow that. Don't wait until it's too late. Many people declare that they'll follow their passion when they retire or have extra time, and consequently, they never experience the absolute exuberance of life. Do it now. If not now, when? Let your live your life with passion. Your affirmation is I passionately accept and love myself. I passionately accept and love myself. There's something here about passion too, which is, when you're doing things and following your passion and doing the things you love in your life, that's when you meet someone. You're not when we are actively looking to, like, fill a position in our life, like with romance, it's almost like trying to hire the perfect person for a job or the best candidate for the job. And of course, we interview them and we date them. We do background checks, watch their social media, do tarot readings on 'em. I'm just kidding. um, and and we find out we hire them for the position, we find out they lied on their resume, so we fire them, we have to go through the process again. Feels like work. When we move into not searching for someone, not saying that's what you're doing, this is just information, but, when we go and do the things we love in life, then we bump into someone who's also doing things that they love in their life, and it happens to be the same thing that we do, like pottery class is the one I always refer to, like, you're you're going to this place that offers a potter's wheel and clay and the kiln and the colors and everything, and you're having fun, you're all full of clay and you're not all made up, but you're just rawly you, and you're doing something you love, and someone goes, "How are you doing that with that clay?" And you're like, "Oh, you just do this and this, here, let me show you, do, do, do." Like, "Oh, cool," and they're like, "What are you making?" And you have this conversation, you're loving what you're doing, they're loving what they're doing, and they're going, "I'm making this African pottery because I love this stuff." And you're like, "Oh, wow, I haven't seen that." And it goes like, "There's this, great exhibit at this museum, and, I wanna go see it, but my none of my friends are into this at all. Would you wanna go check it out? It's not a date, we can just go as friends." And you're like, "Sure." And then so you guys make plans to go do it, and then you have dinner afterwards or coffee, and then you talk about stuff, and it's just this natural spark happens, and a relationship organically grows from that instead of so that's the difference. I feel like that's what that passion is bringing in there for you. So hopefully that helps. Are you tracking them down right now, Kat Marie? Where'd you go? She's like, I'm searching, I'm hacking the city webcams and I'm tracking down where he's at. Don't screw with Kat Marie. All right, my dear. Hang in there. Thank you again for your donation. And sorry I had to be the bearer of that news, but I'd rather you have the truth than have to find out another way. So, many blessings to you. All right. So, I think that's it for my donations. Let's dive into the free reading. So, real quick, if you're listening, we've got Blueberry up next, and then Prathy, Artist Tarot, Betty Joe, Lauren Smith, Jojo, Mimi, Zone, Roma, and Vanilla is there. Oh, the chat wasn't working? Oh, no. So, all right. So we got Blueberry. You are up 618.48. Just making sure the stream was still working here. Oh. Uh-oh. What happened? Always fun. All right, Blueberry, you want a general reading about what's coming for you here? All right. You have the Seven of Cups and the Sun card. I like this. You know, the Sun card is a bright, shining energy. It is abundance. There is a reflection energy where it does shine a bright light on like every area of our life, bringing forward some you know, clarity around things, even into the uh, you know, cobwebby corners, as I'm pointing that one right, in, you know, on things. But the Seven of Cups is this energy of, like, it's like 7 days of feeling 7 different emotions, and I feel like what's coming for you is this opportunity to feel what you're feeling and not stuff it. And this isn't all bad emotions. This is allow yourself to feel joy, allow yourself to feel, you know, appreciation for who you are. Allow yourself to feel a sad moment, allow yourself to feel an angry moment. And I feel like it's 7 days, and if you allow yourself to feel it and flow it, not have to act on it, right? Not angry and smack someone, but you can cry and shed a tear if you want to. You can throw something somewhere not to hurt anyone, or yell on a pillow, or allow yourself to express the emotions, because I feel like this is an important energy here. Because the Sun card can represent like your emotional inner child or an inner child. And I feel like the Seven of Cups is I'm ready to feel some things if you'll let me feel them. And I feel like there's been some emotions echoing out since you were younger. And it's like them asking, can we these are hot potatoes that never cool off. Can we take these hot potato emotions and let them go? And you're like, "Yes, we can do that." So you can hold space for your emotional inner child. Allow yourself to feel an emotion, one a day. Just whatever comes up and just allow yourself to feel it. But it's not all, you know, low vibration. It's high vibrations too. So that's what they have for you, Blueberry. So many blessings to you. And then Prathy, you are up 621.39. So Prathy, there it is. And you want to know what's the purpose of your life? Oh, that's all you want to know? So, you know, the purpose of our life is to experience. We don't have a contract. We don't have like a supposed to, a should, a need to, a have to, a must. We're eternal beings. We have billions of lifetimes of all sorts, all across dimensions and universes and everything else, and we don't have like a our purpose is to experience an adventure. We're perfect mountains. We come down here at different vibrations to walk around the perfect mountain of who we are, to get a better perspective on who we are, kind of mapping ourselves out in a way. And so your purpose is adventure. Your perfect purpose is experience. Now, when we come down here, there are some, you know, certain things we want to experience to give us the reflections, but they're not have tos. They're like a map of coulds and possibilities. So I feel like with you here, yeah, you got the King of Wands, which is you get to choose energy, a lot of possibilities. The Knight of Swords is an energy of a quest of seeing things from a different perspective. There's also, I feel like writing, there's something that they're bringing in here and going, one of the things you wanted to do in this lifetime was share through writing. It can be a podcast, not a podcast, it can be a podcast, but a blog, because it's more writing, I feel, than speaking. But you can do it any way that feels right for you. But like I said, blogging, writing a book, writing a paper, um, you know, that kind of, I feel like it's writing, written cards, creating a card deck, you know, can be writing a like an oracle card deck, or but it's sharing something that you've learned and gleaned in your life, something that you feel I've encountered enough over and over again that I have a story to tell about it that could help others, where your experience can be a page in their survival guide for their life. So I feel like that's your purpose, is to live an experience and then share the experience that you've learned that other people can glean from to help them understand themselves too. So I feel like that's what they have for you, Prathy. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings. All right. And then Artist Tarot. Are you still with us? We got 62424. And always thank you guys for all your patience in getting to your readings. I know we are like 6.5 hours in, so I know some of you hang out. So thank you guys. So anything that comes up about relationships here, artists, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know about relationships? All right, boom, boom. All right. Well, you do have the Magician energy coming in here and the Eight of Pentacles. So there is a little bit, for me, the Eight of Pentacles is like a caterpillar going into cocoon to become a butterfly kind of energy here. I do feel that you're in a big, huge transformative time with relationships. You've been learning a lot about what you don't want, who you really are. And there is something here about, as I feel like they show me like you're like a butterfly and you're breaking out of the cocoon and you have like one leg stuck out, one of those little long wiry legs that butterflies have. And it's like, is it cold out there? What is it like out there? I feel like you're dipping your toe into this new higher vibration relationships and how you're realizing a lot of how you've changed a lot, where what used to attract you doesn't anymore. Like you were a caterpillar like everyone else, but you went into the cocoon and some people were supposed to go into a cocoon with you, not in the same one, of course, but at the same time, you were emerging and you're going, where's the other butterflies? And all you see is these big caterpillars that have been eating leaves the whole time. And you're like, I can't go back to where I was. And I don't desire eating leaves anymore like they do. I want nectar. I can't walk on the forest floor anymore. I need to fly. I can go places I've never gone before. And so where you need to go, they can't follow. And so I feel like it's important energy to realize that you're leaving the old caterpillar grounds and you're entering a butterfly. What is this? A butterfly garden. All these blossoms designed for you and the nectar that it provides. The magician is you've been taking the action. And of course, always be aware of where you're investing your energy. If you are for a relationship, if you're focusing on, I want a relationship, I need a relationship, I fear I won't have one, um, that lack energy around that will actually make it push it further away, right? So, being aware, and this is probably just all validation for you, but it's um, when I focus on, I'm grateful for what love I have in my life and for the love I have had, then I draw a relationship more towards me than, it going away, and then rather than the other that pushes it away. So we're able to draw it in and draw it to us. Also with the magician, it's being aware that, you have all four elements in front of you and realizing that all of my energy, being aware of what my story is, because that has energy behind it that will draw lower or higher. Being aware of my emotional energy, lower or higher, right? Being aware of my physical actions. And as we let go of thoughts and beliefs that don't serve us anymore, emotions that don't serve us anymore, physical things, purging things, and energetically purging, and we create space for the new to come in. But that's kind of like the butterfly in the cocoon. When they're a caterpillar, you're releasing a lot of things. And when you um, step out of the cocoon, you don't wrap up the cocoon and throw it over your shoulder and take it with you. You're ready to leave it behind, right? You're ready to go on this migration of 1,000 miles that as a as a caterpillar you can never think of going. So I like that for you. So that's what they have for you, Artistera. Hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. Let's see, what do we have coming in here? Guerrera, well, thank you so much, Rich. Oh, I'm so glad, Guerrera, you wanted to listen. Thank you so much. Thank you again for your donation. I appreciate that. We got Ruby. You went back and listened to what you generally, you're very welcome. Oh, incredibly accurate. I love to hear that. Okay. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. Oh, Cat Marie. Oh, yeah. If we have Scorpio in our chart, meant to go through a lot of transformations. Hallelujah. uh, I love that for you, Guerra. I am sure you will do well on that. All right, thank you guys so much for all your love and helping each other and all your wonderful um, clarifications and helping us all of us helping each other uh, on our beautiful adventures, right? All right, let me take another quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. So we got Betty Joe, Lauren Smith, Jojo, Mimi, Zone, Roma, and Vanilla left here. All right, so Betty Joe, we got 6:30:30. So Betty Joe, here is your boom, boom, boom. And you want to know, does Philippe remember that we met each other last year on this weekend? Oh, let's take a look here. No. Oh, Memorial Weekend. Maybe he does. Yeah, I feel like he does because the sun card. I feel like it was a sunny day in May. The High Priestess. I f- I feel like he kind of knows. I don't feel like he like has it like active, but I feel like if you asked him, "Do you remember when we met?" "Oh yeah, we met on Memorial. I think like Memorial Weekend." And, "Oh okay." Um, but I don't with the High Priestess. I That's subconscious. I feel like it's like below the surface. Um, and even the Sun card is like the emotional inner child below the surface. So I feel like subconsciously they know, but not actively. I don't feel like again they don't have it on their calendar. Remember, we met and it's our 1 year anniversary of meeting, anything like that. I don't feel like that's not their thing that they do. But I do believe they do remember it. So there you go, Betty Joe. Many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Cat Marie, thank you for your additional donation. I appreciate that. If you don't mind, um, would it be okay with you if I just finish up these last? I've got like just 6 free readings left. If I could just finish those up, then I'm not going to take any more free readings tonight. I want to finish those up, and then you'll be my last donation for tonight, if you wouldn't mind. All right. I'm gonna assume that you're okay with it. All right. So, Lauren Smith, we got you 632:46. Okay, thank you so much. You're a doll. All right. So, Lauren, what did the Aries think of the song you posted last night? Wondering if he thought it was specific to someone like him or general. All right, let's take a look here. What did this Aries think here? You know, um, with the moon card and the Knight of Swords, I do feel like the moon card is like emotion below the surface kind of energy. And the Knight of Swords is it did get them thinking. So I feel like they thought, I do feel like, I wonder if this was about me. So I feel like they thought about it. Um, but I don't feel like they would say anything about it, but I feel like they thought about it. Um, which is interesting, right? Because I would feel like, not to offend any Aries, but I feel like Aries would be the ones going, because Aries is kind of me energy, at least low expression of Aries is me, 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 me. This was about me, wasn't it? So they tend to kind of go that direction anyway. Like if you're walking on the street and someone beeps their horn, you assume they're beeping at me. What? Oh, it wasn't at me. But they assume it's about me. So I do feel like they do think it was, but I don't feel like they're in a space where they would tell you. I feel like they'll keep it on the down low that they thought it was them, because they're just assuming it was. They're so funny. So hopefully that helps. So many blessings to you. All right, and then Jojo, you might have gone back to sleep, or maybe it no, because it's not that late. It's only 11:30 here PM. All right, so you want a message from Sophie. All right, let's take a look here. What does Sophie have to say to you here? You got the Emperor and the Three of Pentacles. I like this energy that comes in here. You're an Aries Sun, Ruby. Oops. Oops. That was lower expression. Higher expression's different. All right, Jojo. So the Emperor, and the Three of Pentacles, I'm getting this energy of, you know, being true to your authentic self, that you're the one, you're the creator. The Three of Pentacles is creation and being true to your authentic self. The Emperor is clear the throne room. You're in charge. You make a decision. You go forward. What is it that you want? Not from your head, but from your heart. Go forward, go forward, go forward. Decide what you want. Create, create, create kind of energy. Um, so I do feel like that's a big piece of this energy is don't wait. Yeah, kind of a poem. Don't wait, create. It kind of doesn't rhyme, but you know what I'm saying. Maybe it does in your native language. But don't wait. It's time to create. There, that kind of rhymes. Don't wait. It's time to create. And um and it's not about create what everyone else is wanting. It's creating what you're wanting. You are the one, you are the creator of your life. So I feel like that's the big message coming in there for you, Jojo. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. All right. We got Mimi at 6:36. Yeah, 43. All right. So Mimi, here's your timestamp. What? Your ex and your husband? What? Oh my gosh. All that fire. All right, so Mimi, you want to know future general reading. What's coming for you? All right, well, there's one card. Let's see what else is coming for you based on your current energies. Looks like you get three cards here. All right. Oh, well, that makes sense here. So you do have the Eight of Cups. So you're on this journey of letting go of emotions and relationships that don't serve you anymore. And that's giving you, it's like you're taking the time to build up your emotional bank by kind of cleansing where you're investing all of your emotional energy in relationships with people. Also, they're encouraging you to any kind of suppressed or repressed emotions. It's good to transform those because there's charged energy and energy it takes to keep those down. That's keeping your emotional bank from being full. Because once you have emotional bank fuller, you do have Lover's card coming your way. And you'd have the Page of Swords coming in here too, which is new communication, like someone contacts you. Um, that is a relationship energy that's coming in. Of course, if you're in a relationship, that might this would mean something different, but kind of feel like you're not currently in a relationship. And the Page of Swords could be someone contacting you back from the past, but your heart doesn't allow new stuff to come in or people to return to our lives either when we don't have the emotional currency to pay for it. So it's like, "No, no, no, not until we do this." So I feel like this is what's coming up here for you is you're realizing and purging. I feel like you might have been purging people out of your life already, but continue to do that and then focus on transforming those lower because that will help bring that relationship in sooner. Otherwise, it'll take time for that to build up to where that allowed in, but you can do stuff to deposit a lot of emotional energy back into your bank. That'll bring it in sooner, right? So that's what they have for you, Mimi. Many blessings. Then we got Zone 63919. All right. So free reading for who has a secret crush on you is personality and like how can you recognize them? All right, let's take a look. So who has a crush on you? How can you recognize them? All right. Is there somebody? Well, you got the Four of Wands. Four of Wands, there's this joyful energy, his personality, very outgoing, very bubbly, very smiling. I feel like you've recognized their smile and you think, wow, you love their smile, you love the gleam in their eye. They're always upbeat, always joyful, laughing, cracking jokes, very high energy kind is who this is. How you can recognize him? Um, I don't feel like you know them yet with this Ace of Cups. Ace of Cups is a new love. Um, so I don't feel like you know him yet. And they secretly have a crush on you, but it's interesting. I don't think anyone has a crush on you in this moment because that's the energy I got when I was doing the cards. And I'm like, what? There isn't someone? But now I understand why they told me that to start off because um, there's someone that is coming into your life and then they will have a secret crush on you, but it's someone that you don't know yet. So, I like this because 'cause you're gonna be like, "Wow." And I like that. So, hopefully that helps. But you will know them because they're just gonna be so glowing and just so full of life and joy that they're gonna be like and you're gonna see a difference too. How you'll recognize them is because they're happy, happy all the time. But when they're around you, you notice a significant, even more like you didn't think their smile could get bigger, but when they see you, it is, and you're like, "Whoa!" It's almost like I want to blush a little bit. So I like that. So that's what they have for you, Zone. So many blessings to you, right? And then Roma, we got 64157, I believe it was. So, Roma, here is your timestamp. And when will you get married in your future personality? All right, so we'll do one card for the when based on current energies. All right. And then what kind of personality? We'll pull another card for that. So we'll see what we can know about him. Right now, you got August 23rd to September 1st. It is an Eight of Pentacles, which is a little bit of transformation energy. So it may not be this year because, God, that's like 3 months away. Can you believe that? That we're already that far in the year. So I feel like it's more like next year energy that's coming in here. So August 23rd to September 1st, 2027. Unless a miracle happens and it's this year, but that seems like too fast. And then their personality. I got the Hierophant. Wow. So the Hierophant, that's teacher student kind of energy that comes in with the Hierophant. So I feel like they are a wise person, maybe even a teacher or a professor, but very wise. They see things from a higher perspective. They've been through a lot of changes in their life with that major kind of five too. The conflict that they had early in life, it's kind of like this. It was either going to make them or break them. So I feel like they had to choose to make it and not be broken. Because I feel like they were either gonna go downward spiral to where they'd end up, like, killing themselves, and they decided, "No one's going to help me. I've gotta help myself," and so they chose, to take what they went through, and it made them. They let it make them stronger instead of, break them. So I like that. That's a good part of their personality, right? Someone who can see things differently, has been through struggle, understands it, it's compassionate, sees things from a different perspective. That's why I feel like they're a teacher, a kind of professor too. At least they help people learn in some way. So that's what they have for you right now, Roma. So many blessings to you. And then Vanilla Beatrice, you're up 6:44:38. This will be my last free reading for this evening, because I am almost hitting 7 hours, so it's time to start to shut down. I will be back, though, tomorrow night and Sunday night, so if you wanna join me, please join me then. Alright, Vanilla, why, are you going through so much, bad situations? Like, what's the reason? Alright, let's take a look here. What does Spirit want you to know about your wonderful growing pains, right? Yeah, got the 3 of Swords, the 5 of Wands. Yeah, I can see here the 3 of Swords is kind of that disappointment and heartbreak energy. 5 of Wands is conflict energy. So I definitely have this here. Um, so there really are no, I know this is hard to, with what you're going through, there's not good or bad situations. There's just situations where the badness and goodness come in is our story here. That's the 3 of Swords. When we have expectations, we receive disappointment because when this story in our brain is like, this is what should be and supposed to be and need to be and have to be, and it doesn't match up to this, we have a choice of trying to change the outside world to make that match, which we can't control the outside world. So it's a endless battle. It's frustrating and more disappointing when we realize, let me question my thoughts and beliefs and release those, and I can move from something that feels like a challenge and conflict to something that feels like, um, we can get into gratitude. We can find what we love about what's going on in the moment instead of what we hate. Because the 5 of Wands is whatever we focus our energy, we grow. So if I'm focusing in on lower vibrational, things that are rooted in fear, and like I said, you know, any of the roots of fear, sadness, um, anger, just all those that are rooted, with fear, then I invite those in and I grow it. Because whatever my amazing energy I focus on, I'm so powerful, I grow it in my life. It's like, the old story of the white wolf and the black wolf, the dark wolf, whatever, there's this battle inside of us between light and dark, right? Higher vibration and lower vibration. Neither's right, neither's wrong. Just they bring us different things, different experiences, different outcomes. Lower vibration makes us feel blinded and bound and trapped or restricted and small and powerless. Higher vibration makes us feel powerful and expansive, and it has all that love and joy and laughter connected with it. And so we have the power to, either become an expert in finding something to be grateful for in each moment, or an expert in what's going wrong in our lives. And, we become such an expert in either one that no matter what happens, we can find something. If I'm going to find something to be upset about, I'm going to, if I look for it, I'm going to find it. If I want to find something to be grateful for, then I can find that too. That's our power, right? So I feel like you're going through a lot right now, and this 5 of Wands is 5 challenge energy, it's a growing pain, right? Because there is no growth in a comfort zone, and there's not very much comfort in a growth zone, and you're in a growth zone, you're learning whatever these challenges, these things that are coming up, they're not coming up and happening to you, they're happening for you so that you can free yourself from these things that are already impacting you below the surface, but they rise up so you can see them, so you can free yourself from them. Then they won't bother you ever again. But you're in this period of growth right now. It's not a punishment, but be aware of where you're investing your energy, because that can help. If you want to check out my free podcast, it's called The Easier Path. The link is down in the description area. Or if you click on my name, go to my main page. The playlist is at the very top, too. There's a lot of tools on how to make this path an easier path instead of a harder one. It won't be easy, but it can be easier. So if you want to check it out, that's available as well. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. So, Kat Marie, thank you so much for your patience and allowing me to finish those up. And then this will be my last reading for this evening. So, thank you guys again so much for all your love and all your support. So, Kat Marie, we got 649, 51. Boom, boom, boom. There we are. So, thank you again so much. So you want to know, how does your daughter feel about you? Does she know that you're her mother? She is living with her grandma on her dad's side that spent a lot of money to keep your daughter. Um, Jade. Jade calls her mom. Oh, she calls her mom. Okay. So we'll take a look here. Let me take a quick sip here. So, how does your daughter feel about you? Okay. That's there. Okay. And then does she know that you're her mother? All right. And then, okay, so let's go. Okay, that was just information. Okay, let's take a look here. Well, the bottom of the deck, we do have the High Priestess. So she does think you're a nun. No, I'm just kidding. But the High Priestess energy is this. I mean, she's very intuitive, of course. She's very connected to the spirit world. And I do feel that you guys meet on the ethereal plane. You might even you might not remember that you guys do it in your dream, but I do feel that you go to visit her when you're asleep, and she even comes and visits you when you're asleep. But you guys meet on a higher ethereal plane as your more something in between your human essence and your higher self essence. So you're aware of who you are, that you're more than these human characters. In fact, um, in you guys have past life connections with this high priestess too, which um, so you guys had reversed roles in the past too, where she abandoned you as a child in a past lifetime, and and other variations of it, you guys have experienced it. So it's on purpose for a purpose, and I feel like they want you to know this, and we'll look at these other cards too, of course, but they want you to know this because they're like, you just know that this is, um, on purpose, that we wanted to experience this because we wanna see things from different perspectives. So I feel like that's important for you to know. And I know it doesn't make it, "Oh, okay, everything's fine then. Okay," but I feel like you're realizing, "Oh, okay." It help you release some guilt, I feel. I just feel like it's, you can release some guilt around this. So, I feel like it's important. I like here, does your daughter know who you are? These cards came up first. Oh my gosh. Um, I feel like she has an idea because you've got the Mother Nature, Mother Nurture of the Empress, and Mother Nature, Mother Nurture of the Queen of Pentacles too. So, and the Ace of Swords that's here is about clarity. Um, so I feel like they know somewhat, but I feel like they still will investigate and seek more clarity, you know, later as well. So, um, so I feel like that's that part. Then we have the cards here about how she feels. We'll see here. Will she be mad at you for the situation? We'll see here. We have the Ace of Cups. So I feel like she's focused on her self love. And this is, I feel like, you know, we'll look at the below the surface energies, but this Ace of Cups is all about self love, self love, self love. How does she feel about you? You know, from the we'll look at. I feel like these below here are the human are the human feelings, but I feel like they wanted you to know this is like their, you know, the higher self. They know that everything that they've chosen, like their higher self, right? They know that that um they've chosen this to understand their self-love, and this was a part of the journey that they've chosen, right? Yeah. Oh, only 4 years old, yeah. On this yeah, that makes sense. But I feel like this is the higher self because I feel like this is the important thing, and I feel like she knows who you are, and this makes sense, this energy. I'm glad you told me why that she's 4 years old because I'm like, she knows who you are, but she'll find out and want more detail later, and that makes sense that maybe they saw a picture, so they're like, "This is your mom," and I feel like the grandmother 'cause it's her grandmother that's raising her, right? Because he said, uh, she lives with oh, yeah, her grandma on her dad's side. So I feel like she wanted to make sure it's like it's important, not like just showed a picture, but, um, so that's what I feel there. So, um, because you wanna know, will she be mad as she grows up? We got the 8 of Wands. Yeah, there's gonna be some rage. But I felt like this is teenage years, you know? I feel like that there's gonna be the teenage, but they're gonna be mad at the entire world, and you're gonna be along with that as well. So, you know, she's gonna be there. Um, yep, Queen of Cups. And here is this intuitiveness. So your high priestess intuition, she's got also great intuition and so she did inherit that from you. So I do feel like you guys going to have this higher spiritual connection that's there. And I feel like she is a big feeler as well. So she's going to feel things really big on purpose though. Um yeah, and there's she goes through a period, you know, the heartbreak and the 9 of Wands, feeling like she's kept away from you there. They're in for trouble, right? So I do feel like, you know, it's the normal things of, um, you know, sadness and stuff. And I don't feel like they tell her that, you know, they spent all that money, you know, like you said, he did all this to he spent money to keep the daughter, you know. I don't feel like they're saying, "Oh," you know, um, and that's why I feel like it's a little different because I don't feel like they're giving their story of like, "Oh, yeah, you know, you abandoned her." It's like, "No, you know, we chose to have you here. You're here." I don't feel like they tell her a lot of that, you know, that information because and she's young, and I feel like by the time they get there, um, that she's not asking a lot of questions, as a teenager, but I feel like you might, um, because of this connection and this draw, I kind of feel like that they will search you out and try to contact you. I feel like they're going to want to pursue that. In fact, I feel like maybe when they're 15 or 16 years old, because I feel like they're going to be very rebellious. He said- Let's see. Let's see here. You said, last question. Does this have anything to do with generational curses? I went into the foster care myself. Oh, wow. See her once a I see her once a week and we always have a lot of fun. Oh, you do see her once a week. Oh, okay. And I was having some issues in my life and they claimed it was for her best interest, but it was for, oh, their interests. My kid is replacing the kid. Oh, okay. Let's see here. Is this anything to do with generational curses? Um, I don't feel so with this high priestess energy. Yeah, we got Cancer moon energy and the conflict energy of the swords. I feel like uh this combo reinforces it for me that this is more the um more past lives and um it's not about generational curses, but past life, what's not past life, but it's wanting to experience different levels and around different, um, different viewpoints and perceptions of the experience of abandonment, like, feeling like separation, abandonment. One lifetime you abandoned them when they abandoned you, so you guys could see not out of karma and making up for debt and any of that stuff, but like, oh, interesting. How about this next lifetime we switch? So I can see it from that viewpoint. All right, that sounds good. Yeah. Because we're very curious beings. We don't do it out of debt and punishment and making up for karma and all that. That's human stuff. There's this energy of, you know, doing it from doing it from out of curiosity and seeing those different experiencing all those different experiences. So I don't feel like it's generational curses in that. It just happens to be, that you experience foster care and then you're like, "Oh, I wanna experience what this would feel like?" So you even did it in the same lifetime. So it's not so much as a curse as an adventure. Yay. I know it's hard to believe sometimes, like, why would I wanna experience that? But we do, and it's because 'cause we're very curious beings. Being eternal beings, we've experienced so much. We're like it's all illusion anyway, it's all experience, it's not, you know, uh, what's real. This is the dream. Our reality is when we connect back to our and absorb back into our higher self that's there. So, um, so I feel like, you know, excuse me, it's important for us to be gentle with ourselves and realize we chose our parents and our situation before we came down and everyone else did too. So, I really like this, right? Yeah, yeah, exactly. And the grandma won't let you tell her that you were her mom. Is there a court order that says you can't? Or are they allowing you to see her and it's not court ordered or just saying? But let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too with the soul coaching. See what they want you to what is coming in here. Oh, so you got opening, beautiful little blossom, which says 35. What's number 35? Which says Be open to receiving the gifts of the universe. There's nothing to fear, so allow your vulnerability to shine. Fling your arms to the heavens and exclaim, I'm ready. Stretch, expand, and venture forth. Doors of opportunity are opening for you. Your soul wants you to know in nature, periods of contraction, winter, are followed by periods of expansion, summer. Although there are times in life to retreat, be guarded, and go within, there are also occasions when it's essential to be absolutely fearless in your openness and vulnerability, such as the present. Even if you're afraid, it's now appropriate to come out and open your eyes to new experiences, people, places, and things. Forge new directions and initiate new projects. Even if you're closed your heart because of the pain of the past wounds, this is the time to open yourself wide and full. Your affirmation is I am open to receiving the gifts of the universe. I love that. And I kind of feel like with this, it is the energy of you're in a winter time that felt constricted, right? So I can only do so much and be so much right now, but there will be a time of spring where blossoms happen. So it's just a matter of allow the winter to be what the winter is, and it'll automatically you'll feel the warmth. Things will change. And the more that we're grateful for what is, it grows. If we go into that wanting and needing and things, then that kind of pushes it further away, right? So I like that. See, let me catch up here. Sorry, I was reading. Oh, you feel like if you have another kid, I feel like if I have another kid, my daughter will think I chose one and not the other, and it's not court ordered, but it's guardianship. They have complete control. Yeah, okay. They would they would take visits for you if you told her right now. Yeah. A court guardianship is court ordered, but they have complete control over everything else. Okay. Yeah, so, since they could take it away, so honoring what they're wanting. And I do feel like, um, you're not gonna be able to control what she believes, how she feels, what her actions are and everything else, right? But when she's old enough to where it doesn't matter, she's her own person and they can't control, then you can invite her to say, "Would you like to talk about, what happened and everything like that?" And then, then you can share, and she may believe you, she may not believe you, but that's okay. The whole thing is like, what are you learning and what are you reflecting through it all too? So, um, yeah, I can do one last reading, but I've been on for 7 hours, so I really need to have this be my last reading, because 'cause I'm getting wiped out. So I can pull that for you. Um, but I need to kinda draw a line here. Hey, Crystal, good to see you. Uh, yeah, I if you want, to make one, I can make you first for tomorrow night if you'd like. But I do need to, um, shut down after this one here, but since I'm in Cat Maria's energy right now and the whole situation, I'm gonna pull some cards on that, but then after that, I need to Yeah. Not for very long, Debbie O. I'm headed out after this one here. Yeah, no problem, Cat Marie. I understand where you're coming from. Okay, Crystal, thank you so much. Yeah, I'll be back on tomorrow. So let's take a look here. So, uh, her grandma's energy towards you. You were asleep. Good girl, getting all rested up for your weekend. So let's see here. What is the grandma's energy towards you here? uh, and her grandpa on the dad's side right now. All right, let's take a look here. You're very welcome. Let's see what we got here with Gramps. All right. All right. Sounds great, Debbie O. Or if you want to put it now, Debbie, I'll make you first tomorrow night. I'll put you in the on the free reading list already if you want. Yeah, so energy on the bottom of the deck here, Cat Maria, we got the Emperor, which makes a lot of sense here. Whoops, let me put your other timestamp. Okay, where are you? There you are. Let me do, I think it was like 7:09. We'll do 30. I think it's around there is when we started it. Okay. Boom. Give that a love and a like. Um, and so very much a controlling energy. And I get it here. I mean, I feel like they're both kind of very, I feel like maybe grandma more than grandpa, but still, I still feel like a kind of sternness of control. And I feel like that's why their son is very controlling too, because I don't know if grandpa's ex-military, because it feels like they have that from the military, and then I feel like, grandma has it because they're almost feels like a military wife for some reason, but it feels like very much that, but they were like, "I had to be everything at control," and then, so it feels like very structured, and then that's why son was that way too. So I feel like that's important to know below the surface here. But let's see here. How does grandma feel about you here? Yep, we've got the Libra balancing energy here, and this 9 of cups is interesting because their their feelings are very structured on that, in this, very, um again, this militant energy that came in here, right? Um, Very structured, okay. And it's like they're, or maybe grandpa was a military brat. It feels like they're both had very structured, like, childhoods and upbringing to where they're very, and so they pass that on too. But that they have, like, grandma has this structure of, this is exactly how things have to be, and, um in order, and this is the dream come true, it has to be this exact way. That's why they have everything is structured a certain way, and so I feel like they're just saying that everything that they think, is such this that it's not a clear, it's like they don't have a true picture of who you are, they're just trying to fit everything into their world. Because even underneath that, I mean, talk about all this energy, you got the 8 of Swords and the Page of Swords, which is all this, you know, the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that blind, bind, trap, and restrict. And that's so much of this energy here. They, like, in order for me to believe a dream come true, we have to have everything be a certain way. Do not alter from this. I feel it's very controlling energy. And and I kind of feel like this is, where it's focusing up on here, right? Yeah. And that's all right. That's out of your control. And so part of your journey, is, allowing, it to be. And knowing that, um she chose this life knowing this is how it was going to be. so that you I know it's hard for a mom, right, to, to release that energy, right? To like, "Ah, I gotta protect her," but when you realize she chose it, we we so it's allowing her to have her experiences, and all you can do is be a loving beacon of light. Whenever you do see her, you get to be that, right? Hey, Shannon. Good to see you. I'm not taking any new readings, but I'll add you on the list for tomorrow night. So I'll put you on there. You'll be number 2 for tomorrow night for the free readings, but I'm not taking any more because I've been on for 7 hours and 14 minutes. So I'm gonna finish up this last reading, and then I'm done for tonight because I'm spiraling. So, all right. Yeah, I can definitely understand that. Let's see here. So, grandma, it just feels like she's very structured. I don't feel like she has an opinion of you, really. I just feel like um, she's super focused on having everything be a certain way that she can't see you clearly because she's so blinded and bound and trapped by this thinking, I've got to have things be a certain way, kind of thing there. So, grandpa, let's see what he thinks here. We got the 8 of Wands along with the 5 of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. So that's an interesting energy. The 8 of Wands, they kind of have like this opinion that you have a lot of energy. I feel like he looks at you, goes, hmm. Um, well, I feel like she hates everything. I feel like because the situation doesn't meet her perfect picture of a fairy tale. And so she doesn't hate you, she hates the situation because it didn't match up to the supposed to be, and that's what irritates her. And she gets very which is amazing that she's like a, the teacher that she is, but I feel like, there everything's very controlled as well. But um and I feel like grandpa here with the 5 of Pentacles, this feels like, um, and with the King of Pentacles, both of these are, you know yeah. Well, yeah, why would they wanna do family therapy, right? Because then they would have to admit and see that their restrictiveness is not healthy, right? That they'd be like, "I think you're going to a bit extremes," you know? But they do have a lot of fear, again, "Don't do that, you're gonna get hurt. Don't do this, don't do this, don't do this, don't do that," right? It's like they have a lot of rules because they had a lot of rules, so they're just regurgitating who they were when they were younger. But it's when you're looking at, "Oh, I think they hate me," well, then that means they hate themselves. If they feel this way, that means that's how they feel about themselves. Because we don't see the world as it is, we see the world as we are. And so whatever you feel towards them, little mirror, that's what you can do is go, "Oh, yeah, I feel like they hate me. How do you hate yourself?" You know, you can look at that too. But I feel like the grandpa here feels like, that you were in a situation where you weren't, able to care here. The 5 of Pentacles is like not having enough, and I feel like they feel like we can provide more for them kind of energy that comes in here, right? Um, so I feel like they're like, "This is the better situation." And that 8 of Wands, I kind of feel like they feel like you're sporadic um, and not responsible, but this is all their, you know again, this energy that they have here. And, they just have this belief that, You're better off. It's better with the 10 of Pentacles for everyone, to be separate. And I don't feel like they have a whole lot of opinion because they're so focused on, and again, this Emperor just having things the way that I want it to be, And we're letting you talk when he's trying to express your feelings, so it's hardly. Um, yeah, yeah, and there is this. You don't have any control, and this is what you wanted to experience too. You have to realize that before you came down here, you saw fully aware the plan of how this life could unfold, and you signed off on it to go, "Yep, I wanna experience this. I wanna be able to have to face that I am out of control, that I can't control that." And, spoiler alert, even if you were the sole person raising your daughter, you still couldn't control her. You can try, but you couldn't control that either, because we can't. The only thing that any of us can control are our mindsets, our emotions, our choice, our actions, and our energy. So, and you'll notice that the more that you try to make them be who you want them to be, the further they move away. Because that's that whole, the whole thing that comes in with that here. Yeah, I was about to say, why do you want me to look at these cards? Because this is what we're talking about. You have expectations equal disappointment, and the more you focus on expectations, the more disappointed you become because you're focusing on what's not happening. So what happens? You grow more of not happening. The more you focus on what are you grateful for, then that grows and more comes in, which is the Ace of Pentacles, which is abundance and new opportunities. So, if you look at it like, and I know it's going to be hard, so um, just take it with a grain of salt, not in the wound, just, like on a tortilla chip. Eat it like a tortilla chip in guacamole and sour cream. Yum. But I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, yeah, it's gonna be difficult. What are you grateful for about what they have done and what they are doing? Oh, I know. I'm so sorry. I'm just the messenger. But the more you focus on it, then the more it grows, right? The salt in the wound, right? Um, and then this is the part I know that other like, "Oh, okay, well, I can probably do that." Well, that's not the the hard part, the chip that's gonna get stuck in your throat is tell them what you're grateful for. I know. Whoosh, whoosh. But it's I know it's hard, but the more you do it, the more you have to be grateful for to them. So I feel like the more we stop focusing on what they're not doing, what they're not allowing you to do, and blah 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 blah, changing that energy to going, I want to thank you guys that you do this for her, and I want to thank you that you allow me these visits. I want to thank you, not all at the same time, space them out because they're going to be you're not sincere, but it has to be sincere because we all see through everyone's smoke and mirrors and BS, right? So I wanna thank you guys that you're caring for her, that you're raising her, that you're doing this, but whatever you sincerely are grateful for, and as you do that, wow, things change because, um, when you think, I think she hates me," how do you hate her? how do you hate yourself? You're realizing a lot through all this that you're like, I'm gonna be grateful for them. And if not grateful towards these characters, grateful to these actors behind the characters, these powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit beings. So you can start by being grateful to them without having to talk to the character, the human character. Start with the energy. Then when it feels comfortable, then you can try speaking to the whether it's a card, if you're like, "Well, I don't wanna let me put it in a card and a gift," but sometimes speech, especially if you're sincere, then they can hear it in your voice, but, you can try that. But I feel like that's the important thing, like, what they think about you, I feel like they're all focused on themselves, they don't see you for who they are, any of their thoughts is a mirror for themselves, so I feel like they're more focusing and pointing you back to focusing in on your own self, and because that's where your energy does the most for you, right? I like it, yeah. Speaking of mirrors, right? We got awakening. Here's the reflection in the pool. I like it. Ta-da! And you got the number 5, the number of change and transformation, right? So it's time to wake up. Step out of your routine and notice what truly is occurring around you. Don't be lulled into complacency. Awaken your potential and power. Move, shake, and take action. You're opening to your true spiritual path. I love it. Your soul wants you to know the forces of the universe are propelling you in the direction of your destiny. You're awakening to your higher self and spiritual vibrations. This card appears when you're ready to be aware and notice things as they really are. Take off your blinders, see what's important in your life, and then search for the essence of what's true, authentic, and real. Wow. Your affirmation is I am joyously awake and aware and ready for anything. I am joyously awake and aware and ready for anything. So, joy, choosing joy. What am I grateful for, right? Your dark night of the soul, right? I've been changed that. What did I call it? Yeah, instead of shadow work, I'm calling it freedom work. So I like that. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. See, I don't think I got anything. Let me just make sure here. This deck is the Soul Coaching by Denise Lynn. It's a beautiful, beautiful deck. So Shannon, I got WO. Let's see here. All right, and Crystal, if you're still here, yeah, you're gonna send it on PayPal. So soon, and when you send that out, I can make you the first um donation for tomorrow night. And thank you guys for understanding because I'm hitting almost 7.5 hours. So I'm gonna head off and yep, I got you, Debbie O. You'll be first on the free list for tomorrow, and Shannon will be number 2 on the free list. And as soon as I receive crystals for tomorrow night on PayPal, you'll be number 1 or whenever you send it. So thank you guys. I think that's everything there. All right, my dears. What another wonderful, amazing night. I've been having very long sessions the last week and this week. I'm so grateful. I'm just so grateful for our thirst and all the awareness and all the amazing messages from Spirit. And we're so grateful for Spirit that we didn't just be dropped off on the planet and left on our own and, you know, deal with it, you humans. But they're here for us. And, um, and they so love us and they wanna help us as much as we'll ask for, and because they do honor our of course, our free will, and, um, they don't meddle unless it's life-threatening and it's according to our higher self, they'll step in, but majority of the time, they're letting us have our experience until we ask for help. So when we ask, they are just right there ready to listen and, communicate with us, so thank you guys again so much. If you haven't checked out my free podcast, I did have a new one come out yesterday, new episode. This is Learning the Language of Emotion. We're on phase 1 of 4 of growing our empathic abilities and spiritual gifts. So if you're interested, check it out. Also, the playlist for all of them, if you want to catch up on that podcast, the link is down in the description area. So I'm going to head off. I will be back tomorrow. I'm on Wednesday through Sunday night. So I'll be back tomorrow and also Sunday night. So happy Memorial Day weekend for those of you that celebrate. And until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too so much. So sweet dreams. Yeah, sweet dreams, Deb, and everyone else. And yeah, we'll see you on the flip side. Maybe we'll go party on the ethereal. I'll be going to sleep very soon. All right. I love you guys. We'll see you.